You are now listening to Triplet Babies by Bella King. Produced and published by Novel Nectar. Copyright 2025, Novel Nectar. The irrigation valve refuses to cooperate, and I'm already covered in mud from crawling around behind the pool equipment. It's my first day on the Baranoff estate, and I'm wrestling with corroded pipes like some kind of plumber instead of the gardener they hired me to be. The morning started simply enough. I'd arrived at 7 sharp, just as the groundskeeper instructed when he called yesterday to confirm my start date. He'd been gruff over the phone, but not unkind, giving me basic directions to the equipment shed and a list of areas that needed attention. Start with the irrigation behind the pool, he'd said. System's been acting up for weeks. Previous gardener never got around to fixing it. Now I understand why. The valve assembly looks like it hasn't been serviced in years, and the connections are so corroded I need both hands and most of my body weight just to get the wrench to turn. I wipe sweat from my forehead with the back of my hand, probably smearing dirt across my face in the process. The valve finally gives way under my wrench, and water gushes out faster than I expected. I scramble to redirect the flow toward the garden beds, but the pressure is all wrong, and I can already see the poolside flagstones getting soaked. Damn it, I mutter, cranking the valve in the opposite direction. The estate spreads around me like something from a magazine, with its manicured lawns, imported stone, and gleaming windows. I landed this job through pure luck and desperation, answering an ad that most people probably ignored because of the vague location and minimal details. All I knew was that it paid well and came with minimal supervision, which sounded perfect for someone trying to stay invisible. I adjust my position, trying to get better leverage on the stubborn valve, when footsteps click across the stone behind me. Designer heels, and definitely expensive, no doubt. A woman walks past without slowing down, her platinum blonde hair catching the afternoon sunlight. She's tall, willowy, and carries herself like she owns everything she sees. Her dress is cream-colored silk that flows as she moves, and her heels click against the stone. She pauses near the pool's edge, close enough that I could speak to her if I wanted to, and close enough that she definitely sees me kneeling in the dirt with my wrench and my growing puddle of irrigation water. "Excuse me," I call out, thinking maybe she needs directions or has a question about the maintenance work. "Is there anything I can help you with?" She turns slightly, just enough to glance in my direction. Her face is stunning in that sharp, expensive way that suggests good genetics enhanced by better cosmetic work. Her gaze sweeps over me once, cataloging my muddy clothes and disheveled hair, and then she simply looks away. No response. No acknowledgement that I spoke. Nothing. She continues walking as if I never existed, disappearing around the corner of the pool house with the same unhurried grace she arrived with. I stare after her, irritation flaring. I wasn't asking for conversation or trying to be her friend, but basic human decency doesn't seem like too much to expect. A simple "no thank you" would have sufficed. Then again, people with this kind of money probably don't see staff as fully human. We're more like appliances that occasionally make noise, being functional but not worth engaging with. I turn back to the valve, giving it another aggressive twist. The water flow adjusts, but I've overcorrected. Instead of a gentle stream feeding the irrigation system, I've created a miniature flood that's spreading across the pool deck faster than I can contain it. No. I scramble to adjust the flow again, but my feet slip on the wet stone. The world tilts sideways as I lose my balance, and I have a split second to imagine myself crashing onto the flagstones, probably breaking something important, and definitely losing this job before I've even finished my first day. Then strong hands catch my waist, pulling me upright and back against a solid chest. The hands that steady me are large and sure, and the body behind me radiates power that makes my pulse accelerate. I can smell his cologne. It's something expensive and subtle that mingles with his own scent in a way that makes me want to lean back into him. I don't. Instead, I step forward as soon as I'm stable, turning to face whoever just saved me from a potentially painful fall. The man watching me has presence that fills up space without effort. He's tall, maybe 6'4", with dark brown hair cut close and blue eyes that seem to catalog everything they see. His face is sharp and intense, and he's looking at me like he can see what's inside of my head. Thank you. The words come out steadier than I expected, considering my heart is hammering against my ribs. The valve was stuck, and You flooded the deck. His voice is low and grumbly with the faintest trace of an accent I can't place. Russian, maybe. His tone doesn't carry judgment, just observation, but something about the way he says it makes me want to explain myself anyway. I'm sorry, I can clean it up right away. The irrigation system was backing up, and I thought if I could just adjust the pressure. I'm babbling now, words spilling out faster than I can control them. The valve was completely corroded. I don't think it's been serviced in months or maybe years. The whole assembly needs to be replaced really. But I was trying to make a temporary fix so the gardens don't dry out. He raises one hand, and I stop talking immediately. The gesture isn't aggressive, but there's authority behind it that makes my mouth snap shut without conscious thought. How long have you been working with irrigation systems? The question surprises me. I was expecting criticism or maybe instructions to pack up and leave, not what sounds like genuine curiosity about my background. 3 years, give or take. I worked for a landscaping company in New York before I moved here. We maintained several high-end properties, so I got used to dealing with complex water systems. I pause, studying his face for any reaction. This setup is actually pretty sophisticated. Whoever designed it knew what they were doing. But it needs regular maintenance to function properly. The corrosion suggests it's been neglected for a while. I gesture toward the valve assembly, which is now dripping steadily onto the stones. I can fix this specific problem, but there are probably other issues throughout the system that will need attention. He nods once, a sharp movement that suggests he's filing away this information for later use. We stand there for a moment, studying each other in silence. He's wearing dark jeans and a white button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up that look effortless on him. Everything about him suggests money and power, but there's something else underneath that makes me think he's used to getting his hands dirty when necessary. Report to the main house tomorrow morning at 8. He speaks like someone accustomed to being obeyed without question. Ask for Mrs. Nikova. I blink, trying to process this unexpected turn. I'm sorry, what? 8 o'clock, main house, Mrs. Nikova will be expecting you. But I gesture helplessly at the irrigation equipment, the small flood I've created, and my mud-stained clothes. I don't understand. Am I being transferred? Fired? Something that might be amusement flickers across his features. But it's so brief, I could have imagined it. You'll find out tomorrow. Should I bring anything? My tools, or paperwork, or just yourself? He turns to walk away, then pauses and looks back at me over his shoulder, looking at me with an intensity that makes my stomach flutter. Clean up the water before you leave. The words are clearly an order, but the way he says them, low and careful, makes them sound almost like a suggestion, almost intimate. Of course, I say, my voice coming out smaller than planned. He studies my face for another long moment, and I have the strangest feeling he's memorizing my features. Then he nods once and disappears through the same path the blonde woman took, leaving me standing in a puddle with my pulse hammering and no idea what just happened. I stare after him for several seconds, trying to process the encounter. Was that an order? A promotion? Am I in trouble, or am I being transferred to different duties? The man obviously has authority here because everything about him screamed boss, but I have no idea what he wants from me. The water is still spreading across the deck, so I force myself to focus on the immediate problem. I turn off the main valve and spend the next 20 minutes mopping up the flood with towels from the pool house, trying not to replay the moment when his hands caught my waist or the way his eyes seemed to see right through me. By the time I finish cleaning up and pack away my tools, the sun is starting to sink toward the horizon. I've been here for nearly 8 hours, and I'm exhausted, muddy, and completely unsure about what tomorrow will bring. I walk back to the employee parking area, a small gravel lot tucked behind a hedge, where my ancient Honda looks painfully out of place among the luxury cars scattered throughout the main drive. As I load my tools into the back seat, I catch myself glancing toward the main house, wondering if he's watching from one of those panoramic windows. The thought makes me uncomfortable, so I force myself to stop looking and focus on getting out of here. I need to shower, eat something that isn't a granola bar, and figure out what to wear to whatever meeting awaits me in the morning. My phone buzzes as I'm pulling out of the estate gates. Nina's name appears on the screen, so I pull over and answer. How did it go? Her voice is bright with curiosity. Are you rich yet? Despite everything, I laugh. Not exactly. It was complicated. Complicated how? Good complicated or bad complicated? I honestly don't know. I flooded part of the pool deck, got rescued by some guy who might be my new boss, and now I have to report to the main house tomorrow morning for reasons unknown. I let out a heavy breath, worry suddenly gnawing at me again. Wait, back up. I can practically hear Nina sitting up straighter. Rescued how? What do you mean, might be your boss? Don't you know who you're working for? I slipped on whetstone after I accidentally created a small flood. I can still remember the warmth of his hands and the solid strength of his chest against my back. He caught me before I could fall and crack my skull open on the flagstones. Okay, that's actually really sweet. Was he cute? Nina. I don't bother to mask my exasperation. What? I'm asking the important questions here. You said he might be your boss, which means he has authority over you, which means he's probably loaded, which means nothing, I interrupt, though I can't quite keep the smile out of my voice. He was completely professional, cold even. Cold how? Like rude cold, or like mysteriously aloof cold? Because there's a difference. I consider this distinction more seriously than I probably should. Mysteriously aloof, I guess. He didn't talk much, but when he did, it was like he expected to be obeyed without question. He had this way of looking at me that made me feel, what? Exposed. Like he could see things I didn't want him to see. I cross my arms over my chest, suddenly self-conscious about how much I'm revealing. It was probably nothing. I'm overthinking because I need this job to work out. Nina huffs, clearly suspecting there's more to the story. What did this mystery man look like? Tall, dark hair, and blue eyes. He wore casually deceptive, expensive clothes that looked natural on him. I pause, remembering the way he moved with such elegance. There was something about him that suggested he's used to getting what he wants. And what do you think he wants from you? The question catches me by surprise, though I've been wondering the same thing since the encounter. I have no idea. Maybe he needs someone to fix the irrigation system properly, and he's overestimated my abilities. Maybe he's transferring me to indoor work, or he's firing me and wants to do it in person. Or maybe, Nina says, with a grin in her voice, he was impressed by your gardening skills and wants to get to know you better. Nina, no, absolutely not. I shake my head firmly. Even if that were true, which it isn't, I can't afford to think about my boss that way. I need this job. I'm not saying you should seduce him. I'm just saying that rich, powerful men don't usually personally handle employee issues unless there's a reason. She giggles slightly, telling me she absolutely is suggesting I seduce him. I nip her fantasies in the bud for her sake and mine. The reason is probably that I flooded his pool deck on my first day. Maybe. Her tone indicates she doesn't believe this for a second. What kind of vibe does the place give you? Gut instinct. I consider the question seriously, thinking back over the day's strange encounters. The estate is beautiful, immaculately maintained, and clearly expensive, but underneath the perfect landscaping and gleaming surfaces, there's something else. A sense of watchfulness, maybe, or secrets. Intense, I say finally. Like everyone there is playing a game I don't understand the rules to. The blonde woman who walked past me acted like I was invisible, but not in a normal, snobbish way. It was more like she was deliberately not acknowledging my existence. The man who caught me, there was something about the way he moved and spoke, like he's used to people being afraid of him. She sounds concerned now. Afraid how? Not physically afraid. More like respectfully afraid. Like he's someone you don't want to cross. I pause, trying to put the feeling into words. You know how some people just radiate authority? He was like that, but more. Like authority was bred into his bones. She goes silent for a second while considering this. Maybe that's just how rich people live when they're really rich. Like, obscenely wealthy. Everything has to be perfect. Maybe. Even as I say it, I don't entirely believe it. There was something about the man who caught me that went beyond simple wealth. He moved like someone used to danger and spoke like someone accustomed to being obeyed without question. Whatever's going on there, just remember that you deserve to be there as much as anyone else. Nina's voice takes on the fierce protectiveness that makes her such a good friend. Don't let some fancy house and mysterious rich people make you forget you're smart, capable, and good at what you do. Thanks. I smile, feeling some of the tension leave my shoulders. I should probably get home and figure out what one wears to mysterious morning meetings with mysterious wealthy people. Something that says, professional but not intimidated by your obvious wealth and power. She laughs. Basically, anything that isn't covered in mud, I guess. I'm guessing you got muddied up when you almost fell. You often come home like that. Well, before that, actually. I look down at my work clothes, which are indeed generously decorated with soil, mud, and grass stains. Right, noted. Nina's voice turns serious. Trust your instincts about this place. If something feels off, it probably is. I frown though she can't see it. What do you mean? Rich people with big estates and mysterious authority don't usually live quiet, normal lives. There's probably more going on there than landscaping and pool maintenance. Like what? She hesitates before answering. I don't know. Business deals, family drama, or secret affairs, or maybe a secret assassination plot over the winning racehorse or the 49 Burgundy? I arch a brow. Is that a good year? She snorts. How would I know? $2 chuck is my budget, and it isn't $2 anymore. It just sounds like something fancy for rich people immersed in rich people problems. I'm just advising you to keep your head down and your eyes open. We say goodbye, and I drive home through the winding roads of Greenwich, trying to shake off the lingering strangeness of the day. The town is beautiful in that carefully maintained way that money makes possible, with perfect lawns, pristine sidewalks, and houses that look like they belong in architectural magazines. My apartment is a studio in an older building that's seen better days, but it's clean, safe, and mine, along with Nina's since she's my roommate. I've lived here for 8 months now, ever since I decided New York was too expensive and too full of memories I wanted to leave behind. Connecticut seemed like a good place to start over, being far enough from my old life, but close enough to civilization. I shower off the day's grime and make myself a simple dinner of pasta and vegetables. Nina is at a catering gig tonight, so I won't see her before I go to bed. I eat while I try to plan for tomorrow's meeting without knowing what kind of meeting it will be. Am I being fired for flooding the deck, promoted to different duties, transferred to work directly for the main house instead of the grounds? The uncertainty gnaws at me as I try to fall asleep that night. I've been living paycheck to paycheck for too long, and this job is supposed to be my chance to build some stability. The pay is better than anything else I've been able to find, and the work itself isn't difficult. I can't afford to lose it over one flooded pool deck. More than the practical concerns, I can't stop thinking about the man who caught me, and the way he looked at me, like he was memorizing my face. I tremble even now, remembering the authority in his voice when he gave me orders, and the careful distance he maintained even while helping me. I replay the moment when his hand steadied my waist, and my skin warms at the memory. There had been something electric in that brief contact that made me acutely aware of him as a man rather than just an employer or a stranger, which is exactly the kind of thinking that gets people like me into trouble with people like him. I force myself to focus on practical matters. I'm just the hired help, and the hired help doesn't get to have romantic thoughts about the boss. I finally drift off to sleep around midnight, dreaming of flooded pool decks and designer heels and a man with storm-colored eyes who catches me when I fall but never lets me see his face clearly. When my alarm goes off at 6:30, I wake with the strange certainty that today will change everything. I tell myself it's just nerves and normal anxiety that comes with uncertainty about work and money and the future. But as I get dressed and prepared to return to the estate, I worry I'm walking into something much bigger than a simple gardening job, something that might be dangerous, something that might be exactly what I've been running from. Or maybe something I've been running toward all along.
The lunch meeting with the Nikitins starts exactly how I expected it would, with Katya's father arriving 20 minutes late and offering no apology. Leonid Nikitin walks into my dining room like he owns it, surveying the space like he's looking for weaknesses to exploit. He nods once in my direction before taking the seat across from me without waiting to be invited. I trust you're prepared to discuss the terms we outlined. I pour myself more coffee, not offering him any. Small power plays matter in relationships like ours, and I won't pretend this is a social visit. I'm prepared to listen. Katya follows her father into the room a moment later, her steps smooth and her body graceful. I'm sure she's been trained since childhood to use her beauty as a weapon. She's wearing a cream-colored dress, and her smile is painted on in such a way that only suggests warmth. It doesn't really give any. She leans down to press a light kiss against my cheek, and I catch the scent of her expensive perfume. It's strong and too sweet, and it makes me want to step away from her immediately. Good afternoon, darling. I don't move. Instead, I let her perform her little show of affection while studying her father's reaction. Leonid watches us with approval, clearly pleased his daughter is playing her part so well. I keep my voice neutral and professional. Katya, you look well. She settles into the chair beside me, close enough that her knee brushes against mine under the table. Thank you. I've been looking forward to this meeting all week. The lie rolls off her tongue so smoothly that I almost admire the skill involved. Katya doesn't look forward to anything that doesn't directly benefit her ambitions, and this lunch is pure business, disguised as family planning. My own father would be here if he were still alive, but I've been handling the Baranov interests alone for well over a decade now. Sometimes I miss having someone to share the burden with, but mostly, I prefer the control that comes with making decisions without consultation. Leonid pulls a leather portfolio from his briefcase and spreads several documents across the table. Shall we begin? I've prepared the preliminary agreements for our new venture. The new venture is a luxury import firm that will serve as a front for moving products that fall into legal gray areas. We'll focus mostly on items like art, jewelry, and rare books that can cross borders without attracting too much attention if the paperwork is handled correctly. I review the contracts while Katya and her father wait in silence. The terms are reasonable on the surface, but there are subtle clauses buried in the legal language that would give the Nikitins more control than we originally discussed. I tap one section with my pen. These warehouse arrangements aren't what we agreed on. You're proposing to station 6 of your men at the facility permanently. Leonid's tone suggests this should be obvious. for security purposes. We're talking about valuable merchandise, Yarek. It needs proper protection. My security is more than adequate. Katya's voice carries just a hint of condescension. I'm sure it is, but this venture represents a significant investment for both our families. Surely you understand our desire to protect that investment? I look at her directly for the first time since she sat down. Her blue eyes are cold despite her warm smile, and there's clear scheming behind every expression she makes. I set aside the contracts and lean back in my chair. What I understand is you want to place surveillance inside my operation. That wasn't part of our original discussion. Leonid spreads his hands in a gesture that's meant to appear reasonable. Surveillance is such an ugly word. We prefer to think of it as ensuring mutual accountability. Call it whatever you want. The answer is no. Katya places her hand on my arm, her fingers warm against my skin. Perhaps we could compromise? 3 men instead of 6? I move my arm away from her touch, making the rejection clear without being overtly rude. The number isn't the issue. The principle is. Leonid's eyebrows rise slightly. The principle of trust? How interesting, coming from a man who's asking us to trust him with our family's reputation. The implied threat hangs in the air between us. The Nikitins have a long reach and influential connections throughout Eastern Europe. They could make business difficult for the Baranovs if they chose to, but they'd also lose access to the American markets I control. I meet his gaze steadily. Trust is earned, not negotiated. Leonid begins gathering his documents, signaling this meeting is over. Indeed. Perhaps we should table this discussion until we've both had time to reconsider our positions. I stand, making it clear I won't be reconsidering anything. Perhaps we should. Katya rises as well, running her hands over her dress to smooth it down. I hope this disagreement won't affect our personal relationship, Yarek. The question comes out sharper than I intended, but I don't regret it. What personal relationship? Her smile falters for just a moment before snapping back into place. Our engagement, of course. The plans we've been making for our future together. Those plans were made by our fathers, not by us. It irks me that my father floated the idea of a marriage merger between the families when I was just 12, and she was 8. They never got around to formalizing anything before my father was killed when I was 13. But Leonid had fixated on the idea all these years, and now, so has Katya. Not because she wants me, but what I represent and offer to their family. Her voice takes on a wounded quality that might be convincing if I didn't know better. Surely you want to honor your father's memory? He, both our fathers, believed our marriage would bring our families together in peace. I curl my lips slightly. I believe in honoring my father. I don't believe peace built on surveillance and mutual suspicion is worth having or honors anyone, though. Leonid clears his throat, drawing our attention back to him. Young people often need time to appreciate the wisdom of their elders. I'm confident you'll both come to see the value in the arrangements we've proposed. He heads towards the door, clearly expecting Katya to follow. She hesitates for a moment, looking at me with something that might be genuine disappointment. I thought you were different, Yarek, and more sophisticated than the old men with their endless suspicions and power games. Disappointment is part of growing up, Katya. She flinches at the dismissal, and for a split second, I see real anger flash across her features before she regains control. "This isn't over." I nod. "No, it probably isn't. How can it be when I've already agreed to the engagement, though we haven't signed anything formal yet, just like with this contract? It's the price of the merger with Leonid, and it will bolster our coffers and positions in Europe. My father once thought it was a good idea, which is the only reason I even considered it when Leonid came to me. It makes business sense, but there's no connection between Katya and me. Good. The last thing I want is to be shackled with emotional ties to someone. I have a tiny circle of people who matter to me enough that losing them would be devastating. I don't intend to expand that circle. I walk them to the front entrance, maintaining the pretense of courtesy, even though the meeting accomplished nothing. Leonid has already moved ahead to their waiting car, but Katya lingers under the stone awning, clearly hoping for a private word. She steps closer, dropping her voice to what she probably thinks is a seductive whisper. "Yarek, I understand you're frustrated with the business arrangements, but that doesn't mean we can't find common ground personally. We could make this work if you just give us a chance." I move past her towards the car, making it clear the conversation is over. There is no us, Katya. There's a business arrangement that may or may not prove beneficial to both our families, contingent on our engagement, which is contingent on agreeing to terms. See the issue? "I do, but you've already agreed to the engagement." She follows, her heels clicking against the stone. "If you back out now, you're making a mistake. This alliance could give you everything you've ever wanted." "I doubt that." She makes it sound like a promise and a threat. "We'll speak again soon." I watch her walk toward the car, but instead of getting in immediately, she takes a detour past the pool area. Movement near the irrigation system catches my attention. The new gardener is there, still working on the valve assembly, her work clothes already showing the effects of a long day dealing with corroded pipes and muddy water. Katya pauses near the pool's edge, close enough to the kneeling woman that conversation would be natural. The gardener looks up and speaks to her, though I can't hear what she says from this distance. Katya turns slightly, glances at the woman with a calculating look she gets when she's assessing something beneath her notice, then simply looks away without responding. She continues walking as if the woman never spoke, disappearing around the corner of the pool house with the same unhurried grace she arrived with. The dismissal is so pointed and deliberate that it makes my jaw tighten. I'm not sure why I follow at a distance, perhaps planning to chastise Katya for rudeness, but my attention is focused on the gardener, who's now turned back to her work with obvious irritation. She's muttering something under her breath as she gives the valve an aggressive twist. The water flow adjusts, but she's overcorrected. Instead of a gentle stream feeding the irrigation system, she's created a miniature flood that's spreading across the pool deck. She scrambles to adjust the flow again, but her feet slip on the wet stone. She loses her balance, arms windmilling as she tries to stay upright. Without thinking, I move. I catch her by the waist just as she's about to hit the flagstones. For a moment, she's pressed against my chest, and I feel the warmth of her body through her work clothes. She smells like sunshine and honest sweat, and nothing like the cloying perfumes I'm used to. Her voice is steady, despite what must have been a frightening moment. "Thank you. The valve was stuck, and I help her regain her footing, noting the way she doesn't cling to me or try to prolong the contact. Most women would have used the opportunity to their advantage. You flooded the deck. She's explaining rapidly, clearly worried about getting in trouble on her first day. I'm sorry. I can clean it up right away. The irrigation system was backing up, and I thought if I could just adjust the pressure. I raised my hand to stop her. How long have you been working with irrigation systems? The question seems to surprise her. 3 years, give or take. I worked for a landscaping company in New York before I moved here. We maintained several high-end properties, so I got used to dealing with complex water systems. And your assessment of this system? She gestures towards the valve assembly. It's sophisticated. Whoever designed it knew what they were doing, but it needs regular maintenance to function properly. The corrosion suggests it's been neglected for a while. I nod, filing away this information. Report to the main house tomorrow morning at 8. Ask for Mrs. Nikova. Her green eyes widen. I'm sorry, what? 8 o'clock. Main house. Mrs. Nikova will be expecting you. She frowns, making an adorable wrinkle at the top of her nose. I don't understand. Am I being transferred? Fired? Something that might be amusement flickers through me. You'll find out tomorrow. Should I bring anything? My tools? Or? I turn away, then look back over my shoulder. Just yourself. Clean up the water before you leave. In front of me, I hear Katya's sharp intake of breath. She's still standing by the car, watching this entire exchange with obvious displeasure. She says as I rejoin her, "That was interesting." Was it? Her voice carries a warning I choose to ignore. You don't usually involve yourself in personnel matters so directly. How would she know? She's been in my home as my guest exactly 3 times now. I don't challenge her on her assertion that she knows what I do, though. Why bother? Instead, I opt for an obvious answer. I don't usually have employees flood my pool deck on their first day. She doesn't look convinced, but Leonid is already in the car and clearly impatient to leave. She narrows her eyes at me. Until next time. I watch their car disappear down the drive, then head directly to the security office. Valentin is waiting with coffee and a resigned expression. He gestures towards the wall of monitors showing various angles of the estate grounds. That well, huh? I pour myself coffee from the pot he keeps constantly brewing. Leonid wants to place 6 men in our warehouse. Katya thinks she can manipulate me with guilt about honoring my father's memory. Standard Nikitan tactics and theater. He grunts and nods. Your response? I settle into the chair beside his desk, grateful for the familiar ritual of debriefing with the one person whose loyalty I don't have to question. No to the warehouse. No to the manipulation. Still yes to the engagement, unless I luck out and she calls it off. That makes him chuckle slightly. Valentin has been with the family since before my father's death. He's older than me by 5 years, but he's never challenged my authority or questioned my decisions. In fact, he helped me during the time my uncle was in charge after Papa's death before I came of age, keeping Yuri in line with help of other lieutenants. So I had a Bratva group to inherit. I didn't get the stars on my chest until I was 18, but I was unofficially running the family from the time I was 16, when people stopped asking Uncle Yuri what to do, since he didn't know his ass from his head when it came to doing what needed to be done. Valentin's role as consigliere is to advise and support, not to lead, and he's never shown any ambition beyond that. He pulls up something on his computer. They'll push back. The Nikitans don't accept rejection gracefully. Let them push. We have other options if they decide to make trouble. He turns one of the monitors toward me. Speaking of which, I had the pool area incident pulled up. Thought you might want to see what happened. The security footage shows the new gardener struggling with the irrigation valve, exactly as I witnessed. Seeing it from this angle, I noticed details I missed before. She approaches the problem methodically, testing different solutions before settling on the most direct approach. The competent way she handles the tools, despite the equipment's obvious problems, impressed me. She knows what she's doing. Valentine brings up her file on a second monitor. Sarah Clark, she's 26 and moved here from New York 8 months ago. Her previous employment was long-term with the same landscaping company. She had good references and a clean background check. No criminal history, no significant debt, and no family in the area. I'm intrigued despite knowing I shouldn't be. I want to know more about her, which is a bad sign. Katya couldn't be sure, but she is right that I rarely get involved with the personnel. If there's hiring or firing to do, I leave that to Mrs. Nikova and let Valentine handle the background checks and security details. I fight myself before asking, why did she leave New York? He scans for a minute. The application just says, seeking new opportunities. Could be anything. Bad relationship, financial problems, or she wanted a change of scenery. I study her application photo. It's a standard headshot, professionally taken, but not expensive. She's looking directly at the camera with a slight smile that seems genuine. She doesn't flinch. The observation surprises me as much as it does Valentine. What? I look at him, then back at her photo. Most people flinch when I speak to them. She didn't. Valentine looks at me with the expression he gets when he's trying to figure out where my thoughts are heading. Is that significant? I close her file and turn away from the monitors. It might be. I want her reassigned. To what? My personal assistant. Have Mrs. Nikova brief her on office duties tomorrow morning. Valentine's voice carries a warning I haven't heard in a long time. Yarek, she's a gardener. She has no experience with office work and no clearance for sensitive information. I shrug. Then she'll learn. He's really frowning now. This isn't like you. You don't make impulsive personnel decisions. He's right, and we both know it. Impulsive decisions are how people get killed in this business. And yet, something about Sarah Clark has gotten under my skin in a way I don't understand. Maybe it's the way she looked at me without fear, or the competent way she handled a difficult situation, or simply that she seems genuine in a world full of people who are constantly performing. Have Mrs. Nikova prepare an office on the second floor, something with natural light. Valentine doesn't argue, but there's concern in his expression. Should I run additional background checks? Contact her previous employers directly? Do whatever you think is necessary. I pause at the door. Do it quietly. I don't want her to know she's being investigated. Understood. He already has his phone in his hand when I add, keep watch on the Nikitins. Today's meeting didn't go the way they wanted, and that makes them unpredictable. He nods, already on it. I leave him to his work and return to my office, but I'm distracted by thoughts of the new gardener. Sarah Clark looked at me like I was just a man who'd helped her avoid a fall. There was nothing more and nothing less. When was the last time someone looked at me that way? The question follows me through the rest of the afternoon, and I check the security monitors more often than usual. She's back at work, spending 2 back-breaking hours mopping up the water mess with barely a break. By the time she finishes for the day, I've made my decision. Sarah Clark interests me, and I haven't been interested in anything new for a long time. Tomorrow morning, I'll find out whether that interest is justified or if it's a mistake that could cost me everything I've worked to build. I roll my eyes at the dramatic thought. I've spent too much time around Katya Nikitin and must be careful that her theatrics don't wear off on me.
I arrive at the estate gates at 7:50 this morning, 10 minutes early because I spent most of the night staring at the ceiling and wondering if I'm about to be fired. The security guard waves me through with the same polite nod as yesterday. But everything feels different now. Yesterday, I was just another groundskeeper. Today, I have no idea what I am. The main house looms ahead of me. All that stone and glass in intimidating architecture makes me feel like I'm trespassing just by walking up the front steps. I've never been inside before. Yesterday's work kept me strictly to the grounds and service areas, safely away from whatever important business happens behind those panoramic windows. I press the doorbell and wait, smoothing down my khakis and checking that my blouse is properly tucked in. I chose my most professional outfit this morning. Though compared to the designer dress that blonde woman wore yesterday, I probably still look like someone who doesn't belong here. The door opens to reveal an elegant woman in her 50s with silver-streaked hair pulled back in a neat chignon. She's wearing a charcoal gray suit that screams efficiency and competence. And when she looks at me, I get the impression she's cataloging everything from my shoes to my hairline. "You must be Sarah Clark." Her voice carries a slight accent I can't place. Maybe Eastern European. "I'm Mrs. Nikova, the house manager. Please come in." I follow her into a foyer that's larger than my entire apartment. The ceiling soars above us, supported by marble columns. Original artwork covers the walls, and a crystal chandelier sparkles from the sunlight. "This is beautiful," I say before I can stop myself, then immediately worry I sound like a tourist. Mrs. Nikova's expression softens slightly. "Mr. Baranov has excellent taste. He personally selected most of the pieces you see here." She gestures for me to follow her down a hallway lined with more artwork. "I understand there's been a change in your employment status." "Has there? I'm not entirely sure what that means." "You'll be working as Mr. Baranov's personal assistant. The position involves scheduling, correspondence, file organization, and various administrative tasks as needed." She pauses at the bottom of a curved staircase. "Do you have experience with office work?" I consider lying, but decide honesty is probably the safer option. "Some. I worked summers at my mother's insurance office during high school, and I've handled basic administrative tasks at previous jobs. I'm comfortable with computers and scheduling software." It's not entirely false. Mom's friend Janet ran a small insurance agency, and she let me answer phones and do filing when I needed summer money after my mom died while finishing my landscaping certificate at community college. I also handled some of the paperwork at the landscaping company when their regular office manager was out sick. I'm not a trained personal assistant, but I'm not completely clueless either. And Mrs. Nikova nods approvingly. "Good. Mr. Baranov values competence and discretion above all else. You'll find he's very focused on his work and doesn't appreciate interruptions unless they're genuinely urgent." I venture another question. "What kind of work does he do?" "Import and export, various business ventures?" Her tone suggests that's all the information I'll be getting on that subject. "Your office is on the second floor. I'll show you there first, then take you to meet Mr. Barinov." We reach the second floor, and Mrs. Nikova leads me down another hallway. This one with enormous windows that look out over the estate grounds. I see the pool area where I worked yesterday, the gardens I was supposed to be maintaining, and beyond that, the Long Island Sound stretching toward the horizon. "Here we are." She opens a door to reveal a bright, airy office with white walls and modern furniture. A large desk sits near the windows, already equipped with a computer, phone, and various office supplies. Built-in bookshelves line one wall, currently empty except for a few reference books. This is mine? I can't keep the amazement out of my voice. For as long as you're in Mr. Baranov's employ, yes. She moves to the desk and picks up a thin folder. These are the basics you'll need to know, including the building layout, important phone numbers, and some general guidelines for managing Mr. Baranov's schedule. I take the folder, feeling like I'm accepting a role in a play I don't understand. Mrs. Nikova, can I ask why I was chosen for this position? Yesterday, I was fixing irrigation systems. Her expression is blank, but I catch something that might be curiosity in her eyes. Mr. Baranov doesn't usually explain his decisions to staff. I suggest you focus on doing the job well rather than questioning why you have it. I'll miss working outside, but I need this job, whatever it turns out to be, and questioning the boss's motives on my second day would be spectacularly stupid. I straighten my shoulders. You're absolutely right. I appreciate the opportunity. She nods with approval. Good. Let's go meet Mr. Baranov. His office is at the end of the hall. We walk past several closed doors, and I wonder what's behind them. More offices, guest rooms, secret rooms full of mysterious import-export business things? I'm definitely overthinking this, but the whole situation feels surreal. Mrs. Nikova knocks on a heavy wooden door, waits for a response, then opens it and gestures for me to enter. Mr. Baranov, your new assistant is here. The office is enormous, with dark wood paneling and furniture that looks both expensive and comfortable. Bookshelves that go from the ceiling to the floor line two walls, filled with volumes in what appears to be several different languages. A massive desk dominates the center of the room, and the man who caught me yesterday sits behind it. He looks up from whatever he's reading, and those blue eyes focus on me with the same unsettling intensity I remember. He's wearing a bespoke dark suit today, but he still looks like someone who's used to getting his hands dirty when necessary. Sarah Clark. He says my name like he's testing how it sounds. Please, sit down. I take the chair across from his desk, trying to look professional and confident despite my heart beating faster than it should. Mrs. Nikova withdraws, closing the door behind her and leaving me alone with him. I hope Mrs. Nikova explained your new responsibilities. I lick my lips, suddenly discovering new levels of nervousness. She gave me the basics, yes, but I'm curious about why you decided to move me from gardening to office work. I pause, then add, Sir. He briefly smiles. You handled a difficult situation competently yesterday. You assessed the problem, attempted a solution, and took responsibility when things went wrong. Those are useful qualities in any position. I frowned slightly. Even when the solution involved flooding your pool deck? He gives me another small smile, which feels oddly like a gift. He doesn't seem like a man who smiles often. Especially then. Most people would have panicked or tried to cover up the mistake. You stayed calm and started cleaning up immediately. He leans back in his chair, studying me. Tell me about your previous work experience. I give him the same summary I gave Mrs. Nikova, emphasizing the administrative tasks and downplaying most of my experience involves physical labor and customer service. He listens without interrupting, occasionally making notes on a legal pad. Your references from the landscaping company are excellent, he says when I finish. Your supervisor mentioned that you were reliable, detail-oriented, and good with difficult clients. Thank you. I tried to do good work there. Why did you leave New York? The question startles me even though I should have expected it. I've practiced this answer dozens of times, but sitting across from him in this intimidating office makes my prepared response feel inadequate. I needed a change of scenery. New York was getting expensive, and I thought Connecticut might offer better opportunities. It's not entirely a lie, just not the whole truth. He nods, but I have the feeling he sees through the evasion. So, you've been in Greenwich for 8 months? Yes, sir. Do you like it here? I do. It's quieter than the city, but close enough that I don't feel completely isolated. I'm relaxing slightly. encouraged by what seems like genuine interest rather than interrogation. The work at the landscaping companies here is different too. There is more estate management and less commercial properties. More personal. Exactly. I smile, remembering some of the gardens I've worked on. There's something satisfying about helping someone create a space they really love, rather than just maintaining generic corporate landscaping. It's difficult to tell how he feels when he says, "And now you'll be helping me maintain my schedule instead of my gardens." If that's what you need, yes. He slides a folder across the desk toward me. These are the appointments and commitments for the next 2 weeks. I need you to review them, identify any conflicts or scheduling issues, and prepare a summary for me by the end of the day. I open the folder and scan the first few pages. It's a mix of business meetings, phone conferences, and what look like social obligations. The handwriting is neat but difficult to read, and some of the entries are in what might be Russian. Should I reschedule anything that looks problematic? Not without checking with me first. Some of these appointments are more flexible than others. He hands me a business card. This is my cell phone number. Use it only for genuine emergencies or if something urgent comes up that can't wait. I take the card, noting the simple design and expensive paper stock. What qualifies as an emergency? You'll know when you see it. That's not particularly helpful, but I nod anyway. Is there anything else you need me to focus on today? Familiarize yourself with the filing system. Mrs. Nikova will show you where everything is kept. Sarah? He looks directly at me, and I feel that same electric awareness I experienced yesterday. I value honesty and efficiency. If you don't understand something, ask. If you make a mistake, tell me immediately. If you have concerns about anything, bring them to my attention. I understand, sir. His lip curves up slightly before he aborts the smile trying to emerge. Good. Mrs. Nikova will help you get oriented. We'll meet again at 4 o'clock to review your progress. I stand, recognizing a dismissal when I hear one. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Baranov. I won't disappoint you. I hope not. I leave his office with the folder clutched in my hands and my mind racing. This is either the best opportunity I've had in years or the beginning of a very complicated situation. Possibly both. It also presents a dilemma between preference and practicality. I don't want to be stuck inside all day, but the bump in salary I saw briefly when examining the documents the house manager gave me helped convince me I can stand to be in an office for 8 hours per day. Mrs. Nikova spends the next hour showing me the filing systems, explaining the phone system, and walking me through the basics of managing his calendar. Mr. Baranov values precision, she tells me as we review the appointment scheduling software. If a meeting is scheduled for 2 o'clock, he expects to begin at 2 o'clock exactly, not 5 minutes after or 10 minutes before. Understood. What about the entries in Russian? Should I ask him to translate those? Only if you need to schedule around them. He handles his personal appointments himself, but you need to know when he's unavailable for business matters. By lunchtime, I've made significant progress with organizing his schedule and identifying potential conflicts. There are a few overlapping appointments that need to be resolved, and one meeting that's scheduled during what appears to be a standing commitment every Tuesday afternoon. I'm reviewing the files when my phone buzzes with a text message. I glance at it, expecting something from Nina about dinner plans, but the number is unfamiliar. I'll never stop looking for you. You can't hide forever. The blood drains from my face, and for a moment, I can't breathe. The words blur on the screen as my hands start to shake, and I have to read them twice to make sure I'm not imagining things. It's a message Alex would send, using the same threatening tone wrapped in language that could be explained away as romantic persistence if anyone else saw it. My first instinct is to delete it immediately, but I force myself to screenshot it first, just in case. I spend the rest of the afternoon trying to focus on work, but my mind keeps drifting back to the text. Alex is in New York. He has no way of knowing where I am or how to contact me. I changed my phone number when I moved to Connecticut, and I've been incredibly careful about maintaining my privacy. The message has to be a coincidence. Maybe it's a wrong number or someone playing a prank. There's no way Alex could have tracked me down after all this time. By 4 o'clock, I've convinced myself I'm overreacting. I have the schedule summary prepared and a list of questions about the conflicting appointments. When Mrs. Nikova tells me Mr. Baranov is ready to see me, I gather my materials and try to project confidence I don't really feel. His office feels smaller this time, maybe because I'm more mentally prepared. He's still behind the massive desk, but he's removed his suit jacket and rolled up his sleeves, making him look slightly more approachable. How was your first day? He looks up from his computer as I take the same chair I occupied this morning. Educational. I have your schedule summary and a few questions about potential conflicts. I hand him the folder with my notes, and he reviews them quickly, occasionally nodding or making marks in the margins. This is thorough work. You identified several issues I might have caught too late. He looks up at me with what might be approval. The Tuesday afternoon conflict you flagged is a standing appointment that takes priority over business meetings. Reschedule the other item for Wednesday morning. I nod and make a note of it. Should I explain the reason for the change? Just say, there was a scheduling conflict that couldn't be resolved. Most people won't push for details. We spend the next 20 minutes going through the rest of my questions, and I'm relieved to discover I haven't made any major mistakes. He's a good teacher, explaining the context behind various appointments and helping me understand his priorities. You did well today, he says when we finish. Tomorrow, I'll need you to handle some correspondence and coordinate with our legal team about a contract review. Mrs. Nikova will give you the details. Thank you. I enjoyed the work, actually. It's nice to use different skills. I'm being truthful here. I miss being outside, but it was interesting to do something entirely different from the usual. I get a tiny smile once more. Good. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30. I gather my things and head toward the door, then pause. Mr. Baranov, may I ask you something? Of course. Why did you really choose me for this position? I mean, I'm grateful for the opportunity, but there must have been other candidates with more relevant experience. He's quiet for a long moment, and I wonder if I've overstepped some boundary I didn't know existed. You interest me, he says finally. Most people are predictable. You're not. It's not the answer I expected, and I'm not sure how to respond. I hope that's a good thing. We'll find out. I leave the estate feeling strangely unsettled, though whether it's because of the cryptic conversation with my new boss or the threatening text message, I can't say. Probably both. The drive home gives me time to think, and by the time I reach my apartment, I've decided not to mention the text to Nina unless I receive another one. It's probably nothing, and there's no point in worrying her over what's most likely a wrong number. Nina is in the kitchen when I walk in, stirring something that smells amazing and humming along to music playing from her phone. She grins at me over her shoulder, referencing the text I sent her at lunchtime to share the news of my promotion. How was your first day as a fancy personal assistant? Did you get to answer important phone calls and schedule power lunches? I drop my purse on the counter and steal a piece of carrot from her cutting board. Something like that. It was actually kind of interesting and different from what I expected, even if I was stuck inside all day. Nina turns to fully face me, wooden spoon still in hand. Good different or weird different? Both, maybe. My boss is... I pause, trying to find the right words. Intense, but not in a bad way. It's more like he's used to being in control of everything, and he expects the same level of focus from everyone around him. She raises an eyebrow. Sounds demanding. Maybe, or maybe he's just very clear about what he wants. I think about the way he looked at me when he said I interested him. I can't quite figure him out. Nina sets down her spoon and leans against the counter, giving me her full attention. Hot boss? Nina. I'm just asking. Rich, powerful, mysterious, and intense is usually a good combination in the attractiveness department. She tilts her head slightly and winks. A lot of businessmen marry their secretaries. She's not wrong, but admitting that feels dangerous for reasons I can't quite articulate. He's my employer, that's all. Nina grins and turns back to her cooking. Sure he is. Just remember, workplace crushes can get complicated. There's no crush. If you say so. I change the subject to safer topics, and we spend the evening talking about her latest catering job and watching terrible reality TV. It's comfortable, normal, and exactly what I need after a day of feeling like I'm living in someone else's life. I'm getting ready for bed when my phone buzzes again. For a split second, I freeze, worried it's another threatening message, but this time, it's just Nina texting from her bedroom next door. Don't overthink the job thing. You deserve good opportunities. I stare at her message for a long moment, then make a decision I probably should have made hours ago. I walk to her bedroom door and knock softly. Nina opens it wearing an oversized t-shirt and fuzzy socks, her hair twisted up in a messy bun. What's up? I hold out my phone, showing her the screenshot of the earlier text. I got this today during work. Her expression changes immediately as she reads the message. She pulls me into her room and closes the door behind us, even though we're alone in the apartment. Sarah, this sounds exactly like Alex. She sits on her bed and pats the space beside her. When did you get it? I sink down next to her, suddenly exhausted. Today at work, I was trying to convince myself it was just a wrong number or a prank. From an unknown number? Yeah. I screenshotted it before I could talk myself out of it. Nina studies the message again, her face grim. This isn't a wrong number. I'll never stop looking for you is way too specific. Someone knows you're hiding. The words make my stomach drop with familiar dread. We've had this conversation before. Back when I first decided to leave New York, Nina was the one who helped me research how to disappear and how to start over somewhere new without leaving obvious traces. She insisted on coming with me, knowing I had no one else. She didn't either, but it was still a sacrifice for her, and I appreciated it then as much as I still do. I don't want Alex to disrupt both our lives again. She reaches over and squeezes my hand. Tell me exactly what you remember about how you left things with Alex. Did he know you were planning to go? I waited until he was traveling for work, packed everything I could fit in my car, and left. I close my eyes, remembering those terrifying final weeks. But he's smart, Nina, and he has resources. If he really wanted to find me, he would have done it months ago. Her voice is firm, reassuring. You changed your phone number, your address, and your job. You don't have social media, and you've been careful about not using credit cards anywhere that could create a paper trail. So, how did someone get my new number? I don't know. Maybe it really is a coincidence, or maybe someone's fishing with random numbers hoping to get a response. She hands my phone back to me. Have you gotten any other weird messages, phone calls, anything else that felt off? I shake my head. Just this one, but it scared me enough that I could barely focus on work for the rest of the day. What did you tell your boss? Nothing. I managed to get through the rest of my work without falling apart. I lean back against her headboard, feeling some of the tension leave my shoulders now that I'm not carrying this alone. Nina, what if he really found me? What if Alex is here in Connecticut? Then we'll handle business. We've been planning for this possibility since we moved here. She gets up and walks to her dresser and pulling out a small notebook from the top drawer. Remember? We have options. The notebook contains our contingency plans, researched and written down during late-night conversations when my paranoia was at its worst. It holds a list of different ways to disappear again if necessary, with places we could go and a sadly short list of people who might help. I don't want to run again. The admission comes out smaller than I intended. I like it here. I like my new job, I like our apartment, and I don't want to put you through that again. You gave up so much for me, and for the first time in months, I was starting to feel like maybe I could build a real life. Nina sits back down beside me and puts her arm around my shoulders. I gave up a job as a line cook and a lousy boyfriend who wasn't worth anything. I like it here much better than the city, and I'll go where you go. But you don't have to run anywhere based on one text message. We just need to be smart about this. What do you mean? Save any other messages you get. Don't respond to unknown numbers. Vary your routine when you can and pay attention to whether anyone seems to be following you or watching you. She pauses, thinking. Maybe we should tell someone else what's going on, just in case. Like whom? I don't know. A neighbor? Your boss? The suggestion makes me laugh, though there's no humor in it. I'm not telling my boss I might have a stalker ex-boyfriend. I just started this job, and the last thing I need is for him to think I come with drama or decide I'm not worth the security risk. She frowns, temporarily in mom mode, though she's only a year older than me. It's just her nature sometimes. Sarah, if this escalates, you might not have a choice. She's right, but the thought of explaining my past to Yarek Baranov makes my skin crawl. He strikes me as someone who values control and predictability, and I'm neither of those things. If he knew the truth about why I left New York, he'd probably rescind the job offer immediately. Let's see if I get any more messages before we panic. I stand up, suddenly desperate to end this conversation. Maybe it really was just a wrong number. Nina doesn't look convinced, but she nods anyway. Okay, but promise me you'll tell me if anything else happens. Anything at all. I promise. I hug her goodnight and return to my own room, but sleep feels impossible now. I lie in bed staring at the ceiling, thinking about the text message and wondering if Alex really has found me after all these months of careful hiding. The worst part is I'd finally started to feel safe. I'd begun to believe I could have a normal life, and maybe even a good one. Now, that fragile sense of security feels like it's crumbling around me. I roll over and check my phone one more time, half expecting to find another message waiting. The screen is dark, showing only the time, and my wallpaper photo of the Long Island Sound taken from the estate grounds yesterday. If Alex has found me, there's nothing I can do about it tonight. Tomorrow, I'll go to work, do my job, and try to act like everything is normal. I'll be careful, observant, and hope Nina is right about this being a coincidence. The alternative is too frightening to consider.
The morning meeting with Valentine starts earlier than usual, which means I'm already thinking about problems before most people have finished their first cup of coffee. He's waiting in my office with 2 laptops open and a stack of files that suggests we'll be here for a while. The Nikitins called twice yesterday, he says without preamble, as I close the door behind me. Leonid wants to schedule a follow-up meeting about the warehouse arrangements. I pour myself coffee from the service set Mrs. Nikova always has ready and settle into the chair across from his makeshift command center. What did you tell them? That you were considering their proposal and would respond when you'd reached a decision. Valentine closes one laptop and focuses on the other screen. They're not going to wait much longer for an answer. Let them wait. The longer they push, the more obvious it becomes that they need this deal more than we do. Maybe, or maybe they're planning to make the decision for us. He pulls up a surveillance report and turns the screen toward me. 3 of their people were spotted near our main warehouse yesterday. They were just watching and made no attempt to approach or gather intelligence, but they wanted to be seen. I study the photos he's collected. The men are obvious muscle, the type Leonid uses when he wants to send a message without saying anything directly. Intimidation tactics, or reconnaissance for something bigger. He settles back in his chair, his expression grim. I think they're planning to force our hand. If we won't agree to their surveillance terms, they'll create a situation that makes it necessary. Such as? Security incident at the warehouse, theft, vandalism, or something that makes our current protection look inadequate. He scrolls through more photos, showing different angles of the same men. Then they offer to help solve the problem they created. It's a classic Nikitin move, elegant in its simplicity and difficult to prove afterward. Create the crisis, then position themselves as the solution. Double security at all our facilities. I want our people watching their people, and I want documentation of everything. If they try anything, I want proof. Already handled, but there's another issue. Valentine closes the laptop and reaches for one of the files. The engagement contract. I set down my coffee cup, suddenly losing my appetite for both caffeine and this conversation. What about it? Leonid's lawyers sent over the final draft yesterday. They want your signature by the end of the week. He slides the document across my desk. It's more detailed than the preliminary version. I flip through the pages, noting the formal language that makes a personal relationship sound like a corporate merger, which, in many ways, it is. The contract outlines everything from wedding dates to inheritance rights, from public appearances to business integration, and has the audacity to include a clause that I must produce at least 2 children with Katya, and a third attempt if both of the first 2 are girls. They've added clauses about joint decision-making for major business investment, I say, stopping at one particularly problematic section. Katya would have veto power over any deal involving more than $50 million. They're positioning her as an equal partner rather than just a wife. Valentine's tone carries the warning I already understand. Sign this, and you're not just marrying into their family. You're making them partners in ours, which is exactly what they wanted all along. I close the contract and push it aside. The warehouse surveillance was never the real goal. It was just the opening move. He nods, looking troubled. So what do? We buy time. I'll review the contract, request modifications, and generally stall while we figure out our alternatives. I stand and walk to the window, looking out over the estate grounds. What about our other options? The Italian connections or the Romanian roots? Possible, but they'll take months to establish properly, and they won't give us the same reach in Eastern Europe that the Nikitins offer. I sigh heavily. They also won't give the Nikitins control over our operations. True. He gathers his files and stands as well. There's one more thing. Your new assistant. The mention of Sarah makes me turn away from the window. What about her? She has a clean background, exactly as we discussed, but there's something interesting in her employment history. He opens a different file and hands me a single sheet of paper. Her last job in New York ended abruptly. She gave 2 weeks' notice, but her supervisor noted she seemed anxious to leave and didn't provide a forwarding address. You understand this information didn't come officially, since it's illegal to reveal that. But for $1,000, he was ready to talk. I scanned the document, noting the dates and the brief comments from her former employer. People leave jobs for all kinds of reasons. True, but people who are just seeking new opportunities usually don't refuse exit interviews or decline to participate in company alumni networks. Valentine's expression is neutral. It could be nothing, or it could be something worth knowing about. Such as, he pauses as though considering, personal problems, financial issues, or legal troubles that didn't show up in our standard background check, or there's someone she was trying to get away from. The possibility settles in my mind with uncomfortable effect, putting me on edge and instantly making me angry. Sarah carries herself like someone who's learned to be careful and is always aware of her surroundings. I'd attributed it to the normal caution of someone starting a new job, but maybe there's more to it. Keep monitoring, but quietly. I still don't want her to know we're digging into her life. Understood. After he leaves, I try to focus on the contract review and the morning's other business. But my thoughts keep drifting to Sarah. Yesterday's meeting went well, and she'd performed better than I'd expected given her limited office experience. She asked intelligent questions and seemed genuinely interested in doing the job correctly. More than that, she didn't flinch when I looked at her directly or try to fill uncomfortable silences with nervous chatter. Most people are either intimidated by me or performing for me, but she simply seemed present. Around noon, I decide to check on her progress. Her office door is open and I see her at the desk, completely absorbed in whatever she's working on. She's wearing a different blouse today in pale blue that brings out the green in her eyes, and her hair is pulled back in a simple style that somehow looks both professional and graceful. I knock on the door frame, and she looks up with a slight smile that seems automatic before becoming more genuine when she recognizes me. "Mr. Baranov, how may I help you?" "I wanted to see how you're settling in. Are you having any problems with the scheduling software?" She gestures to her computer screen, where I see a complex calendar display with color-coded entries. Actually, it's more intuitive than I expected. I've identified 2 more potential conflicts and drafted some options for resolution. "Show me?" She turns the monitor so I can see it better and walks me through her analysis. Her explanations are clear and logical, and she's caught details that could have caused significant problems if left unaddressed. "This is excellent work," I say, meaning it. "You have good instincts for this." "Thank you. I'm finding it more interesting than I expected." She pauses, then adds, "Though I do miss being outside." I have to fight down the urge to smile. The grounds will still be there when you have breaks. Feel free to walk the gardens if you need fresh air. "I appreciate that." She smiles again, and I suddenly want to prolong the conversation. "Sarah, I have a project that will require some evening work this week. Are you available to stay late tonight?" She frowns. "How late?" "Probably until 8 or 9. It's an audit of some business files that needs to be completed before Friday's meeting." She considers this for a moment. "I can do that, but I'll need to charge double my hourly rate for anything after 6 o'clock. The request surprises me, not because it's unreasonable, but because most employees would simply agree without negotiating. That's acceptable. Then yes, I can stay late tonight. Good. I'll have Mrs. Nikova arrange dinner for us since you'll be working through the evening. That's not necessary, but thank you. I leave her to her work and spend the afternoon reviewing contracts and taking calls, but part of my attention remains focused on the evening ahead. Working closely with Sarah for several hours will give me a better sense of who she is beneath the professional competence. It will also give me time to observe whether she's hiding something, as Valentine's research suggests. By 6 o'clock, the estate has settled into its evening quiet. Most of the day staff have gone home, leaving only security and essential personnel. I find Sarah in the conference room adjacent to my office, surrounded by file boxes and legal documents. "Mrs. Nikova said you wanted these files audited for the compliance issues," she says, as I join her at the large table. "I've been organizing them by date and transaction type." "Perfect. We need to identify any irregularities or missing documentation before the lawyers review everything Friday." We work in comfortable silence for the first hour, occasionally discussing specific documents or clarifying procedures. Sarah creates detailed notes and flags potential problems. Around 7:30, Mrs. Nikova brings us sandwiches and coffee, then discreetly withdraws. The room feels different at night, more intimate somehow, with just the two of us working by lamplight while the grounds settle into darkness outside. "Can I ask you something?" Sarah asked during a break in our document review. "Of course." "What kind of business requires this level of documentation?" She gestures to the boxes of files we've been examining. "I've worked for landscaping companies and insurance agencies, but nothing that generated this much paperwork." Import and export involves significant regulatory compliance. Every shipment needs proper documentation for customs, insurance, and tax purposes. It's a simplified version of the truth, but accurate enough. One missing form can hold up a shipment worth millions of dollars. That makes sense. She returns to her work a few minutes later, but she still seems to be absorbing the information. We're deep in the audit when I hear footsteps in the hallway outside. The sound is distinctive and recognizable as high heels tapping across the floor with the precise rhythm I've learned to associate with Katya Nikitina's unique sway. "Expecting someone?" asked Sarah, looking up from the file she's reviewing. "Not exactly." Katya appears in the doorway wearing a black dress and an expression that suggests she isn't here for a social call. She stares at us, taking in the conference table covered with documents, Sarah and me working side by side, and the intimate lighting of the evening setting. "I apologize for interrupting," she says, though her tone suggests no such thing. "I was hoping to discuss some details about our upcoming engagement announcement." I stand, immediately shifting into the formal mode Katya's presence requires. "Of course. Sarah, would you excuse us for a moment?" Sarah nods and begins gathering the files on which we've been working. "I'll organize these in chronological order while you're talking." "How dedicated," Katya says with a hint of mockery while watching Sarah's movements with sharp eyes. "I do hope you're not working your dear assistant too hard, Yarek." She looks rather tired. The comment is clearly designed to sound concerned while actually being dismissive, suggesting Sarah isn't capable of handling demanding work. I watch Sarah's reaction carefully and see her pause for just a moment, her jaw tightening almost imperceptibly before she continues organizing the documents. "Sarah is quite capable," I say simply. "I'm sure she is." Katya's smile is sharp. "I do wonder if late-night work sessions are really appropriate. People might get the wrong impression." The implication hangs in the air like a threat wrapped in silk. Sarah's cheeks flush slightly, but she doesn't look up from her work or acknowledge the conversation. "Shall we discuss your concerns in my office?" I gesture at the door, making it clear this conversation will continue privately. "Of course." Katya moves past Sarah without another glance, her heels clicking authoritatively against the floor. I follow her into my office, closing the door behind us, and immediately regretting I have to deal with this, when I'd rather be working with Sarah. "What do you want? Katya?" She settles into the chair across from my desk. "I want to know why you're playing house with the gardener." I scowl at her. "I'm conducting business with my assistant. Nothing more." "Your assistant who used to fix sprinkler systems." Her tone makes it sound like a personal failing. "Really, Yarek, if you needed additional office help, there are agencies that could have provided someone with actual qualifications. Sarah is perfectly qualified for what I need." She arches her brow slowly in a suggestive way. "What exactly do you need that requires such personal attention?" The question carries implications I choose not to address directly. "I need competent administrative support. Sarah provides that." "I see." She settles back in her chair, studying me with the expression I recognize from when she's planning something unpleasant. I suppose everyone deserves a chance to prove themselves, even if they're clearly out of their depth. I huff out an irritated breath. Was there something specific you wanted to discuss about the engagement announcement? Actually, yes. Sort of. She reaches into her purse and pulls out a folded newspaper clipping. I thought you should see this before it becomes a wider story. I take the clipping and scan the headline. Barinov-Nikitin Alliance Strengthens Eastern European Trade Networks. The article is brief but detailed, describing our upcoming marriage as a strategic merger that will reshape import-export operations across multiple countries. Interesting timing, I say. I don't recall authorizing any press announcements. Sometimes these things develop a momentum of their own. Her tone is innocent, but her eyes are calculating. Once the contracts are signed, it becomes a matter of public record anyway. I nod once. The contracts haven't been signed yet. They will be by the end of the week, according to my father. I set the clipping aside and meet her gaze directly. Nothing gets signed until I'm satisfied with the terms. I want to bring up the outrageous clause dictating how many children we'll have, but I'm not sure I can discuss it right now. She's already made me angry, and the thought of having to touch her to make any children forces me to swallow my gorge. I never imagined she actually planned to consummate the business merger. Of course, she stands, smoothing down her dress. I just wanted to make sure you understood people are watching this situation with considerable interest. Any complications would be unfortunate for all involved. The threat is clear, even if diplomatically phrased. Katya is reminding me that backing out of this arrangement would have consequences beyond personal disappointment. I understand the stakes perfectly. Good. She heads toward the door, then pauses. You might want to consider the optics of working so closely with your staff. People talk, and not all conversations are charitable. After she leaves, I return to the conference room to find Sarah still working. She's made significant progress organizing the files, but there's a tension in her posture that wasn't there before. Everything all right? I ask as I take my seat across from her. Fine. She doesn't look up from the document she's reviewing. I should probably mention that I couldn't help overhearing some of your conversation. Such as? The part about me being out of my depth. She finally meets my gaze, and I can see hurt there despite her controlled tone. I hope my work has been satisfactory so far. Your work has been excellent. Katya's comments have nothing to do with your performance. Then why did she say such things? I consider how much to reveal, weighing honesty against the complexity of the situation. Katya is my fiancée. She has opinions about how I conduct my business. Her expression shifts, and for a moment I see something that might be disappointment before it's quickly hidden. I see. Should I be concerned about job security? I frown. Number your position depends on your performance, not on anyone else's opinions. Good to know. She returns to her work, but something has changed in the atmosphere between us. The easy collaboration we developed over the evening has been replaced by a careful distance. We finish for the evening in relative quiet, with Sarah maintaining professional while clearly withdrawing emotionally. By the time we're done, I regret Katya's interruption more than I should. This is excellent work, I say, as we review the final summary. You've identified several issues that could have been serious problems. Thank you. She stands and begins gathering her things. Will you need me to stay late again this week? Possibly. I'll let you know tomorrow. Of course. Good night, Mr. Baranov. Good night, Sarah. I watch her leave, noting the way she holds herself with careful dignity despite the evening's difficulties. Katya's visit was clearly designed to establish territory and send a message, but I'm not sure it achieved the intended effect. If anything, it's clarified something I hadn't wanted to examine too closely. I'm more interested in Sarah Clark than is wise or appropriate, and judging by her reaction to learning about my engagement, the interest might not be entirely one-sided. That makes the situation considerably more complicated than a simple employment arrangement. Sarah Clark is becoming more important to me than she should be.
I should go straight home after the evening's work session, but I find myself walking toward the pool area as the estate settles into darkness around me. The confrontation with Katya left me feeling raw and unsettled, and the thought of driving home to Nina's concerned questions feels overwhelming right now. The pool house sits at the edge of the property, far enough from the main building to feel private, but close enough that I'm not technically trespassing. Mrs. Nikova mentioned during my orientation that employees have access to the pool facilities during off hours, and right now, the idea of swimming laps until my mind goes quiet sounds like exactly what I need. The changing room is pristine and well-appointed, with fluffy towels and basic amenities that remind me this isn't a public facility. I change into one of the guest swimsuits provided, a simple black one-piece that's probably designer. It fits differently than the cheap ones I usually wear, conforming to my curves, with a softer lining. Despite its simplicity, it makes me look amazing. The pool glows with underwater lighting that turns the water an ethereal blue-green. Steam rises from the heated surface, and the surrounding landscape is bathed in subtle accent lighting that makes everything look like a scene from a magazine. I slip into the water without making a splash, immediately feeling some of the tension leave my shoulders as the warmth envelops me. I start with slow, easy laps, focusing on my breathing and the rhythm of my strokes. The physical motion helps quiet the storm in my head, at least temporarily. I don't want to think about Katya's pointed comments or the way Yarek's expression changed when he mentioned their engagement. I especially don't want to think about the disappointment that hit me when I realized he's spoken for, which is ridiculous, of course. He's my boss, he's wealthy and powerful, and completely out of my league, and I've known him for exactly 2 days. That I'm attracted to him is inconvenient enough without adding romantic fantasies to the mix. The water feels perfect against my skin, and I lose myself in the meditative quality of swimming, losing myself in the rhythms, stroke, breathe, turn, and repeat. It's similar to the rhythm I find working in gardens, the physical activity letting my mind process without overthinking. I'm maybe 15 laps in when I surface at the deep end and notice a figure standing in the shadows near the pool house. My heart skips a beat, and I immediately think of the text message from yesterday. The silhouette is tall and masculine, watching me from the darkness in a way that makes every instinct scream danger. I call out, my voice higher than I intended. "Who's there?" The figure doesn't respond, and panic starts to claw at my throat. I raise my voice more. "I said, who's there?" I start swimming toward the shallow end steps and my chance to get out of the water, but the figure moves closer to the pool's edge. In the dim lighting, I can't make out features, just a tall shape that could be anyone. I'm trying to keep my voice steady, but I can hear the fear creeping in. "Please, I'm just swimming. I have permission to be here. If you want me to leave, I'll leave." The figure steps into the pool lighting, and suddenly, I can see his face. Yarek looks calm and composed, wearing dark jeans and a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up. His expression is concerned rather than threatening, and I feel stupid for panicking. His voice is gentle, and the same tone someone might use with a frightened animal. "Sarah, it's all right. You're safe." I'm treading water in the middle of the pool, my heart still hammering from the adrenaline rush. I'm sorry, I didn't realize anyone was here. He moves closer to the pool's edge, crouching down so we're at eye level. I heard swimming and came to check. Are you hurt? No, I'm fine, just startled. I swim to the edge, where he's waiting, suddenly acutely aware I'm in a swimsuit while he's fully clothed. I thought someone was watching me. He reaches out a hand to help me out of the pool, and I take it without thinking. His grip is warm and steady, and he pulls me up onto the deck with easy strength. Someone was. Me, but not for any reason you should worry about. Water drips from my hair and swimsuit, creating small puddles on the stone deck. I cross my arms over my chest, partly from the evening chill and partly from self-consciousness. I should probably go. I don't want to cause any trouble. Yarek disappears into the pool house and returns with a large, fluffy towel. You're not causing trouble, but you're shivering. Come inside where it's warm. Uncertainly, I follow as Yarek guides me to a wicker couch near a fireplace that provides both warmth and soft lighting. I wrap the towel around myself gratefully before sitting down, finally starting to feel calm again. He settles into the chair across from me, maintaining a respectful distance while still being close enough for conversation. Better? Much. Thank you. I tuck the towel more securely around myself. I'm sorry for panicking like that. It's been a long day. You don't need to apologize. I should have announced myself instead of lurking in the shadows. I study him as covertly as I can. Why were you out here anyway? He's quiet for a moment, looking toward the windows that face the pool. I often walk the grounds when my mind won't settle. What's keeping you unsettled? Business complications, family obligations? He looks back at me with an expression I can't quite read. Things that felt simpler a few days ago. Something in his tone makes me think he's not just talking about contracts and meetings. The engagement your fiancé mentioned? He shrugs. Among other things. I wait for him to elaborate, but he seems lost in thought. The silence stretches between us, comfortable despite the unusual circumstances. The fireplace crackles softly, and I hear the gentle sound of the pool's filtration system outside. I venture finally to ask, can I ask you something? Of course. Do you love Katya? The question surprises me as much as it seems to surprise him. I hadn't planned to ask anything so personal, but something about the intimate setting and the events of the evening has lowered my usual guard. Yarek's expression becomes unreadable. That's a complicated question. Is it? It seems pretty straightforward to me. Love is a luxury I can't afford. He leans back in his chair, his gaze steady on mine. My engagement to Katya is a business arrangement that will benefit both our families and strengthen important alliances. That doesn't answer my question. He's quiet for a moment before answering. No, I don't love her. I don't think she loves me either. We both understand what this arrangement is and what it isn't. Then why go through with it? How can he marry someone he doesn't love? How can anyone? He hesitates before answering. Some things are more important than personal preference. Family loyalty, business stability, and maintaining peace between organizations that could destroy each other if they chose to are more crucial than love. I study his face in the firelight, trying to understand what kind of life requires that level of sacrifice. That sounds lonely. Loneliness is also a luxury I can't afford. Everyone needs connection and someone who cares about them as a person, not as a business asset. He leans forward slightly, his attention focusing on me with that same intensity I've noticed before. Do they? What about you, Sarah? Do you have someone who cares about you that way? The question startles me and makes my mouth dry as I think of Alex, which brings a surge of fear. His idea of caring didn't reconcile with mine. I take a deep breath and focus on the present, easily finding an answer. I have Nina. She's been my closest friend for years. That's not what I meant. Heat rises in my cheeks as I realize what he's asking. I must have already known deep down, which was why my thoughts went to Alex. There's no one like that. Why not? You're intelligent, beautiful, and capable. I find it hard to believe you're alone by accident. The compliment makes my pulse quicken, but it also brings back memories I'd rather not examine. Sometimes being alone is safer than the alternative. He frowns, as though troubled by the idea of me being unsafe. Safer how? I burrow deeper into the towel, suddenly feeling exposed in ways that have nothing to do with my swimsuit. Some people aren't what they seem. Some relationships become complicated. Complicated, like dangerous? I lick my lips. Something like that. He nods slowly, as if my evasion confirms something he already suspected. Is that why you left New York? Partly. I meet his gaze directly, surprised by my own honesty. I had to choose between safety and everything else I thought I wanted. And you chose safety. I chose survival. The admission hangs in the air between us, heavier than I intended. I've never told anyone except Nina about the real reasons I left New York or how bad things were with Alex, but something about Yarek's presence makes me want to trust him with pieces of my truth. His voice is gentle and understanding. I'm sorry you had to make that choice. No one should have to run from their life. I nod and half shrug at the same time. Sometimes it's the only option. Yes, it is. We sit in comfortable silence for a few more minutes, both lost in our own thoughts. I'm relaxing despite the personal nature of our conversation. There's something about Yarek that makes me feel safe, even when he's asking questions I normally wouldn't answer. His voice is quieter now, almost intimate. Sarah? Yes? I want you to know that your work today was good, not just competent or adequate. My cheeks flush as I feel flustered for the praise, which is silly. Thank you. That means a lot coming from you. He gives me a tiny smile that's gone almost as soon as it appears. It should. I don't give empty compliments. I smile slightly in return. I noticed that. You're not exactly effusive with praise. No, I'm not, but when I say something, I mean it. Good to know. He stands up from his chair and moves to sit on the edge of the coffee table, bringing him closer to where I'm curled on the couch. I also want you to know Katya's comments tonight had nothing to do with your performance and everything to do with her own insecurities. She's your fiancé. She has a right to be concerned about who you're working with. I say the words, but don't know if I mean them. They're expected, but she'd only be insecure if she has feelings for him, right? He's frowning again. She has a right to many things. Being rude to my employees isn't one of them. It's fine, really. I wave a hand dismissively. I've dealt with difficult people before. His tone carries an edge of anger that surprises me. It's not fine. You deserve to be treated with respect. His name slips out before I can stop myself, more intimate than the Mr. Baranov I've been carefully maintaining. Yarek? Yes? Why did you really hire me for this position? Don't say it's because I handled the irrigation problem well. There has to be more to it than that. He's quiet for a long moment, studying me in the firelight. When he speaks, his voice is quiet. When I look at you, I don't see someone who wants something from me. You look at me like I'm just a man, not a name or a fortune or a stepping stone to something else. I'm perplexed and frown. You are just a man. Another smile appears before fading. No, I'm not. I haven't been just a man for a very long time. I arch a brow. Then what are you? I'm a position, a responsibility, and a set of obligations and expectations that never end. He pauses. However, when I'm with you, I remember what it felt like to be a person instead of just a role. The admission makes my chest tight with emotions I don't want to name. Yarek, you're engaged to someone else. Yes, I am. I nibble on my lower lips. And I work for you. Yes, you do. So this conversation probably shouldn't be happening. I sigh as I say that, knowing it needs to be said, but wishing we could just lose ourselves in this moment. Probably not. Despite his agreement, neither of us moves to end it. Instead, he reaches out and touches my hand where it rests on the towel. His fingers are warm and sure, and I don't pull away. His voice is quiet, almost hesitant. Sarah? Yes? I want to kiss you. The words send heat shooting through me, and for a moment, I can't breathe. That's a bad idea. He immediately agrees. Terrible idea. It would complicate everything. Rather than sounding strong, my voice is almost enticing. He huffs lightly in something that might pass for a brief, harsh laugh. Everything is already complicated. I look into his eyes and see the same want and confusion I'm feeling. This is madness, but something about this moment feels inevitable. I hear myself say, "Just once?" The voice of reason is screaming at the back of my mind, but I can barely hear it. He leans toward me slowly, giving me time to change my mind or pull away. Just once. I don't do either. Instead, I meet him halfway, and when his lips touch mine, the rest of the world disappears. The kiss starts tentatively, but quickly deepens into something hungrier. He tastes like coffee and something darker. And when he cups the back of my neck, I make a sound that's part sigh and part surrender. This is what I've been trying not to think about since the moment he caught me falling by the pool. There's no denying the attraction between us, and I'm letting go of all pretenses in the moment. He rests his other hand on my waist through the towel, and I lean into him, forgetting every reason this is a mistake. The kiss becomes more urgent and demanding, making me respond without thinking about consequences or complications. When he breaks away to trail kisses along my jaw and down my neck, I arch into him, fisting my hands in his shirt. Everything about this feels right despite being completely wrong. Sarah. My name sounds different when he says it like that, all rough and full of wanting. I know, Yarek. This is... He trails off to kiss my neck again. Crazy. Impossible. A terrible idea. I pull back to look at him, noting the way his careful composure has completely shattered. All of the above. Yes. He's already leaning in to kiss me again, and I'm already tilting my face up to meet him. This time, the kiss is deeper and more desperate. I'm starting to lose the ability to think clearly. He edges his hands to the end of the towel without being pushy or demanding. The just rests there like a question. The touch sends electricity through me, and for an instant, I consider letting this go wherever it wants to go. Then reality crashes back in. I put my hands on his chest and push gently but firmly. Stop. We have to stop. He pulls back immediately, his breathing unsteady. Sarah, you're getting married. I stand up quickly, clutching the towel around myself. This can't happen. The engagement isn't what? Real? Binding? It doesn't matter what kind of arrangement it is. You're committed to someone else, and I won't be the other woman. He shoves the hair off his forehead that got disheveled during our exchange, looking as shaken as I feel. You're right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. We both shouldn't have. I grab my clothes from where I left them and head toward the changing area. I need to go. Sarah, wait. I turn back to look at him, noting the regret and something else in his expression. This was a mistake, Yarek. It can't happen again. I know. I make my tone even firmer. I mean it. I need this job, and I can't afford to complicate things. He sounds regretful, but doesn't hesitate. I understand. Good. With that, I rush back to the changing area, slipping off the suit and my own clothes as quickly as I can, planning to shower at home and leave the pool house without looking back. I can feel him watching me go, and it's both reassuring and unsettling. The drive home passes in a blur of conflicting emotions and second-guessing. And by the time I reach my apartment, I've convinced myself what just happened was a momentary lapse in judgment brought on by stress and proximity. Nina is either out or having a really early night, so I slip into my room quietly in case she's sleeping and try to process what just happened. I kissed my boss, my engaged boss. Despite knowing it was wrong and understanding all the reasons it can't happen again, part of me is already hoping it will, which makes me either very stupid or very much in trouble. Possibly both.
I arrive at the office early the next morning, determined to approach the day with the same focus I've maintained for years. Last night's encounter with Sarah was a lapse in judgment and nothing more. I won't let one moment of weakness undermine everything I've worked to establish. The morning routine helps restore my equilibrium. By 8 o'clock, I've almost convinced myself the kiss in the pool house was an aberration that won't be repeated. Then Sarah arrives. I watch her through my office window as she walks across the courtyard, moving with that same quiet grace that caught my attention from the beginning. She's wearing a navy blue dress today, simple and professional, but it looks incredible on her. Or I'm just besotted. She doesn't glance toward my office or give any indication that anything significant happened between us. Her composure is perfect, and I'm both impressed and frustrated by her ability to compartmentalize. Valentine appears in my doorway with coffee and the morning's agenda. Mrs. Nikova sent the tray with me. He sets it down on my desk, leaving me to pour for both of us before continuing. Your 9 o'clock meeting with Mr. Sokolov has been confirmed. He'll meet you at the Harbor Club as requested. I hand him a mug and add a splash of cream to mine before taking a sip. Good. What do we know about his background? He studies his tablet for a moment. He's a mid-level operations manager for a transportation company based in New York. He has no direct ties to any major organizations, but he's been making inquiries about shipping routes through Connecticut. I've flagged him as someone worth watching. I scan the basic information, noting the professional photo that shows a man in his early 30s with sharp features and an expensive suit. Something about his expression suggests he's used to getting what he wants, which immediately puts me on alert. Has he explained why he's interested in our territory? He shrugs. He claims he's expanding his business and looking for local partnerships and heard we run efficient operations. He wants to explore opportunities. Convenient. I close the file and check my watch. I'll meet with him, but I'm keeping it short. If he's legitimate, we'll know quickly. If he's not, I don't want to give him more information than necessary. Valentine nods, and after we finish our coffee, we head outside to a waiting SUV. He gets in the passenger side, and Luco, the driver, takes us to the meeting spot. The Harbor Club is a neutral venue I use for meetings with unknowns. It's public enough to discourage violence, but private enough for serious conversation. Luco ensures we arrive 10 minutes early, and Valentine takes up a sentry position at the back of the room on the other side, while I claim a corner table that gives me a clear view of the entrance and exits. The location also gives me time to review what I know about Sokolov one more time. His company registration shows recent incorporation, which could mean legitimate expansion or could indicate a shell operation designed to provide cover for other activities. The address listed is a business center that rents temporary office space, which is another red flag that suggests he's not as established as he claims to be. Roman Sokolov walks in precisely on time, moving with the confidence of a man who's accustomed to making strong first impressions. He's taller than his photo suggested, well-dressed, and carrying himself like someone who's never been told no. When he spots me, his smile is perfectly calibrated to suggest both respect and equality. The smile doesn't reach his eyes, though, and he scans the room, gaze pausing on Valentine before approaching my table. I can't tell if he's exercising professional caution or looking for weaker prey. Mr. Baranov. He extends his hand as he approaches the table. Thank you for agreeing to meet on such short notice. I shake his hand briefly, noting the firm grip and expensive watch. "Mr. Sokolov, please, sit down." He drops into the chair across from me, immediately signaling the waitress for coffee with a single finger. "I hope you don't mind me saying, but your reputation precedes you. Everyone in the transportation business knows the Baranov name means quality and reliability." The flattery is smooth but generic, an opening gambit that works with men who have larger egos than sense. I wonder if he's done his homework on me personally, or if he's relying on assumptions about what motivates people in my position. "Flattery isn't necessary. Tell me what you want." He laughs, a sound that's meant to seem genuine, but feels rehearsed. Direct. I appreciate that. Too many people waste time with pleasantries when they could be discussing real business. I note the way he leans forward slightly when he speaks, revealing he's used to using physical presence as a negotiating tool as he invades my personal space. The gesture would work on someone insecure about their position, but it only makes me more suspicious of his motives. What business would that be? I represent a growing network of transportation and logistics companies throughout the Northeast. We're looking to establish more efficient shipping routes, particularly for high-value cargo that requires discretionary handling. The euphemism hangs in the air between us. He's talking about smuggling, or at least skirting customs regulations, but doing it carefully enough to maintain plausible deniability. Why come to me? There are plenty of established operations that handle discretionary cargo. Most of them are either too small to handle our volume or too well known to law enforcement. He leans forward slightly, his tone becoming more confidential. We need partners who can move significant quantities without attracting attention. Your organization has that reputation. I frown at him. What makes you think my organization handles that kind of business? His smile sharpens. Mr. Baranov, we both know there are legitimate shipping operations, and then there are comprehensive logistics solutions. I'm not interested in legitimate shipping. The admission is bold enough to be either honest or a risk. I study his face, looking for tells that might indicate whether he's legitimate or fishing for information. His pupils are slightly dilated despite the restaurant's moderate lighting, and there's a fine sheen of perspiration on his forehead, betraying he's more nervous than his casual demeanor indicates. I study him for a moment longer. Assuming I were interested in such an arrangement, what kind of volume are we discussing? He barely hesitates before rattling off a response. Initially, maybe 6 shipments per month of high-value items with moderate bulk, originating from various European ports. He pulls out his phone and shows me what appears to be a shipping manifest. Eventually, we'd want to scale up significantly. I glance at the manifest without touching the phone, noting the types of cargo and estimated values. The numbers are substantial enough to be attractive, which makes me more suspicious rather than less. The document looks professionally prepared, but something about the formatting seems off, as if it was created specifically for this meeting rather than pulled from actual business records. Where would these shipments be going? Again, there's no hesitation in his answer, as though he practiced all this beforehand. Various destinations throughout New England and the Mid-Atlantic. We have distribution networks in place, so you'd only need to handle the initial import and regional transport. That sounds attractive and too good to be true. What about the financial arrangements? He gives me a smile. 20% of cargo value paid upon successful delivery. For the volume we're discussing, that would represent significant ongoing revenue. The offer is generous enough to be tempting, which raises additional red flags. Legitimate operators don't typically offer such favorable terms to unknown partners. The percentage he's suggesting would represent a significant premium over standard shipping rates, which means either his cargo is extremely high risk or he's not planning to honor the agreement long term. I lean back in my chair, letting silence stretch between us while I consider his proposal. He waits patiently, occasionally sipping his coffee, but I see tension building in his posture despite his casual demeanor. His left hand keeps moving to adjust his watch, a nervous tick that betrays his anxiety about my response. He seems disappointed that I'm not bowled over by his presentation. After another tick, I speak firmly. Mr. Sokolov, I appreciate you thinking of my organization for this opportunity, but I'm not interested. His expression doesn't change, but a flash of irritation, quickly suppressed, flickers behind his eyes and confirms my suspicion he's not used to being refused. May I ask why? The terms are quite generous. Too generous. I give him a thin smile with no warmth. In my experience, when someone offers deals that seem too good to be true, there's usually a reason. I understand your caution, but sometimes good business is just good business. He leans forward again, his tone becoming more persuasive. Perhaps we could start with a smaller arrangement to let you see how smoothly things operate? I don't think so. Now I see a flash of something that might be anger before he regains control. That's disappointing. I was hoping we could find common ground. I shrug slightly. Business is business, nothing personal. Of course not. He stands and extends his hand again. If you change your mind, you know how to reach me. I stand as well, but don't take his hand. I won't be changing my mind. His smile becomes strained. You never know what the future holds. Markets change, circumstances evolve, and opportunities that seem unattractive today become essential tomorrow. The statement carries a threatening undertone that makes my instincts sharpen. Perhaps. Good luck with your expansion plans, Mr. Sokolov. Thank you, Mr. Baranov. I hope we'll have the chance to do business together someday, one way or another. He walks away without looking back, but something about his parting comment sits uneasily with me. The phrase one way or another suggests he's not accustomed to accepting rejection gracefully. On the drive back to the estate, Valentin asks, "How did it go?" His body language was a little odd. I noticed he's not legitimate. He was too polished, too generous with his terms, and too interested in our specific operations. He scowls. Law enforcement? He didn't feel like law enforcement, but I can't rule that out. Possibly. Or he's working for someone who wants information about our shipping routes and security procedures. What's your read on him personally? I consider the question as Luco navigates through afternoon traffic. Arrogant and used to getting his way. He's the type who doesn't handle rejection well. Valentin looks troubled. Dangerous? Potentially. Keep monitoring his activities and flag anyone else who starts asking questions about our operations. I will. Anything else? He makes a note on his tablet. Yes. Run a deeper background check. I want to know who he's really working for and what he was hoping to accomplish with this meeting. Consider it done. By the time we reach the estate, my unease about Roman Sokolov has crystallized into active concern. Men like him don't typically disappear quietly when their initial approach fails. They probe for weaknesses, look for alternative routes to their objectives, and sometimes resort to more direct methods of persuasion. I need to make sure our security protocols are current and everyone understands the potential threat level has increased. The main house feels different when I enter, quieter somehow, though I can't identify what's changed. Mrs. Nikova greets me with the afternoon's messages and a status update on various ongoing projects, but my attention is already shifting towards Sarah's office. I tell myself I'm simply checking on her progress with the audit materials, making sure she hasn't encountered any problems that need my attention. The rationalization feels thin even to me, but I maintain it as I walk down the hallway toward her door. She's at her desk with a stack of files spread around her, completely absorbed in whatever she's reviewing. Her hair is pulled back in a simple twist, and she's wearing reading glasses I haven't seen before. The glasses make her look scholarly and serious, which shouldn't be as attractive as I find it. I knock on the door frame, and she looks up with a professional smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. "Mr. Baronoff, how can I help you?" The return to formal address stings more than it should, but I suppose it's necessary given what happened last night. I wanted to check on your progress with the compliance review. Are you finding everything you need? Yes, thank you. I've identified several minor discrepancies that should probably be addressed before the external audit, but nothing that appears to be serious. She turns her computer screen so I can see the spreadsheet she's created, color-coded, to highlight different types of issues. The organization is excellent considering her limited office experience, and her analysis appears thorough and accurate. I'm genuinely impressed. This is excellent work. How much more time do you think you'll need? She pauses a second, as though mentally tabulating. I should have everything completed by tomorrow afternoon, assuming no major complications arise. I inject approval into my tone. Good. Let me know if you run into any problems. She nods but doesn't say anything else. I should leave. The professional check-in is complete, and lingering will only make the situation more complicated than it already is. Instead, I'm moving closer to her desk, drawn by a magnetism I don't seem able to control. She straightens in her chair, clearly aware of my proximity, but doesn't say anything. The tension that built between us last night is still there, simmering beneath the surface of our careful professionalism. I reach for her hand where it rests beside her keyboard, moving slowly and deliberately. She watches my approach but doesn't pull away until the last moment, when she steps back from her chair and puts distance between us. Her voice is quiet but firm. This is wrong. I could argue with her. I could point out my engagement is a business arrangement, and what's between us has nothing to do with contracts or family obligations. I could remind her she was as eager for that kiss as I was. Instead, I nod once and move to the chair beside her desk, picking up the nearest folder as if that was my intention all along. You're right. Let's focus on the work. We sit side by side for the next hour, reviewing documents and discussing compliance issues with careful professionalism. She explains her analytical process, shows me the patterns she's identified, and asks intelligent questions about regulatory requirements. She's not working in a conventional way, but her method is working, so I don't bother trying to force her to think about it a different way. At one point, she mutters something under her breath about my handwriting being illegible, and I almost laugh. The comment is so normal, so unguarded, that it reminds me of how natural things felt between us before last night's kiss. I don't touch her again during our work session, though the temptation is constant. Instead, I content myself with watching her concentrate, noting the way she bites her lower lip when she's thinking, and the small sounds of satisfaction she makes when she solves a particularly complex problem. She's trying to hide how flustered she is by my presence, but I see it in the way she occasionally loses her train of thought or reaches for the wrong file. Knowing I affect her as much as she affects me is oddly thrilling. When we finish reviewing the compliance materials, I stand to leave but pause at her door. "Sarah." She looks up from organizing the files on which we've been working. "Yes?" "Thank you for your discretion about last night. I appreciate your professionalism." She flushes slightly but sounds composed when she says, "Of course. This arrangement we have working together closely is important to me. I don't want anything to jeopardize that." She meets my gaze directly for the first time today. Neither do I. I nod. "Good. I'll see you tomorrow." I leave her office and return to my own, but find it difficult to concentrate on anything else. The conversation with Roman Sokolov seems less urgent now, though it shouldn't. My security concerns feel manageable compared to the growing complexity of my feelings for Sarah. She's right that pursuing anything between us would be wrong. She works for me, I'm engaged to someone else, and mixing personal and professional relationships rarely ends well. The rational part of my mind understands all of these facts perfectly. The rest of me doesn't care. I want her with an intensity that's becoming harder to ignore or rationalize away. The kiss last night was a revelation, showing me possibilities I hadn't allowed myself to consider. She responds to me in ways that Katya never has, with genuine feeling rather than lifeless performance. I've never kissed Katya like that, keeping our public exchanges perfunctory and private ones as non-existent as possible, but there's no way she'd rock my very existence like Sarah did. More than that, she sees me as a person rather than a position. When she looks at me, I remember what it felt like to be human instead of just functional. I can wait, I tell myself. I can maintain professional boundaries and appropriate distance. I can resist the temptation to cross lines that shouldn't be crossed, but as I sit in my office replaying the sound of her saying my name last night, I realize that waiting has an expiration date. This attraction isn't going away, and my self-control isn't infinite. Something will have to give, and soon. I recall Roman Sokolov's parting words about opportunities becoming essential when circumstances change. Perhaps he was more perceptive than I gave him credit for. Circumstances have already changed more than I'm willing to admit. Sarah Clark has become essential in ways I never intended to allow. If I'm not careful, she'll become more than I can allow, and a weakness a man like me can't afford.
I'm preparing to leave for the day when Mrs. Nikova appears in my office doorway with her usual composed expression. She adjusts the papers in her hands before speaking. "Mr. Baranov has requested you stay late this evening. He'd like to discuss your progress on the compliance review." I glance at the clock on my computer screen. It's already past 5, and most of the staff has gone home for the day. "How late?" He didn't specify, but he mentioned you should plan to have dinner here. Her tone is matter-of-fact, as if this is a perfectly normal request. Shall I let him know you're available? The suggestion catches me unprepared. In the 3 weeks I've worked here, Yarek has never asked me to stay for dinner, and our work sessions have always been strictly professional. Aside from some lingering looks and brief touches that we both pretend are accidents. Is this about something specific? Did I make an error in the compliance materials? Mrs. Nikova's expression gives away nothing. I wasn't given details. Simply, the request for your continued presence this evening. I consider my options. Refusing would be insubordination, and I need this job too much to risk making him unhappy. Whatever this dinner meeting is about, I'll handle it professionally and hope for the best. All right, should I wait in my office? Mr. Baranov will send for you when he's ready. She turns to leave, then pauses. You might want to freshen up. The private dining room is more formal than your usual work meetings. She disappears down the hallway, leaving me with a dozen questions and no answers. I spend the next 2 hours trying to finish up loose ends while my mind spins through possibilities. Maybe he wants to extend my probationary period, or he's decided I'm not working out after all, or maybe the past 3 weeks of careful professionalism weren't enough to erase the memory of our kiss by the pool. When it's almost 7, I'm wound so tight I can barely sit still. I use the executive washroom to touch up my makeup and make sure my hair isn't completely disheveled from the day's work. The navy blue dress I'm wearing is one I've worn several times now in his presence. It's simple and professional, but in the mirror's lighting, it looks more elegant than I remembered. Or I'm just projecting my wishful thoughts. At 7 o'clock precisely, Mrs. Nikova reappears. Mr. Baranov is ready for you now. She leads me through corridors I've never seen before, past formal reception rooms and up a curved staircase to the second floor. The private dining room is smaller than I expected, being intimate rather than imposing. A round table is set for 2 with white linens, crystal glasses, and flickering candles. Classical music plays softly from hidden speakers, and the whole scene feels more like a date than a business meeting. Yarek stands near tall windows that overlook the gardens, wearing dark slacks and a white dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up. He looks relaxed and comfortable, which somehow makes me more nervous rather than less. He moves away from the windows as I enter. Sarah, thank you for staying. I take the chair he indicates, noting he's chosen a table small enough that we'll be sitting closely together. Mrs. Nikova said you wanted to discuss the compliance review? Among other things. He pours wine from an open bottle into both our glasses, which seems strange for a business meeting. I thought we deserved a meal without interruptions or the pretense of working. I frown at the wine and then at him. I don't understand. He takes the seat across from me, close enough I can smell his cologne and see the candlelight reflecting in his eyes. We've been dancing around each other for almost 3 weeks, maintaining professional distance while pretending we don't feel what's happening between us. Tonight, I'd like to have an honest conversation. My pulse speeds up, and I reach for my wine glass to give my hands something to do. The stem feels delicate between my fingers, and I'm careful not to grip it too tightly. Yarek, I don't think... Just dinner, Sarah. Just 2 people talking without expectations. The wine is excellent, smooth and warming as I take a careful sip. It's layered and expensive, making me savor it even without knowing why. What did you want to talk about? You? Your work. How you're settling in here. He leans back in his chair, studying my face in tense focus. Whether you're happy? My mouth is dry, in spite of the wine, and I have to swallow it along with a lump in my throat before I can speak, going for aloof and grateful. I'm grateful for the opportunity. The work is challenging in ways I didn't expect, and I'm learning a lot. He shakes his head slightly. That's not what I asked. Are you happy, Sarah? The question startles me with its simplicity. Am I happy? I consider the past few weeks since starting this job. Despite the complications with Yarek and the ongoing threat from Alex, though I've received no more text messages, I've felt more like myself than I have in months. Yes, the admission surprises me with its certainty. For the first time in a long while, I think I am happy. A smile touches the corners of his mouth. Good. I want you to be happy here. Mrs. Nikova appears as silently as a ghost, placing plates of what looks like a gourmet salad in front of us before disappearing again. The service is so smooth it's almost invisible, allowing us to maintain the illusion we're alone. I gestured to the elegant table setting and perfectly plated food. This is beautiful, but you didn't need to go to this much trouble. If you wanted to discuss my work, we could have done it in your office. He appears almost flustered for an instant. I wanted to see you somewhere you might feel comfortable being yourself instead of trying to be the perfect employee. I smile. I am trying to be the perfect employee. He gives me one of those rare, genuine smiles that transform his entire face. I know. It's one of the things I find most endearing about you. Endearing feels like dangerous territory, but I don't know how to respond without making things more awkward. Instead, I focus on the salad, which is delicious, and gives me an excuse not to meet his penetrating gaze. He asks as we eat, "Tell me about your life before you came here. What did you do for fun in New York?" I laugh, though there's no humor in the sound. Fun? I worked a lot, tried to stay out of trouble, and saved money when I could. I omit all details of my tumultuous relationship with Alex. He seems perturbed by my answer. That doesn't sound like much of a life for a 26-year-old woman. I set down my fork and meet his gaze directly. Life doesn't always leave room for fun. He nods as though in agreement. What about now? What do you do when you're not working? I think about my quiet evenings with Nina, our terrible reality TV marathons, and the simple pleasure of feeling safe in my own apartment. I read, cook with my roommate, or go for walks when the weather's nice. Simple pleasures. The best kind, I think. We talk through the main course, which turns out to be perfectly prepared salmon with vegetables that taste incredible. I relax despite my initial nervousness. Yarg is an excellent listener, asking thoughtful questions about my interests and opinions without prying into areas I clearly want to avoid. He tells me about books he's read, places he's traveled, and his thoughts on everything from art to politics. It's the first real conversation I've had in years with someone who's genuinely interested in what I think rather than just waiting for his turn to talk. The wine and candlelight and his undivided attention combine to create a sense of intimacy that makes me forget why this is supposed to be inappropriate. I say, as Mrs. Nikova clears our plates and brings coffee and what looks like chocolate mousse, "You're different tonight." Different how? Relaxed. Less... I search for the right word while stirring cream into my coffee. Less controlled, I suppose. Like you're not performing for anyone. I'm not. Right now, I'm just a man having dinner with a woman whose company I enjoy. I set down my coffee cup with a slight clink against the saucer. You're still my boss. Not in this room. Not tonight. He reaches across the table and covers my hand with his, where it rests beside my dessert spoon. Tonight, we're just Yarrick and Sarah. His fingers are warm against mine, and I don't pull away even though I should. The contact sends electricity up my arm, and I have to concentrate on keeping my breathing steady. What happens tomorrow? Tomorrow, we go back to being professional, but tonight... Tonight what? Tonight, I'd like to kiss you again. The admission makes my breath catch in my throat. Heat spreads through my chest, and I feel my cheeks flush. Yarrick. I know all the reasons why it's complicated. I know we work together, and I know about my engagement. I know this makes everything more difficult. His thumb glides across my knuckles in a gentle, hypnotic rhythm. None of that changes how I feel about you. I can't resist asking, how do you feel about me? I should be pulling away, but I can't without hearing his answer. Like I'm drowning, and you're the only thing keeping me above water. The raw honesty in his voice makes my chest tight with emotion. That's not fair. You can't say things like that. He looks slightly amused. Why not? It's the truth. I shake my head, trying to maintain some semblance of rationality. It's not that simple. You're getting married to a woman I don't love, in an arrangement that has nothing to do with what I want. His grip on my hand tightens slightly. Not painful, but insistent. Sarah, look at me. I lift my gaze to meet his across the candlelit table, and the intensity I see there makes my heart race. His blue eyes are dark, with something that looks like desperation and desire mixed together. I've never felt the way I feel about you for anyone else. Whatever this is between us, it's real, and it's not going away just because it's inconvenient. He sounds convinced and confident, as though nothing can change his mind. I try to find my voice, but it comes out as a whisper. It's more than inconvenient, it's impossible. His lips turn down slightly. Is it? Or are we just afraid to find out what might happen if we stop fighting it? I stare at him, torn between the logical voice in my head screaming warnings and the part of me that's been starving for this kind of connection for what seems like all my life. We can't take this back. I know. I swallow more wine to moisten my mouth. It could ruin everything. My job, your engagement, and both our reputations. His voice is steady, certain. I know that too. I stare at him, unable to comprehend his thoughts. Then why are you willing to risk it? I've finally realized there are worse things than complications. I search his face, looking for any sign this is just physical attraction or momentary impulse. All I see is the same longing that's been eating at me for weeks, and the same desperate need that makes me dream about his hands and his mouth and the way he looked at me by the pool. He presses a kiss to the top of my head. No regrets? I trace lazy patterns over a rose tattoo on his chest with one finger. None. You? Only that we waited so long. We lie in comfortable silence for a while, and I relax completely for the first time in months. This feels right in a way that nothing has for a very long time. His voice is thoughtful when he speaks again. Sarah, I want you to know that this doesn't have to complicate things at work. We can keep this separate and private. No one has to know. I stiffen for a moment, not liking how I suddenly feel like his dirty secret. What about your engagement? I sound almost emotionless as I ask. He sighs. That's a business arrangement. It has nothing to do with us. I prop myself up on one elbow to look at him, needing to see his face and search for sincerity. I need to know how he really feels. What are you suggesting? We continue this and see where it leads without worrying about other people's expectations or complicated family politics. I consider his words. You want to have an affair. My first instinct is to recoil and get dressed, but he feels so good that I stay. I want to be with you, however that works and whatever that looks like. He traces my cheek with one finger. I know it's not ideal, but it's what we have. I consider his offer, weighing the risks against the way I feel in his arms. For the first time since leaving New York and escaping Alex, I feel like myself again, safe, desired, and free to make my own choices. What he offers isn't ideal, and it's no fairy tale. Is it enough for me? I think about leaving him, and never feeling this way again, and whisper, okay. He stiffens slightly, like he can't believe I'm agreeing. Okay? I bite my lip before being fully candid. I want to be with you too, whatever that means or however complicated it gets. It prickles my conscience as the voice of reason whispers in my mind, asking how far I'm prepared to go to keep this? Mistress to a married man? The thought repels me, but still, I remain. The engagement is just an arrangement, and things can change. I cling to that rationale as he rolls us over so he's above me again, and I see satisfaction and something deeper burning in his eyes. No regrets, he says, echoing my earlier words. I pull him down for another kiss. No regrets. I sound confident about it, and I don't regret this night. But I'm not really sure I can be the other woman even if the arrangement is purely business. His kiss and caresses quickly silence that voice of logic again, and I surrender to how he makes me feel, physically and emotionally.
I wake before dawn with Sarah curled against my side, her hair spread across my chest, and her breathing soft and even. The events of last night feel both surreal and inevitable, as if we'd been moving towards this moment since the day she flooded my pool deck. She stirs when I brush a strand of hair from her face, opening those green eyes that have been haunting my thoughts for weeks. What time is it? Early. You don't have to get up yet. She stretches like a cat, and her body presses against mine in ways that make my morning erection more insistent. The simple contact sends heat through me, and I have to resist the urge to roll her beneath me and start the day the way we ended last night. I should go. She sits up, and I immediately miss her warmth. Mrs. Nikova will be here soon, and I don't want anyone to see me leaving your room. I need to go home to shower and stay a few more minutes. I pull her back down beside me, enjoying the way she fits perfectly against my side. Mrs. Nikova doesn't arrive until 7, and it's barely 6. She relaxes into my arms, and we lie in comfortable silence while the sun gradually lightens the sky outside my windows. I could get used to waking up with her beside me, starting each day with her warm body pressed against mine. The thought should alarm me, considering how carefully I've avoided emotional entanglements for years. Instead, it feels right in a way that nothing has for a very long time. Yarek, her voice is quiet and uncertain. Yes? Last night was... She pauses, searching for words. I don't regret it, but I need to know this isn't just physical for you. I turn so I can look into her eyes, seeing vulnerability there that makes my chest constrict. It's not just physical. Then what is it? I don't know yet, but I want to find out. She searches my face for a long moment before nodding. Okay. Okay. I want to find out too. She gets up reluctantly, gathering her clothes from where we scattered them across the floor last night. I watch her dress, memorizing the way she moves and the curve of her back as she reaches for her dress zipper. I'll see you at work, she says, pausing at the door. Sarah? She turns back to me. Thank you for last night, this morning, and trusting me. She smiles, a genuine expression that transforms her entire face. Thank you for making me feel safe enough to trust. After she leaves, I lie in bed for a few more minutes, replaying the night and trying to process what's changed between us. The physical connection was better than anything I've experienced with anyone else. More than that was the emotional intimacy and the way she looked at me like I was just a man instead of a pakun. I finally forced myself to get up and prepare for the day, knowing maintaining our professional relationship will be more challenging now that I know exactly how she sounds when she comes apart in my arms. By 7:30, I'm showered, dressed, and reviewing overnight reports in my office when Valentine arrives with his usual morning briefing and a grim expression. We have a problem. He sets his laptop on my desk and pulls up a series of financial records. Someone accessed one of our dormant shell companies yesterday and authorized a significant transaction. I study the screen, noting the account numbers and transaction details. Which company? Meridian Holdings, the one we used for the art acquisition 3 years ago, then mothballed when we shifted to direct purchases. Who has access to that account? According to our records, just you, me, and the bookkeeper who handled the original setup. Valentine scrolls through more documents. Victor Petrov, he's been with us for 6 years, has a clean record, and is a family man. I frown, trying to understand why a man like that would take such a risk. What kind of transaction? It's a payment authorization for a customs processing fee. The package is a high-value import disguised as a luxury artwork and antiques. He pulls up the shipping manifest. Look at the actual cargo description. I scan the detailed inventory, recognizing the coded language immediately. Weapons. Someone's trying to move military-grade equipment through our channels. He nods. It gets worse. The shipment routing shows it coming through Nikitan distribution networks. Valentin's expression is stone cold. If this had processed successfully, the legal exposure would have fallen entirely on us. The Nikitans would have clean hands while we faced federal weapons trafficking charges. I grit my teeth and breathe in and out for a moment to quell the surge of anger. I need to be calm and rational, not a rampaging beast. How far did it get? We caught it at the preliminary customs review. Our contact flagged it as suspicious because the artwork descriptions didn't match the declared values. He closes the laptop. Seems someone clearly expects this kind of cooperation from us. I lean back in my chair, processing the implications. Or they think they can sneak it past us and make us the dupes. They're testing our security to see how much access they can gain to our operations. That's my assessment. The question is whether Victor acted alone or if he's working with someone else. Bring him in. I want to know exactly how someone convinced him to compromise a dormant account without authorization. Already done. He's in the warehouse office waiting for your instructions. I stand, reaching for my jacket. Let's go have a conversation with Victor. The drive to the warehouse gives me time to consider the broader implications of this breach. Someone with detailed knowledge of our financial structure convinced a trusted employee to access an account that should have been untouchable. Either we have a serious security problem, or the Nikitans are more resourceful than I gave them credit for. Viktor Petrov sits in the office chair like a man facing execution, which isn't far from the truth. He's middle-aged and soft around the edges, with the look of someone who spent his life avoiding trouble, but suddenly found himself in the middle of it. Victor. I take the chair across from him while Valentin positions himself by the door. Tell me about yesterday's transaction. His voice shakes when he speaks. Mr. Baranov, I can explain. The authorization looked legitimate and I thought, I'm not interested in what you thought. I want to know exactly what happened, from the beginning. He takes a shaky breath. A man called yesterday morning and said he was representing one of your European partners. He had all the right codes, knew about the Meridian account, and even knew my daughter's name. What did he want? Authorization for a customs payment. He said it was time-sensitive, and you were traveling so you couldn't handle it personally. He wipes perspiration from his forehead. He provided all the documentation, Mr. Baranov, account numbers, routing information, and even copies of what looked like your signature on the authorization forms. That's infuriating, but I maintain an icy demeanor. Describe this man. American accent, and he sounded professional. He knew details about our operations that only someone with inside access would know. Victor's voice becomes more desperate. I've been loyal to your family for 6 years. I would never intentionally compromise. Someone convinced you to access a dormant account without verification from me or Valentin. I keep my voice level, but Victor flinches as if I'd shouted. That's either incompetence or betrayal. I thought I was following proper procedures. The documentation looked authentic. I study his face, looking for signs of deception. All I see is genuine fear and confusion, which doesn't necessarily mean he's telling the truth. Victor, I want you to understand something. This transaction would have resulted in federal charges against our entire organization. Your family would have been left without protection or support while you served a lengthy prison sentence. He nods frantically. I understand now. I should have verified directly with you and should have questioned the urgency. Yes, you should have. I stand, signaling the end of the conversation. Clean out your desk. Your employment here is terminated immediately. Mr. Baranoff, please. I have a wife and children. This job is all I have. You should have considered that before compromising our security. Valentine steps forward. I'll escort you out. Wait. I study Victor's face one more time. Who else knows about the Meridian account? No one, I swear. I've never discussed dormant accounts with anyone outside the organization. Your family? Friends? Anyone you might have mentioned work details to? He frantically shakes his head. Never. I've always been careful about operational security. I nod to Valentine, who takes Victor's arm and guides him toward the door. The man's career with us is over, but whether he lives to find new employment depends on whether I believe his story about being deceived rather than corrupted. After they leave, I spend an hour reviewing our financial security protocols and identifying vulnerabilities that need to be addressed. If someone can convince a trusted employee to compromise dormant accounts, we need better verification procedures and clearer consequences for unauthorized access. My phone buzzes, but when I check it, it's just a routine update from our legal team about contract reviews. Nothing that requires immediate attention. I return to my analysis and finally text Valentine the verdict. Just cut him loose and ensure he doesn't work for any of our allies or rivals in future. Spread the word he can't be trusted. He texts back, "Does he deserve such leniency?" I don't like to be questioned, but I let it slide. Maybe I'd be more inclined to handle it the way my father and his generation would have if I didn't truly believe Victor made a bad judgment call. Not bad enough to warrant death, but certainly serious enough to make me lose trust in his abilities. I reply, I've decided. Let him go. I'm also in a better mood than most mornings after last night, so that slightly colors my decision to bar him from working for us instead of killing him. He doesn't text back other than a few minutes later to let me know Victor is driving away now in his sedan. The morning's security breach weighs on my mind as I handle the rest of my business. If someone can convince a trusted employee to compromise dormant accounts, we need better verification procedures and clearer consequences for unauthorized access. The Nikitins are clearly testing our defenses, and I won't give them any more opportunities. Katya isn't setting the right note for starting out in marital bliss, but I'd rather she play these games. It frees me from committing to the engagement if I can be sure she and her family did this. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm walking through the main house when I see Sarah in the hallway outside the supply room, gathering files and office materials. She's wearing a different dress today, a charcoal gray that brings out the green in her eyes, and she looks professional and composed until she sees me approaching. Then her cheeks flush slightly, and she fumbles with the papers in her hands. The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full, unedited version, please go to bellakingbooks.com or follow the link in the description. Good girl.
8 weeks have passed since that first night in Yarik's suite, and our relationship has settled into a rhythm that feels both natural and impossible. We steal moments between meetings, share quiet dinners in his private dining room, and I've memorized the way he looks in the morning light streaming through his bedroom windows. The engagement to Katya remains, though Yarik mentioned there's been some complication he needs to investigate before proceeding. He hasn't elaborated, and I haven't pushed for details. Part of me doesn't want to know how close he is to marrying someone else. This morning, I barely make it to my own apartment's bathroom before my stomach revolts against the coffee I tried to drink. Nina finds me there 20 minutes later, sitting on the tile floor with my head resting against the cool bathtub. "Sarah, this is getting ridiculous." She dampens a washcloth and hands it to me. "That's the 4th time this week, and it's only Wednesday." I press the cloth to my forehead, grateful for the coolness against my clammy skin. It's probably just stress. Work has been intense. Stress doesn't make you throw up every morning for 2 weeks straight. Nina settles beside me on the bathroom floor, her expression a mixture of concern and exasperation. "When was your last period?" The question makes my stomach swirl for reasons that have nothing to do with nausea. "I don't know. I haven't been keeping track." "Sarah." Nina's voice becomes gentle but firm. "You need to see a doctor. It's just a stomach bug." "A stomach bug that only happens in the mornings, that you've had for weeks?" She shakes her head. "You're not stupid, and neither am I. When was the last time you had a period?" I close my eyes, trying to remember. With everything that's happened between Yarrick and me, with the stress of hiding our relationship and the constant anxiety about Alex, I've been deliberately not thinking about my cycle. "Maybe 9 weeks ago? 10? The admission comes out as a whisper. "And you've been sleeping with your boss regularly during that time." There's no point in denying it. We share an apartment, so she's noticed my late nights. I'm frankly amazed she hasn't brought it up before now. Busted. I try to sound lighthearted, but a gag trips me up. When I breathe through it, I say, "We use protection. Usually." Nina gives me a look that says everything about how she feels about usually. "You need to take a test." Nina. "Today, this morning. I'll drive you to a clinic where no one will recognize you." The concern in her voice breaks through my denial, and I realize I've been avoiding the truth because I'm terrified of what it might mean. Not just for me, but for Yarrick, for our relationship, and for everything. "What if I am?" I whisper. "We'll deal with it. But first, you need to know for sure." 2 hours later, I'm sitting in the sterile waiting room of an urgent care clinic 30 minutes outside Greenwich, using a fake name and paying cash to ensure there's no paper trail that could somehow connect back to Yarrick or the estate. Nina sits beside me, scrolling through her phone and occasionally reaching over to squeeze my hand. "Sarah Mitchell?" A nurse with kind eyes and graying hair calls my assumed name. I follow her down a hallway lined with educational posters about prenatal care and family planning, my stomach churning for reasons that have nothing to do with morning sickness, at least for the moment. Dr. Martinez is a woman in her 50s, with warm brown eyes and a gentle manner that immediately puts me at ease. She asks routine questions about my symptoms, my last menstrual period, and my sexual activity, all of which I answer honestly despite using a false identity. She types notes into her computer before speaking to me again after a brief silence. "Based on what you've told me, I'd like to run a pregnancy test and do a quick exam if you're comfortable with that." I nod, though my mouth has gone dry. "How accurate are the tests?" "Very accurate when you're experiencing symptoms like yours. We can have results in just a few minutes." The blood draw is quick and relatively painless, but the waiting feels eternal. I sit in the examination room staring at pamphlets about prenatal vitamins and birth control options, trying to prepare myself for either outcome while knowing deep down what the answer will be. When Dr. Martinez returns, her expression is kind but professional. "Congratulations, Sarah. You're pregnant. Based on your last menstrual period, I'd estimate you're about 10 weeks along." The words are a shock, even though I've suspected for days. 10 weeks. I count backward in my head, trying to pinpoint conception. It could have been that first night in his suite, or any of the dozen times since when we got caught up in the moment and forgot to use protection. "Are you all right?" Dr. Martinez studies my face with concern. This can be overwhelming news. I wrap my arms around my stomach, suddenly hyper-aware of the life growing inside me. "I'm fine, just processing." "That's completely normal. Would you like to discuss your options?" Options? She rolls the stool closer as she sits down. You have choices about how to proceed. We can talk about prenatal care if you're planning to continue the pregnancy, or I can provide information about other alternatives if you're not ready for this. The clinical way she presents the alternatives makes me realize I need time to think. This isn't a decision I can make sitting in a doctor's office while still reeling from the confirmation. I need to think about it. Of course. Here's some information to take with you. She hands me several pamphlets, then writes something on a notepad with the clinic's heading. This is my sister's practice. She's an OB/GYN, and she'd be happy to take care of you if you decide to continue. The name on the notepad says Dr. Rannick and has a phone number. I take the materials with hands that shake slightly, stuffing them into my purse so no one will see them when I'm back in the waiting room. Nina is waiting in the same seat she occupied before, and she gestures me to follow her to the parking lot, where she leans against the car and arches an expectant brow. Well? I slump next to her, trying to find words for something I still can't quite believe. 10 weeks. Her face cycles through several emotions before settling on fierce protectiveness. Okay, how are you feeling about it? Terrified, confused, overwhelmed. I clench my hands around my purse strap. I don't know what to do, Nina. Do you want to be a mother? The question short-circuits my brain for a second. In all my spiraling thoughts about Yarrick and the engagement and what this means for our relationship, I haven't actually considered what I want. I don't know. Maybe. Someday. I lean against the car beside her. Just not like this. Like what? Pregnant by a man who's engaged to someone else. A man whose world I don't understand and who might not even want children. Or at least children fathered by his side piece. She frowns. You aren't his side piece. I don't know all the circumstances, but you wouldn't be with him if you were just a fling. I shrug. Maybe I would. He makes me feel safe, but look where that's gotten me. Safe and a million other emotions I can't articulate, and the sex. I look down, not sure I occupy any moral high ground anymore. I have a sinking feeling I'd be with him even if he were married to Katya. Nina is quiet for a moment, letting me process. Have you talked to him about kids? I jerk my head up in surprise. No, of course not. It never came up. We've been so focused on keeping things private and not thinking about the future that we've never discussed anything permanent. She looks vaguely disappointed, but puts her arm around my shoulders. Sarah, you have to tell him. The thought makes my stomach clench again. Do I? What if he decides the pregnancy is too complicated and ends things? What if he marries Katya and I become some pathetic mistress with a baby she's trying to use to break up a marriage? Is that what you'd be doing? Using the baby to break them up? She sounds skeptical. I consider the question honestly. I don't know. Part of me hopes he'll choose me and the baby over a business arrangement. Is that using it? She shrugs. Only you can answer that. We drive back to Greenwich in relative silence, both lost in our own thoughts. By the time Nina drops me off at the estate, just an hour late for work, I've managed to compose myself enough to function, though I feel like I'm walking through a dream. My phone buzzes with a text from Yarrick as I'm walking into the building. I'm expecting it to be a reprimand or inquiry for why I'm an hour late, but he apparently hasn't noticed yet, thankfully. Can you pick up breakfast from Bluestone Cafe? The usual order. Meeting ran long and I'm starving. I stare at the message for a long moment. The thought of food makes my stomach turn, but I can't exactly explain why I can't handle this simple request without revealing everything. I text back, of course, be there in 20 minutes. I borrow a staff car since I left mine at the apartment. The drive to Bluestone Cafe gives me more time to think, though my thoughts keep circling without reaching any conclusions. How do I tell the man I'm falling in love with that I'm carrying his child when he's still engaged to someone else? How do I know if I'm being honest about my feelings or if I'm just trying to use the pregnancy to secure my place in his life? The cafe is busy with the morning rush, and I join the line behind several other customers, trying to ignore the wave of nausea that threatens to return. The smell of bacon and coffee that usually makes my mouth water now makes me feel queasy. I'm checking my phone to confirm Yarek's usual order when a scent hits me that makes me freeze and start to tremble as sandalwood and spice assault my senses. The cologne is expensive, distinctive, and the exact brand Alex used to wear. When I can move again, I slowly turn to scan the cafe. The breakfast crowd is typical for Greenwich, with well-dressed professionals, young mothers with strollers, and a few tourists exploring the area. I see no one who looks like Alex. In fact, there are no familiar faces at all. I tell myself I'm being paranoid. It's a popular cologne and expensive enough that multiple men in an affluent area would wear it. Just because someone else uses the same fragrance doesn't mean Alex is here. The rational part of my mind knows this, but my body doesn't get the message. My hands shake as I place Yarek's order, and I keep glancing over my shoulder while I wait, expecting to see Alex's face in the crowd. By the time I get back to the estate car with the food, I'm practically hyperventilating. I sit in the parking lot for several minutes, taking deep breaths and trying to calm down. I pull out my phone to text Yarek, wanting to tell him about the scare, the pregnancy, everything. My fingers hover over the keyboard as I type and delete several messages. Something weird happened at the cafe. Can we talk? Delete. I need to tell you something important. Delete. Are you free to talk privately today? Delete. I can't do it. I can't tell him about Alex potentially being in Greenwich when I have no proof beyond a familiar scent. I especially can't tell him about the pregnancy when I haven't even processed it myself yet. And it's not the sort of thing I'd drop via text anyway. The pregnancy changes everything, but I don't know how. If Yarek goes through with marrying Katya, where does that leave me and this baby? Do I become the secret mistress raising his child on the side? Do I disappear completely and raise the baby alone? Am I strong enough to make that decision, to put principles above how I feel about him? The worst part is wondering about my own motives. Do I want to tell him about the pregnancy because he deserves to know? Or because I'm hoping it will make him choose me over his obligation to the Nikitin family? I don't have answers to any of these questions, and the uncertainty is eating at me. What I do know is that everything has changed, and I need time to figure out what I want before I can even think about what to tell Yarek. For now, I'll keep this secret a little longer, just until I can sort through my feelings and decide what kind of woman I want to be in this situation. I drive back to the estate with Yarek's breakfast and a head full of questions I'm not ready to answer. When I hand him the food, he kisses my cheek and thanks me, completely unaware that in the space of one morning, everything between us has shifted. "You look pale," he says, studying my face with concern. "Are you feeling all right?" I force a smile. "Just tired. I didn't sleep well last night. Maybe you should go home early today and rest." It's tempting, but that would leave me too many hours to just think, and I'm not up for that yet. I'm fine, really. He doesn't look convinced, but doesn't push. Instead, he pulls me closer and kisses me properly, and for a second, I let myself pretend it's still just this simple, and we're just two people who care about each other without all the complications or worries about the future. When we break apart, I rest my forehead against his chest and close my eyes, trying to memorize this feeling of safety and connection before everything becomes infinitely more complex. "I love you," I whisper against his shirt, the words slipping out before I can stop them. He goes very still. "Sarah." I pull back to look at him, seeing surprise and something else in his expression I can't quite read. "You don't have to say anything. I just needed you to know." Before he can respond, I step away and busy myself with organizing his schedule for the day, pretending my heart isn't hammering against my ribs while I wait to see how he'll react to my confession. The silence is heavy.
3 days have passed since Sarah whispered those 3 words against my chest in this very office, and I still haven't responded. She doesn't seem to expect me to, which should be a relief. Instead, I'm irritated that she expects so little from me that my silence doesn't even wound her. Or maybe it does, and she's just better at hiding it than I am at admitting what those words did to me. Sarah sits at the small conference table I've had moved into my office, reviewing quarterly compliance reports. She's been withdrawn since that morning, acting professionally and composed, if distant, but I catch glimpses of something else when she thinks I'm not watching. Pain, maybe, or resignation. I should feel grateful she's not pushing for a response or making our situation more complicated than it already is. Instead, I want to shake her, to demand she fight for what she told me she feels, and make this harder for me. The engagement party is tomorrow night. After months of delays and excuses, I've run out of reasons to postpone what feels increasingly like my own execution. I review the final guest list Katya submitted this morning, while Sarah works on her own projects. 87 people, which is more than we originally discussed. Several names I don't recognize despite my familiarity with most Nikitin associates catch my attention. Valentine appears in my doorway without knocking, a habit that usually irritates me, but today provides a welcome distraction. He carries his laptop and looks like he comes bearing unpleasant news. The security briefing. He settles into the chair across from my desk, barely glancing at Sarah. Over the past few weeks, he's clearly realized the nature of my relationship with her, but he's too professional to comment directly, and he takes her presence in stride. He doesn't discuss sensitive Bratva business in front of her, though, just security concerns and vaguer issues. We need to discuss tomorrow night's protocols. I gesture for him to proceed, while Sarah continues working on her compliance reports, but she's certainly listening to every word. Katya already has unrestricted access to the estate, which creates some vulnerabilities. Valentin opens his laptop and pulls up a floor plan of the main house. Some of her guests may be looking to gather intelligence she hasn't been able to obtain yet. I frown, such as security layouts, vault access codes, or private wing entry points. He highlights several areas on the digital map. These things would be valuable for future operations. Yes, they would, but can I expect her associates to use advantages against me if I'm marrying her? I don't know, which bothers me. I'd prefer a clear threat identify itself easily. Recommendations. I have men sweeping the estate for any surveillance devices that might have been placed during previous visits. We should also limit unsupervised movement during the event and assign discrete shadows to anyone we don't have complete background information on. I study the floor plan, noting the areas Valentine has marked as particularly sensitive. How many men do you need? 6 for interior coverage and 4 for perimeter watch. He makes notes on his laptop. I'll coordinate with estate security to ensure seamless coverage. Do it! I close the laptop and hand it back to him. What about catering arrangements? The original company had to cancel due to a kitchen fire. We need a replacement by tomorrow afternoon. Sarah looks up from her compliance work, and something flickers across her expression before she speaks, as though she's reluctant to help with the engagement party. Who can blame her? My roommate's employer handles high-end events, Hartley Catering. They're reliable and discreet. A flicker of pain crosses her face before she smooths it away with professional composure. She's just offered help planning the party that will celebrate my engagement to another woman, and she realizes exactly what that means. Contact them. I make the decision without hesitation, hating the way Sarah's face goes blank. If they can handle the event on short notice, hire them. Valentine nods and makes another note. Anything else? Yes. I want detailed background reports on every name I've flagged from the guest list. If anyone has questionable connections or unclear motives, I want to know before they set foot on the property. Consider it done. After Valentine leaves, Sarah and I work in the silence for another hour. She organizes data while I review contracts and correspondences, both of us pretending the tension in the room isn't suffocating. Around 6 o'clock, she begins gathering her materials. I should head home. It will be a long day tomorrow. The carefully neutral way she refers to my engagement party makes my jaw clench. Sarah? She pauses but doesn't look at me. Yes? About what you said the other day. You don't need to respond. She finally meets my eyes and I see walls there that weren't present before. I shouldn't have said it. It was inappropriate given the circumstances. That's not... I'll see you tomorrow. She heads for the door with same composed efficiency that's probably faked. Good luck with the party. She's gone before I can find words to explain what I can't even explain to myself. I love her. The knowledge is inescapable, but admitting it out loud makes this already tricky situation that much worse. If I tell her how I feel, everything changes. The engagement becomes impossible to justify, even as a business arrangement. The careful distance I've maintained between my personal desires and family obligations collapses completely. I'm not sure it hasn't collapsed already. Later that evening, I walk the estate perimeter with Arseny and Pavel, two of my most trusted security personnel. The grounds look peaceful in the fading light, but tomorrow night they'll be filled with potential threats disguised as wedding guests. I want you on the Volkov brothers. I point toward the main terrace where cocktails will be served. They're arms dealers from Prague. They're legitimate on paper, but they've been asking too many questions about our shipping routes. Arseny nods. Discreet observation? Mostly. They should feel welcome, but watch to lessen any inclination to act poorly. We continue around the garden path toward the pool area. Pavel, you'll shadow Anton Kozlov. He's supposedly a cultural attaché, but intelligence suggests he's FSB. What am I looking for? Photography, detailed questions about security measures, or attempts to access restricted areas. I stop near the pool house where Sarah and I first kissed, the memory making my chest ache. Keep an eye on anyone who seems more interested in the estate than the engagement. We spend another hour reviewing coverage areas and communication protocols. By the time we finish, I'm confident we'll catch anyone attempting intelligence gathering. But the larger question remains. Why am I going through with an engagement I don't want to a woman I don't love? The answer should be simple. Family obligations, business stability, fulfilling my father's old plan, and maintaining crucial alliances. They're the same reasons my father would have given, applying the same logic that's guided every major decision I've made since inheriting leadership of our organization. Sarah has complicated that logic in ways I'm still trying to understand. Back in my office, I find myself staring at the contract I've been avoiding for weeks. The marriage agreement with the Nikitins, formally binding two families in an alliance that makes strategic sense on every level except the personal one, sits like a brick of C4 on my desk with the way I handle it. I've signed thousands of contracts over the years. This should be no different. The terms are favorable, the benefits clear, and the risks manageable. As though she senses I'm looking at the contract, my phone buzzes with a text from Katya. Looking forward to tomorrow night and finally signing the contract. I have a special surprise planned. I stare at the message, wondering what surprise Katya consider special, and if I want to know. Everything about tomorrow feels like a trap, but I struggle to identify the specific threat or figure out how to avoid it. Another text arrives, this one from Sarah. Nina confirmed the catering arrangement. They'll be there at 4 p.m. to set up. I told her I'd pass along the message to save her the extra step of contacting Valentin to contact you. The simple professionalism of her message irritates me more than Katya's coy hints. Sarah is pulling away to protect herself from the inevitable pain of watching me get engaged to someone else. It's the smart thing to do and the rational response to an impossible situation. I should be happy she's coping and making it easy on me. I hate how smart and rational she's being. I type and delete several responses, none of them appropriate for the professional relationship we're supposed to maintain. Finally, I send back a simple thank you and set aside the phone. The contract sits open on my desk, waiting for a signature tomorrow night that will change everything. Once I sign it, the joint venture between our families that the engagement represents becomes legally binding. The wedding will follow within 6 months, and whatever this is between Sarah and me will become nothing more than an affair that has to end. I've always known what to do in business situations. Every decision I've made as head of this family has been strategic and ultimately successful. Personal feelings don't factor into those choices, but this feels personal in ways I didn't anticipate. I think about Sarah's quiet confession 3 days ago. She said she loved me like she was sharing a secret she couldn't keep anymore. I think about the pain in her expression when she recommended Nina's catering company, knowing she was helping ensure my engagement party wasn't disrupted. Most of all, I think about the way she looked at me when I didn't respond to her declaration, like she expected the rejection but hoped for something different. I should have told her I love her too. The words have been there for weeks, maybe longer, but admitting them feels like acknowledging a vulnerability I can't afford. Men in my position don't get to choose love over duty. We don't get to prioritize personal happiness over family obligations. We certainly don't get to blow up strategic alliances because we've fallen for someone who was never supposed to matter. Except Sarah does matter. She matters more than the Nikitin alliance, more than business stability, and more than anything I thought was important before I met her. The realization stuns me. I'm in love with a woman I can't have and planning to marry someone I don't want, all in service of obligations that suddenly feel meaningless. I close the contract without signing it and walk to the window overlooking the gardens. Tomorrow night, I'll smile and play the role of devoted fiancé and have to sign the wretched contract with Katya as Leonid, and the lawyers oversee it. The thought makes me sick. My phone rings, interrupting my brooding. Valentin's name appears on the screen, so I answer. The background checks came back. His voice carries tension. We have some concerns. What concerns? 3 of the guests on Katya's list have connections to European intelligence services. 2 others have questionable ties to arms dealers we've been avoiding. Most are probably legitimate, but we should keep watch. I move away from the window. Any immediate threats? Nothing that suggests danger to you personally, but some of these people will definitely be gathering intelligence while they're here. I recommend we proceed with the security plan we discussed and perhaps add a few more men to shadow. Agreed. Anything else? One name I couldn't get complete information on is Roman Sokolov. He's listed as a business associate of the Nikitins, but his background is surprisingly thin. It could be nothing, but it's worth keeping an eye on. I remember my previous meeting with him, stirring unease, but Valentine doesn't seem overly concerned. You remember my meeting with him and my impression, so add him to the watch list. I just did. His voice changes slightly, become less brisk and more concerned. The party is still on schedule for tomorrow night? I stiffen, sensing he's subtly asking me if this is what I really want. Or perhaps I'm projecting my thoughts onto him. Either way, I keep my tone firm. Yes, everything proceeds as planned. Without giving him a chance to ask more uncomfortable questions, I hang up and return to my desk, where the unsigned contract waits. The marriage agreement with the Nikitins formally binds our two families in an alliance that makes strategic sense on every level except the personal one. Tomorrow night, I'll sign this agreement. I'll put the ring on Katya's finger and smile for the cameras while my heart breaks. The woman I love will probably leave me, and rightfully so. I pick up the contract one more time, scanning the terms that will govern the rest of my life. Marriage within 6 months. Joint business ventures. Children within 3 years. It's a future mapped out in legal language that leaves no room for love, and I'm certain love can never grow between Katya and me. I set aside the contract without signing it. I'll deal with it all tomorrow, while wallowing in what I want, but can't seem to justify having tonight.
I'm gathering my things to leave at 5 o'clock when Mrs. Nikova appears in my office doorway with the same composed expression she always wears, though something in her manner suggests urgency. Miss Clark, we need all available staff to remain this evening to assist with the engagement party. She adjusts the papers in her hands. I hope that won't be a problem. My stomach drops. The last thing I want is to spend the evening watching Yarek get engaged to another woman, but refusing would raise questions I can't answer and potentially cost me my job. Of course not. What do you need me to do? You'll be overseeing refreshments and guest services. Coordinate with the catering staff to ensure drinks are replenished and guests' needs are met. She hands me a small radio. This will keep you in contact with the kitchen staff. I take the radio, wondering if she notices how it trembles slightly in my hand. Should I change clothes? What you're wearing is fine. You'll be working behind the scenes, not mingling with guests. Mrs. Nikova's expression softens almost imperceptibly. The evening should conclude by 11. 4 hours. I have to watch Yarek celebrate his engagement for 4 hours, while pretending my heart isn't breaking and my morning sickness isn't threatening to return at the worst possible moment. I understand. Where should I report? The main dining room in 10 minutes. The caterers are setting up now. After she leaves, I sit in my chair for a moment, wrapping my arms around my stomach, where Yarek's baby is growing. The baby he doesn't know about, that I still haven't decided whether to tell him about, because it feels like a way to force him to break the engagement, and I won't do that. I won't bear his resentment for feeling trapped. I can't deny the engagement feels like an ending. After he puts that ring on Katya's finger, whatever we've had will become impossible to continue. Even if he's willing to keep seeing me, after he's engaged, I don't think I can be that woman. I check my appearance in the compact mirror I keep in my desk drawer. I look pale but composed and professional enough to blend into the background. The navy dress I'm wearing is simple and unremarkable. I've worn it several times since starting this job, and it serves me well for staying invisible. When I enter the main dining room, I'm struck by how transformed the space is. Crystal chandeliers hover over tables draped in cream silk, and elaborate floral arrangements fill the air with the scent of roses and jasmine. Everything is elegant, expensive, and perfect for celebrating a union I desperately wish wasn't happening. Nina spots me immediately and approaches with relief evident on her face. She's wearing the standard black uniform of Hartley Catering with her hair pulled back in a neat bun. Thank God you're here. She keeps her voice low as she adjusts a serving tray. I was worried I'd have to watch this whole thing alone, though I'm sorry you're here. I perfectly understand what she means with her contradictory statements. Mrs. Nikova assigned me to coordinate with you. Lucky me. I force a smile. She's openly frowning. Are you sure you can handle this? You've been so sick lately, and watching him get engaged. I'll be fine. It's just business, right? That's what he always said. It doesn't feel very businesslike right now, with people in their best clothes, surrounded by all the finery and decor, but I force a shaky smile. Nina doesn't look convinced, but she nods. At least we can suffer through it together. The family's supposed to arrive in an hour. I spend the next hour checking and double-checking arrangements, making sure water glasses are filled and appetizer stations are properly stocked. The repetitive tasks help keep my mind occupied, though my stomach churns every time I think about what's coming or get within 10 feet of the shrimp platters chilling in ice pans in the kitchen. Fortunately, I shouldn't have to enter that room too often tonight. At 7 o'clock, the first guests begin to arrive. I position myself in an alcove near the kitchen doors where I can observe everything while remaining inconspicuous. From here, I can signal Nina when items need replenishing without drawing attention to myself or use the radio if she's busy. The Nikitin family enters together, and I get my first good look at Yarik's future in-laws. Leonid Nikitin is exactly what I expected, being tall, silver-haired, and carrying himself with the authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. He looks slightly familiar, making me think back to my first day here. I think he might have passed me moments before Katya. His wife, Ivana, is elegant in an effortless way that comes from generations of wealth and social training. Their sons follow, both impressive in their own ways. The older one, Lev, has the build of a soldier and moves with military precision. Nikolai is more polished, clearly comfortable in social settings, and immediately begins working the room. Then Katya enters, and I stifle a gasp. She's absolutely stunning in a champagne-colored gown that flows around her like liquid silk. Her platinum hair is swept up in an elaborate style, and she wears diamonds that catch the light and split it into rainbows. She glows with excitement and satisfaction, like a woman who's achieved exactly what she wanted. She surveys the room with obvious pleasure, noting the expensive flowers, the perfectly arranged tables, and the guests already gathering to celebrate her engagement. This is her moment of triumph, and she knows it. Yarik appears a few minutes later, and my heart clenches at the sight of him. He's wearing a black tuxedo that emphasizes his broad shoulders and lean build, and he looks every inch the powerful man he is. When he takes Katya's arm and escorts her into the room, they make a striking couple. The perfect couple, according to everyone here. I tear my attention away and focus on my radio, checking in with the kitchen staff about the timing for the main course. I can do this. I can get through this evening without falling apart. The first hour passes in a blur of coordinating drink refills and appetizer rotations. I move around the perimeter of the room, staying in the shadows while keeping watch on guest needs. Most people don't even notice me, which is exactly what I want. Yarik is playing his part perfectly, smiling and accepting congratulations with apparent pleasure. He keeps one hand on Katya's back as they move through the crowd, the gesture looking natural and possessive. Only I know him well enough to catch the tension in his shoulders and the careful control in his expression. Or maybe I'm seeing what I want to see and projecting my own hopes onto a situation that's exactly what it appears to be. Around 8:30, I'm coordinating with Nina about champagne service when Yarik passes closely enough to brush against my arm. The contact is brief and probably accidental, but his fingers linger against mine for just a moment longer than necessary. The touch sends electricity through me, and I have to force myself not to look at him. Instead, I keep my attention focused on Nina, who's clearly noticed the exchange. "Sarah," she whispers, once he's moved away. "Be careful." I try to laugh it off. It was nothing. Accidental contact. That wasn't accidental, and you know it. Her voice carries worry. You're playing with fire. It doesn't matter anymore. After what happens here, it's over. Is it? It looks like it's just getting more complicated. Before I can respond, Mrs. Nikova approaches with a clipboard and a professional smile. How are things progressing, Miss Clark? Very smoothly. The kitchen staff is excellent, and the guests seem pleased with the service. She nods and notes something on her clipboard. Good. We'll be serving dinner in 20 minutes, followed by the formal engagement announcement at 9:30. The announcement, where Yarek will put a ring on Katya's finger and make their relationship official. My stomach lurches, and I have to swallow hard to keep from being sick. I'll make sure everything is ready. She nods. Thank you. You've been very helpful this evening. After Mrs. Nikova leaves, I excuse myself and hurry toward the guest bathroom near the main entrance. The wave of nausea hits me hard, and I barely make it to the toilet before my stomach rebels. Afterward, I lurch to the sink and grip the marble counter, breathing deeply while trying to regain my composure. The morning sickness has been unpredictable lately, triggered by stress, as much as by the pregnancy itself. This evening has been a perfect storm of both. When I finally feel steady enough to leave, I check my appearance in the mirror. My face is pale, but not obviously distressed. I smooth my hair and prepare to return to work. As I open the bathroom door, I nearly collide with Katya, who's standing just outside with a concerned expression that doesn't quite reach her cold blue eyes. Oh, Sarah, are you feeling all right? You looked a bit peaked when you rushed off. My pulse spikes. How long has she been standing there? How much did she see? I'm fine, thank you. I just needed a moment away from the crowd. She studies my face without speaking for a long minute. There's something calculating in her expression, like she's solving a puzzle and doesn't like the picture that's emerging. Of course, large gatherings can be overwhelming. Her smile is perfectly pleasant and completely without warmth. You're doing excellent work, by the way. Very dedicated. The way she says dedicated makes my skin crawl, like she's implying something more than professional commitment. Does she know about Yarek and me? Thank you. I should get back to coordinating with the catering staff. Yes, you should. We wouldn't want anything to go wrong on such an important evening. I force a neutral smile and walk away, my heart rate slowly starting to calm down. The conversation carried subtext I don't understand, but every instinct is screaming that Katya suspects something about my relationship with Yarek. Or maybe she already knows. On my way back to the dining room, I pass by two men, are speaking in low, rapid Russian, and quickly recognize them as Katya's brothers, Lev and Nikolai. I slow my pace slightly, not understanding their words, but sensing urgency in their tone. Nikolia speaks Katya's name with what sounds like concern or frustration. I keep walking, pretending to check something on my radio, when Lev switches to English. Some bonds are meant to end before they begin. The words are spoken quietly, almost thoughtfully, but they make me tremble. I don't know what they're referring to, but something about the phrase creates an ominous feeling. I continue walking, forcing myself to maintain a steady pace, even though every instinct tells me to run. Whatever the Nikitin brothers were discussing, it didn't sound like typical wedding planning. Back in the dining room, I find Nina arranging champagne flutes for the engagement toast. She takes one look at my face and moves closer. What happened? You look like you've seen a ghost. I shrug. Nothing. Just nerves about the evening going smoothly. She gives me a stern, mom mode look. Sarah, you're lying. What's wrong? I glance around to make sure no one is listening, then lower my voice. Katya cornered me outside the bathroom. She was asking if I was all right, but it seemed like she was fishing for information. Information about what? I don't know. Maybe about Yarek and me. Maybe about why I was sick. I touch my stomach unconsciously. I also overheard her brothers talking about bonds ending before they begin. It could have been about anything, but it didn't sound good. Nina frowns. Maybe you should leave early. You could tell Mrs. Nikova you're not feeling well. I shake my head immediately. I can't. It would look suspicious, especially after Katya just saw me being sick. Then stay close to me for the rest of the evening. Don't go anywhere alone. I nod, unable to trust my voice. A burst of laughter from the main dining room draws our attention. Katya's voice, which is bright and confident, rings out above the crowd. Yarek stands beside her, his expression unreadable from this distance. Someone clinks a glass for a toast. I turn away before I can see whether he smiles when he lifts his glass. Behind me, the sounds of celebration continue. Champagne flutes chime, music swells, and Katya's laughter sharpens like glass under pressure. I press a hand to my stomach, anchoring myself, and think to myself, while addressing the baby, I don't know what's coming, but we're getting through it. I straighten my spine and turn back toward the crowd, where the woman who might already know my secret and the man I might be about to lose forever are standing together. It's inevitable they'll make their announcement, and that's the death knell for my fling with Yarek. It has to be. I'm ready for that, I tell myself. And for a second, I almost believe it.
The engagement announcement begins with all the pomp Leonid Nikitin demands. I stand beside Katya on the small platform, her hand resting on my arm while her father delivers a speech about tradition, alliance, and the joining of two great houses. Every word grates against my nerves. The ring sits heavy in my jacket pocket. It's a 3-carat diamond I selected because it's so cold and ugly to me, but meets the price requirements for such a transaction as our union. I've been dreading this moment since the party began, but now that it's here, I search the crowd for the one person who shouldn't matter. Sarah stands at the back of the room, partially hidden behind a marble column. She's pale, composed, professional, and everything she's supposed to be. I know her well enough to catch the tension in her shoulders and see it in the way she stands, as though bracing for a crushing blow. Leonid concludes his speech and gestures for me to step forward. The crowd quiets expectantly. I reach into my pocket and withdraw the ring, holding it up for everyone to see. Katya Nikitina has agreed to become my wife. My voice carries across the room. This union will strengthen both our families for generations to come. The words make me grimace, but I quickly force my face to become neutral again. I can't fake warmth or enthusiasm. I take Katya's hand and she extends her fingers. The diamond slides onto her ring finger, a perfect fit, and the assembled guests burst into applause. Photographers snap pictures, capturing the moment for posterity. I should be looking at my fiancée, but instead I search the crowd again. Sarah's expression is neutral, but for just a moment and half a second too long, our gazes meet across the room. Something passes between us. It feels like recognition and maybe regret on her part. It's definitely a silent goodbye. Then Katya nudges me subtly with her elbow, and I force myself to look away. The moment breaks and Sarah turns her attention back to her work. But the damage is done. I've revealed too much in front of too many people. Katya's smile never falters, but I catch her analyzing look. She noticed. Of course she did. Leonid raises his champagne glass, and the rest of the guests follow suit. To Yarek and Katya, may their union bring prosperity and peace to both our houses. I lift my glass and drink, but the champagne tastes bitter. I might as well be drinking vinegar rather than the fine vintage. Around me, people offer congratulations and well wishes, but their voices sound distant and muffled. I go through the motions, shaking hands and accepting kisses on both cheeks from Katya's aunts, but my mind is elsewhere. The party continues, and finally, around 11, the last of the guests leave. Sarah disappears into the kitchen, and I hope she's finally heading home. This has been an ordeal, for her and me, though I have no right to complain. The contract signing is supposed to happen now, but I check my watch and shake my head when Leonid asks if we should adjourn to my home office. It's getting late. We should handle the formalities tomorrow when we can give them proper attention. I make a show of looking around. I believe my attorney has already left with his wife anyway. Around 9, I had discreetly asked Randolph to slip out before the end of the party to buy an extra night before I sign that millstone that will hang around my neck and probably drag me down to the depths. Jesus, too much time with Katya inspires dark, ridiculous thoughts of woe. That doesn't mean they aren't valid, if melodramatic. Leonid's mouth tightens slightly, but he nods. Of course, such important documents deserve our full focus, and you must have your attorney present, though you've had months to review every detail. His voice tightens with anger toward the end, taking a passive-aggressive shot at my continued delays. Katya's grip on my arm becomes more possessive. Tomorrow, then, we'll make everything official. They leave a few minutes later, and I retreat to my office while the catering staff cleans up. The silence is a relief after hours of forced conversation and fake smiles. I pour myself a glass of vodka and sit behind my desk, staring at nothing while wishing for everything I can't have. The morning sun hits me in the eyes as I finish reviewing the overnight reports. I haven't slept. The engagement party feels like a fever dream, something that happened to someone else. But the ring on Katya's finger made it real enough. Valentine knocks and enters without waiting for permission. Ready for the warehouse run? I nod and gather my jacket. The drive will give us time to discuss business without the risk of surveillance in the house. We climb into the armored SUV, and I settle into the passenger seat while Valentine takes the wheel. There's no Luco today, so he must want to speak to me alone. The silence stretches between us for several minutes before he gets around to it, though. Last night was careless. I don't have to ask to what he refers. I know. Do you? The way you looked at her during the announcement. I clench my jaw. I said I know. Valentine merges onto the highway. If I noticed, others did too. The Nikitins aren't blind. I stare out the window at the passing landscape. Sarah makes me feel different, like I'm not just surviving anymore. That's exactly why she's dangerous. And in danger. He glances at me. If the Nikitins realize she matters to you, they'll come for her. You know that, right? The morning traffic is light, giving us clear lanes toward the warehouse district. I watch the city wake up around us. Sometimes I wonder what it would be like to wake up without checking for threats, and to make decisions based on what I want instead of what keeps me alive. I never asked for this life, I say quietly. He snorts softly. None of us did, but it's the one we have. I sound far less affected than I feel when I say, my parents were shot when I was 13, and I built this empire on their graves. Every decision I've made, every alliance I've forged, and every enemy I've eliminated has all been about survival, legacy, and making sure what happened to them never happens to me. Until now. Until now. The admission hangs between us. She makes me want something different, that isn't built on blood and fear. He shakes his head. That's a luxury you can't afford, with the Nikitins circling like vultures. The words linger in my awareness even after the sound fades. I've seen what happens to people who become leverage against the Baronoff family. Sarah deserves better than that kind of target on her back. I'm handling it. Are you? It looks like you're walking straight into a trap. I turn to face him. What's that supposed to mean? You can't think Sarah is trying to trap me? Number. It means you're thinking with your heart instead of your head. That's how good men die, Yarrick. That's how empires fall. The warehouse appears ahead of us, a sprawling concrete structure surrounded by chain-link fencing. He pulls through the security gate, and we park near the main entrance. 2 of my men are waiting for us, their faces grim. "What's the problem?" I ask as we approach. The older of the 2, Will, hands me a folder. "We had an unauthorized shipment went through last night. Someone used a dormant Baranov front company to move weapons through Nikitan channels." I stiffen, immediately recalling the incident with Victor that was stopped before it could happen. This attempt got father along in the process before being interrupted. I open the folder and scan the documents. The forged approval papers bear my seal and is perfectly replicated. The manifest lists luxury items of furniture, artwork, and decorative pieces, but the real contents were military-grade weapons destined for a buyer in Eastern Europe. How did they get access to the seal? We'd tried to discover that when investigating Victor's indiscretion, but we hadn't discovered the answer then. It was suddenly more urgent again. That's what we're trying to figure out. The authorization came from inside, but we've traced it back to accounts that haven't been active in years. I study the paperwork more closely. The signature isn't mine, but it's a skilled forgery. Someone with access to my personal documents created this. Someone who knew exactly which dormant companies to target. And they're still testing, repeating their previous attempt. Perhaps they thought I wouldn't notice if I were distracted by the engagement party. This is a serious breach, and the second one at that. I close the folder and hand it back to Will. I want a complete audit of all active fronts and recent contracts. Check every account, every signature, and every transaction from the past 6 months. No, make it a year and make sure Victor isn't involved. I don't see how he can be, since we cut him loose and ensured his reputation among other Brava groups was ruined, ensuring he'd never work as an accountant for any of us again. But he was involved with the first attempt, seemingly just through bad judgment. Better to be certain. What about the Nikitins? This went through their channels. Again, says Valentine softly. They'll claim ignorance like last time, or they'll say they're the obvious target in an operation against me since we're about to partner up with the import-export business. I pause considering. Still, someone from their side had to approve the transport. This came from inside, and it came from them. If the Nikitans have been systematically infiltrating our operations, they could have access to client lists, financial records, and even personnel information. They could know about every person who matters to me, every weakness they could exploit, and they almost got away with it this time. They could know everything about my entire life, depending on how deeply their infiltration has gone, including Sarah. My gut churns at the thought. How long do you think they've been doing this? I ask Will. This is their second try in 10 weeks, but how long have they been planning and getting everything in place? He shrugs. Hard to say. Probably months. The dormant accounts made it easy to hide. Who checks companies that have been inactive for years? Someone smart enough to know we wouldn't be looking there. I run a hand through my hair. Someone with intimate knowledge of our operations. We shut them all down after Victor, but someone managed to access the dormant accounts and reactivate them anyway. An inside job? Asked Valentine. I nod reluctantly. Maybe, or maybe someone who used to be inside and knows our systems well enough to exploit them. The thought turns my stomach all over again. Betrayal from within is worse than any external threat. At least with enemies, you know where you stand. With traitors, you're blind until the knife slides between your ribs. I want background checks run on anyone who's had access to those dormant accounts in the past 2 years. Anyone who's worked with our financial systems, our legal teams, or our administrative staff is guilty until proven innocent. Will frowns. That's a lot of people, boss. Then we better get started. Valentine nods, seeming undeterred by the scope, unlike Will. I'll pull 2 of our most trusted men for the audit. If there are more compromised accounts, we'll find them. Do it quietly. I don't want word getting back to the wrong people. We spend the next hour reviewing security protocols and discussing personnel changes. The breach is worse than I initially thought. Whoever did this had access to sensitive information about our operations, our contacts, and our financial networks. If tricking Victor was a test, it was a pop quiz compared to this attempt. By the time we leave the warehouse, I'm convinced the Nikitins are testing our defenses and probing for weaknesses they can exploit later. The clause in the contract that's been nagging at me comes to mind again. If I die, Katya gets control of my businesses. Ostensibly, it's the same if she dies, and the Baronov Bratva gets 1/3 of all the Nikitins' holdings when Leonid dies, but I don't trust them. If I sign that contract, it feels like signing an agreement to offer myself up to be sacrificed for their gain. The drive back to the estate is quiet. Valentine seems lost in thought, and I'm processing what we've discovered as we wind through the hills toward home. The Nikitins are moving against us, but they're being careful about it. We need to accelerate our timeline, I say, as we pull through the estate gates. For what? Everything. The audit, the security review, and the personnel changes. If they're making moves, we need to be ready. Valentine parks near the main house and turns to face me. And Sarah? What about her? He doesn't pull punches. You need to decide what she means to you. If this escalates, neutrality won't be an option. She's either under our protection or she's vulnerable. I don't answer immediately. The truth is, I've already made my choice. Sarah matters more to me than any business arrangement and more than any alliance. The engagement ring on Katya's finger is just a prop in a play I no longer want to perform, and I can't even consider signing that contract now. My months of reluctance have clarified into firm rejection. I'll handle it. Somehow I'll handle Sarah and the Nikitins. He scoffs. That's not an answer. I glare at him. It's the only one you're getting. A few minutes later, we enter the house through the side entrance, and I head straight for my office. The events of the last 24 hours have left me drained, but there's still work to be done. The audit needs to be organized, security protocols need to be updated, and I need to figure out how to protect Sarah without revealing how much she means to me. I also need to avoid signing that contract. The office feels different now. It's less like a sanctuary and more like a war room. I pour myself a glass of vodka and settle behind my desk, spreading the warehouse documents across the surface while glaring at the engagement contract on the edge of my desk. I'm reviewing personnel files when my phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number. The message is brief and almost cryptic. The gardener's flowers are wilting. Perhaps they need different soil. I stare at the screen, scowling. The inference is clear. Someone is watching Sarah, knows she matters to me, and is making threats. I delete the message and pour another drink. If that message is from them, the stakes just escalated. The Nikitins aren't just probing our defense, but targeting the one person who could bring me to my knees. I'm figuring out how to respond and make things go even faster when Katya unexpectedly enters. I glance at the clock, but she's 2 hours early for the meeting to sign the contract. She's still wearing her engagement ring, along with a trench coat. She drops it a moment later to reveal slinky lingerie. We should celebrate properly. She moves toward my desk, her hips swaying seductively. Just the two of us before the rest of my family shows up. I don't look up from my paperwork. You should go home, Katya. It's been a long day, and I'm not signing the contract today. I have more important things to address. Her teeth click as she grinds them for a moment, revealing her irritation, but her voice is sweet and enticing. Come now, Yarek, we're engaged. Surely that deserves some acknowledgement. She inches down the strap of her bra, and I stand abruptly. I said go home. She freezes, and for just a moment, her mask slips. I see the fury beneath the seductive facade and the wounded pride of a woman who's never been rejected. Then she recovers, easing the strap back in place with deliberate slowness. You're tired. I understand it's been a frustrating day for you. Her voice is sympathetic, but there's a faint tone of taunting to it. She's not admitting or denying anything, but she clearly knows about the second attempt to smuggle weapons under our seal this morning. I try to avoid giving her the satisfaction of a response, even as I stiffen. I keep my tone cool. I'm being practical. This is a business arrangement, and we both know it. She steps closely enough that I can smell her expensive, cloying perfume that always makes me want to gag. Business arrangements can be pleasurable, too. I shake my head. Leave before you make a fool of yourself. The words hit their mark. Katya's smile becomes razor-sharp, with all pretense of seduction dropping away. You're making a mistake, Yarek. I'm not the woman you reject. Having made my decision, I don't maintain any pretense when I stare at her. You're not the woman I want. She studies my face for a long moment, her gaze searching for something. Then she nods as if confirming something she already suspected. I see. Well then, I suppose we'll have to find other ways to make this arrangement work. She turns and walks away from me, her movements fluid and predatory. At the threshold, she pauses and looks back over her shoulder. Have a good afternoon, Yarek. Try not to think about what you're giving up. I'll let Father know you're rescheduling the contract signing again. She hesitates. After the engagement announcement, you can't wait too long to sign. There's a note of warning in her voice. The door closes behind her with a soft click, and I'm alone again. I wouldn't touch her if my life depended on it, when Sarah is the only one who's ever made me feel the depths of emotion I do with her. I return to my desk and pour another glass of vodka. The day is far from over, and it's early for vodka, but I need it to fortify myself. The Nikitins are moving against us. Katya is plotting something, and Sarah is caught in the middle of it all. I need to find a way to protect her without destroying everything I've built, if that's even possible anymore.
I wake to the sound of rain against my bedroom window, gray clouds blocking out what should be morning sunlight. The engagement party was 2 days ago, but I still feel that evening pressing down on me. Watching Yarek place that ring on Katya's finger after the way he looked at me afterward, like he was saying goodbye, has all been replaying in my mind on a loop. The morning sickness hits me before I'm fully awake, and I rush to the bathroom just in time. My body is changing faster now, and I'm running out of time before someone notices. I can already see the subtle changes in my reflection, in the slight fullness in my face, and the way my usual clothes are getting snug around my waist. I dress in a loose blouse and cardigan, checking my profile in the mirror. 3 more weeks? Maybe less, until someone really notices. I can get away with looser clothes while working, but I won't be able to hide my stomach from Yarek much longer. The thought makes my stomach knot with anxiety. Nina knocks softly on my bedroom door. Coffee's ready. Thanks, I'll be right there. I take one last look in the mirror, smoothing down my blouse, and join Nina in the kitchen. She's already dressed for work, but she studies my face with concern. You look pale. I'm fine. I accept the mug she offers, though the smell of coffee makes my stomach turn slightly. Just tired. Maybe you should take the day off. I can't hide forever. I take a careful sip of coffee, willing my stomach to settle. Besides, it's better to act normal and get a day's pay that I'll soon need more than ever. Professional distance, remember? She doesn't look convinced, but she nods. Just be careful, okay? I will. The drive to the estate is quiet, with rain pattering against the windshield, while I try to prepare myself for another day of pretending everything is normal. Yarek hasn't approached me in any way, but professionally since the engagement party. So it seems like he's silently reached the same conclusion I have. Our affair is over. It has to be. I park in the staff lot and hurry through the rain toward the main house. Mrs. Nikova meets me at the side entrance, umbrella in hand. Miss Clark, Mr. Baranov has a special assignment for you this morning. My stomach drops. An assignment? He needs you to check on a delivery at the greenhouse wing. Apparently, some supplies that were supposed to arrive yesterday never showed up, and we haven't found another gardener yet. He's hoping you can take care of it. She hands me a clipboard with a revised vendor checklist. He wants you to verify what's missing and contact the suppliers directly. I take the clipboard, scanning the list of items. Garden supplies, pottery, and fertilizer. Nothing seems particularly urgent until you find yourself needing them. I'll take care of it. It will be good to be back in the garden again, even if it is raining. Take the long path along the side of the estate. The delivery area is easier to access from there, and you won't track mud through the main house. I nod and head back out into the rain. The greenhouse wing is at the far end of the property, past the pool and tennis courts. I pull my cardigan tighter and follow the winding path that skirts the edge of the estate grounds. The rain has softened to a light drizzle, but the air is still heavy and gray. I check items off the list as I walk, noting what should have been delivered and what actually arrived. It's mindless work, which is exactly what I need to keep my thoughts from spiraling. The path winds through a section of trees that creates natural privacy from the main house. It's quiet here, peaceful even with the overcast sky. I'm almost enjoying the solitude when I hear something that makes me pause. Footsteps, soft, but definitely there, and somewhere behind me. I slow my pace, listening carefully. The footsteps seem to slow, too, matching my rhythm. My heart starts to beat faster. I turn around, scanning the path behind me. The walkway is empty of other people. Nothing moves except the gentle sway of branches in the breeze. Hello? I call out, feeling foolish but unable to ignore the unease. No response besides the sound of rain on leaves and the wind blowing through the branches. I shake my head and continue walking. I'm being paranoid. The engagement party, unspoken breakup, and unrevealed pregnancy have me so on edge that I'm imagining things that aren't there. I still can't shake the feeling someone is watching me. The trees along the path create pockets of shadow even in the gray daylight, and every rustling branch makes me jump. I pick up my pace, eager to reach the greenhouse complex, where there will be other people and other sounds besides my own footsteps on the wet gravel. The greenhouse complex comes into view, a series of glass structures connected by covered walkways. I check the delivery area first, noting several pallets of supplies that match items on my list. The vendors did deliver, but maybe not everything the gardener who placed the order was expecting. I spend the next hour cataloging what's there and what's missing, calling suppliers to confirm delivery schedules and resolve discrepancies. The work is routine and comforting in its familiarity. For a brief moment, I can almost forget about the baby growing inside me, Yarek's engagement, and the way my life has become impossibly complicated. One of the groundskeepers, an older man named Tom, approaches while I'm checking off items on my clipboard. "Finding everything you need, Sarah?" He clearly remembers me from my one-day stint as a gardening associate for the estate. I smile warmly. I've mostly handled the discrepancies. It looks like the fertilizer delivery is short a few bags, and I still need call the supplier to confirm. "Ah, that explains it. Mr. Baranoff was asking about that yesterday. He seemed concerned about the timing with the new plantings." I nod, slightly surprised that even in the middle of everything else, Yarek is still managing every detail of the estate. I shouldn't be surprised. It fully aligns with his attention to the smallest elements of his world and the way he notices when things are out of place. I'll make sure it gets sorted out. Tom tips his cap and continues on his way, leaving me alone with my checklist and my thoughts. The interaction reminds me how normal my life used to be for a brief time after escaping Alex and leaving New York City. I'd wake up, go to work, and come home. There were no secrets, no danger, and no impossible choices for 8 blissful months. When I finish, I follow the path back toward the main house. The rain has stopped completely now, leaving the world fresh and clean. I'm almost enjoying the walk when I notice something that makes me jerk to a stop. On the wooden bench near the estate's side gate, someone has placed a single red rose. It's fresh, and the petals are still perfect, with water droplets clinging to its surface. It wasn't there when I walked by earlier. My stomach lurches, and not from morning sickness. I approach the bench slowly, as if the rose might bite me. There's no note or explanation, just the flower, placed carefully in the center of the bench like an offering. Or a message. My hands shake as I pull out my phone, checking for missed calls or texts. There's nothing, but the rose sits there, innocent, beautiful, and absolutely terrifying. Alex always brought me red roses. Every time he hit me, every time he screamed at me, and every time he made me feel small and worthless. Afterward, the apology always came with a red rose. "I'm sorry, baby. You know I love you. Here, I got you something beautiful, just like you." That was followed by promises to never do it again, but they were lies. He always did it again until I managed to escape. The memory makes bile rise in my throat. I back away from the bench, clutching the clipboard to my chest like a shield. It's nothing. It has to be nothing. It's just a coincidence, a gardener's mistake, and might not even be for me. It could be a romantic gesture meant for someone else. Even as I tell myself this, I know it's not true. The rose feels like a message. Alex might be here, in Greenwich, watching me. The cologne at the cafe, the footsteps on the path, and now this rose could all be connected. I turn and hurry toward the main house, my mouth dry. I don't run, but I walk fast enough that Mrs. Nikova looks up with concern when I enter through the side door. "Miss Clark, is everything all right?" "Fine." I try to steady my breathing. "I just wanted to get out of the rain. I'm finished with the greenhouse inventory and will have the supplier reports ready within the hour." She nods and returns to her paperwork. I hurry to my office and close the door, sinking into my chair with relief. I'm safe here. As I try to calm down, I can't get rid of the image of that rose, waiting for me to find it. The rest of the day passes in a blur of routine tasks. I make calls to suppliers, update inventory records, and respond to emails. It's normal work that requires just enough concentration to keep my mind from spiraling. Yarek doesn't appear in my office, doesn't send for me, and doesn't acknowledge my existence beyond the professional assignment he gave me this morning. It's exactly what I wanted. No, needed to stick to my decision that we're over. I have to have professional distance and a clear boundary between what we had and what we can never have again. So why does it feel like I'm slowly suffocating? I leave the estate at my usual time, checking my mirrors more carefully than usual during the drive home. Every car behind me could be him. By the time I reach my apartment, my nerves are frayed. The parking lot feels too exposed, with too many places for someone to hide. I sit in my car for a long moment after turning off the engine, scanning the area around my building. A couple is walking their dog, and there's a teenager on a skateboard. I'm not alone. They'll hear me if I have to scream. I force myself to get out of the car and walk to my apartment, keys ready in my hand. I separate the sharpest key, the one for my car, and extend it between my fingers to be used as a weapon as I climb the stairs to the second floor. I breathe a sigh of relief when I step through the door and lock it behind me. We've gotten in the habit of just locking the bottom lock, but I turn the deadbolt and put on the sliding lock before going to the kitchen, where I hear Nina moving around. Nina is cooking dinner, but takes one look at my face and sets down her spoon as she turns off the gas burner before coming closer to me. What happened? I tell her about the rose, the footsteps, and recall the cologne and previous text message, revealing my growing suspicion Alex might have found me. She listens without interrupting, her expression growing more concerned with each detail. The cologne from the cafe, the footsteps, and now this. I twist my hands together. It could all be coincidence, but you don't think it is. I don't think it is. I look at her, seeing my own fear reflected in her eyes. I think he's here, Nina. I think he's been watching me. She's quiet for a long moment, processing what I've told her. When she speaks, her voice is slow and careful. What are you going to do? I don't know. I can't tell Yarek after the engagement and the end of our fling. Besides, what would I say? I think my ex-boyfriend might be stalking me. I need protection from a man who might not even be here. He'd probably help. Maybe, but only out of obligation. I don't want him to do anything from obligation. Nina studies my face. And the pregnancy? I ignore what she's asking. Do I want him to do something to help me with the baby, even if it's just out of obligation, to focus on the pregnancy itself? I have maybe 3 more weeks before someone notices. I can get away with looser clothes while working, but I won't be able to hide my stomach from Yarek much longer. You still haven't decided what to tell him? I shake my head. I don't want to tell Yarek about the baby if it's just to force him to end his engagement. I don't want to be that woman who uses a pregnancy as leverage. If he chooses me, I want it to be because he wants me, not because he feels obligated. She frowns, clearly not fully in agreement. There's child support. She trails off before adding, "You'll let him off the hook even if it means handling Alex alone?" I stiffen at the way she words that. Our affair's over, Nina. He's engaged to Katya, and that's how it has to stay. I can't drag him into this mess. She doesn't argue with me, but I see the worry in her eyes. She gets up from the table and disappears into her bedroom. When she returns, she's carrying a small can of pepper spray and a thin, sharp blade that looks like it could easily be concealed. "Just in case," she says quietly, setting them in front of me. "Don't wait until you wish you had them." I stare at the weapons, my throat tight. The pepper spray is small enough to fit in my purse, and the blade has a small clip that looks like it could attach to the inside of my bra or jacket seam. "Nina, promise me you'll carry them." I nod, pocketing both items with hands that won't stop shaking. "I promise." She doesn't say anything else as she pulls me into a hug that relays everything words can't. Outside, the rain starts up again, pattering against the windows like fingers tapping. Like someone trying to get in. The thought makes me tremble for a second. That night, I lie in bed staring at the ceiling, one hand resting on my still flat stomach. Yarek's baby is growing inside me. And every day, I don't tell him feels like a betrayal. But every day, I don't tell him also feels like protection for him, me, and the fragile life I'm carrying. I close my eyes and try to sleep, but all I can see is that perfect red rose waiting for me on the bench. It might be nothing, or it might be everything. 3 more weeks, I tell myself. I just need 3 more weeks to figure out what to do about the baby. I'm going to keep it, but I need a plan for how, and I need to decide if I'm going to tell Yarek. If our affair is really over, as it seems to be, and with him engaged, I don't see how I can tell him now or in 3 weeks. 3 weeks feels like a lie and a luxury all at once. Because time is running out faster than I want to admit. Everything is bearing down on me and coming to a head, and somewhere in the darkness, Alex might be waiting.
My phone has been buzzing since 6 in the morning. Leonid's name flashes across the screen for the 3rd time in an hour, followed immediately by a text from Katya asking about the contract signing. I ignore both and continue getting dressed. The engagement feels like a noose tightening around my neck. Every day I don't sign that contract, the Nikitins grow more suspicious and more demanding. Every day I do nothing. I'm one step closer to a war I don't want to fight, but might have to anyway, to ensure my freedom and a chance at being happy. It feels selfish in a way to contemplate such things, but I'm tired of living the life of the Pakan, denied happiness or love because of obligations. I pull on my jacket and check my reflection in the mirror. Dark circles under my eyes reveal the sleepless nights, the constant planning, and the burden of decisions I keep postponing. The man staring back at me looks tired, hunted. My phone buzzes again. This time it's a text from Katya. Father expects the contract signed today. No more delays. I delete the message without responding. At the office, I review overnight reports while waiting for Sarah to arrive. The security audit Valentine ordered has uncovered 3 more dormant accounts with suspicious activity. Someone has been systematically probing our defenses for months and maybe longer. The pattern is too sophisticated to be random and too precise to be anything other than a coordinated attack. The Nikitins are testing us. I'm sure of it now. I still don't have concrete proof it's them, but I care less and less. I'm ready to follow my instincts. Sarah knocks and enters, looking composed despite the exhaustion I see in her face. She's wearing a loose cardigan over a simple blouse, with her hair pulled back in a way that emphasizes the delicate line of her neck. Her face looks puffy, and I worry she's coming down with something, or maybe she has allergies. For a moment, I forget about contracts and threats to focus only on her. Good morning, she sets a folder on my desk. The greenhouse inventory is complete. I've contacted the suppliers about the missing fertilizer shipment. Thank you. I stand, moving around the desk. I need you to come with me today. There's a warehouse inspection that requires documentation. She hesitates. I can prepare the paperwork here. I need you there, in person. Something passes between us, a recognition of what I'm really asking. She nods slowly. Of course. 20 minutes later, we're in the armored SUV heading toward the warehouse district. Luco offered to drive, but I want this time alone with Sarah. The silence between us feels different today, and perhaps a little less strained. Maybe it's the exhaustion, or maybe we're both tired of pretending this connection doesn't exist. I still haven't signed the contract, I say, breaking the quiet. She looks at me, surprise flickering across her face. The engagement contract? Merger contract is what it really is, and all business, but it includes provisions that don't sit well with me. I merge into traffic, keeping my voice neutral. Katya's family has been working against my business interests. I'm starting to think the entire alliance is a setup. What kind of setup? I glance at her, pondering how much to reveal. She doesn't know the full extent of what I do, but she's not naive. She's seen enough to understand my business operates in gray areas, and danger is always close. The kind where I sign papers that give them control if something happens to me. And you think something will happen by design? Exactly. I think they're planning to make something happen. She's quiet for a moment. What will you do? I don't know yet. The admission feels strange. I've built my life on certainty and always having a plan. With Sarah, I'm revealing doubts I'd never voiced to anyone else. What about you? I ask. What did you imagine for yourself before everything fell apart? She turns to look out the window, her reflection ghost-like in the glass. I wanted to be a botanist and got a certificate in landscaping. I intended to go back for the actual degree, but why didn't you? She exhales deeply. Life got complicated. Her voice carries heaviness that makes me want to pull over and demand she tell me everything. My ex made it impossible to finish my degree. I had to disappear and start over somewhere new. You could still go back to school. Maybe. She doesn't sound convinced as she looks at me. What about you? What did you want before you inherited your legacy? The question catches me by surprise. No one has ever asked me that. I wanted to be an architect. My mother used to take me to construction sites when I was young, showing me how buildings grew from nothing. I thought about designing houses that felt like homes. She repeats my words back to me. You still could. I shake my head. I've never had the luxury of dreaming about anything beyond survival. The words are honest and raw. For a moment, the car feels like a confessional where we can admit things we'd never say anywhere else. Maybe that could change, she says quietly. I want to believe her. For a brief, dangerous moment, I let myself imagine a life where I don't check for threats before leaving the house, where I can build something instead of constantly defending what I've already built. A life with her. The warehouse appears ahead, breaking the spell. I park in the underground garage, the familiar concrete walls and flickering fluorescent lights bringing me back to reality. The air smells like motor oil and damp concrete, tinged with a faint metallic scent. This is my world. This is what I am. Stay close to me, I tell Sarah as we get out of the car. She nods and looks around the garage with new awareness. The shadows seem deeper here, and the silence more ominous. Maybe it's the conversation we just had, or maybe she's finally understanding the true nature of my business. The pickup should be routine. It's just medical supplies from a contact in Montreal, and nothing that would draw attention from customs or competitors. I've done this run dozens of times without incident. That should have been my first warning. We're halfway across the garage when they step out of the shadows. There are two men, armed and moving with the fluid precision of professionals. I recognize the look immediately. They aren't desperate criminals or opportunistic thieves. These are soldiers. The first man is tall and lean, wearing a dark jacket that doesn't quite conceal the shoulder holster underneath. The second is broader and older, with scarred hands that grip his weapon like he's used it many times before. Both move with military training, spacing themselves to create crossfire angles. I push Sarah behind the nearest concrete pillar and draw my weapons in the same motion. Stay down. The first shot echoes through the garage like thunder, as concrete chips explode where my head was a second before. I return fire, using the cars for cover as I advance. The men separate, trying to flank me, but they're working the wrong angles. This is my territory. I know every shadow, every line of sight, and every ricochet pattern off these walls. The first man goes down with a bullet to the chest, his weapon clattering across the concrete as he falls. The second gets close enough that I can see the Nikitin family tattoo on his wrist, a double-headed eagle with crossed swords, before I put 2 round center mass. Pain flares across my ribs as his knife finds flesh in his final moments. Not deep, but deep enough that blood immediately soaks through my shirt, feeling warm and sticky against my skin. Silence settles over the garage, broken only by the sound of my breathing and the distant hum of traffic above. I check both bodies to make sure they're dead, noting the quality of their weapons, the tactical gear, and the way they moved. Definitely professional killers, not street thugs. Someone paid good money to have me eliminated. If it was Katya or Leonid, as I suspected, maybe this is why they've been so eager for me to sign the contract. Maybe they set up the hit anonymously and couldn't contact the pros in time to reschedule. There are a few possibilities, but they all seem to lead back to the Nikitins' machinations. "Yarek!" Sarah's voice is small and frightened. "It's over." I holster my weapon and turn to find her pressed against the pillar, face pale but eyes alert. There's no screaming or hysteria. She's handling this better than most men would. "Are you hurt?" She shakes her head, then notices the blood on my shirt. Her face goes even paler. "Oh God, you're bleeding." "It's not serious." I start toward the car, but she catches my arm. "Let me look at it." "Sarah, please." Something in her eyes stops my protest. It's not just concern, but something deeper. Need, maybe. The need to do something. To help. To matter in a moment when everything has gone to hell. I nod and let her guide me to the passenger seat. She opens the glove compartment and finds the first aid kit I keep there. Her movements efficient despite the tremor in her hands. "Lift your shirt." I comply, watching her face as she examines the wound. It's a clean cut, shallow but long, running along my lower ribs. The skin is already swelling around the edges, and blood continues to seep steadily from the gash. She cleans it with antiseptic from the kit, her touch gentle but thorough. Each dab of the cloth makes me hiss through my teeth, but I stay still, transfixed by the concentration on her face. "This needs stitches," she says, examining the depth. "It'll hold until we get back." She applies butterfly bandages with careful precision, her fingers steady now, despite what we've just been through. I watch her work, struck by her composure. Most people would be in shock after witnessing a gunfight. Sarah tends my wound like she's done this before, as though violence is something she's learned to handle. The realization makes my chest tighten with a different kind of pain. "Where did you learn to do this?" "YouTube, mostly, and necessity." She doesn't elaborate, but I hear the history in those words. Her hands move like she's done this before, securing the last butterfly bandage with gentle pressure. "Necessity?" She pauses, her fingers still against my skin. "My ex wasn't careful. When he got angry, things broke. Sometimes those things were people." The words make anger flare inside me. I study her face, noting details I should have seen before, like the way she flinches when people move too quickly, how she always positions herself near exits, and the unconscious way she covers her wrists when she's nervous. "He hurt you." It's not a question because I already know the answer. She nods, still focused on the bandage. "How often?" "Often enough that I learned to patch myself up." Her voice is steady, but I catch the tremor underneath. "He always said He was sorry afterward. Brought me a single red rose and always promised it wouldn't happen again. But it did. It always did. She finally looks up at me. Until I escaped. Nina and I ran here. Rage builds, hot and violent. Some faceless bastard put his hands on her, hit her. It made her afraid and caused her to learn to tend her own wounds because he couldn't control his temper. What was his name? Yarek, he's in the past. What was his name, I repeat, my voice harder than I intend. She pulls back slightly. Alex. His name was Alex. I file away the name along with every detail she's given me. If this Alex ever surfaces or ever tries to find her, he'll discover what happens when someone hurts what's mine. He won't touch you again. I know, he doesn't even know where I am. She says that, but a wobble in her voice indicates she's not entirely certain he's truly gone. If he ever tries, he won't. She cuts me off, but I see the fear she's trying to hide. That part of my life is over. I want to promise her it's truly over, and I'll make sure of it. Instead, I focus on remaining calm. Showing the level of my anger won't do anything to reassure her. I don't want her to think I have anything in common with him. She finishes bandaging the wound and sits back, finally meeting my gaze. That's when I see the tears that are silent and barely there, but real. They track down her cheeks slowly, and she doesn't bother to wipe them away. Hey! I reach for her face, thumbing away the moisture. Her skin is soft and still warm despite the shock of the past few minutes. I'm all right. I know, her voice breaks slightly. I know you are. She's not crying because I'm hurt. She's crying because I could have been killed. When the shooting started, she realized what losing me would mean to her. The knowledge shatters me more than any bullet could. I pull her closer, tangling a hand in her hair. When I kiss her, it's with everything I can't say, every promise I can't make, and every future I can't guarantee. She tastes like tears and fear and something sweeter underneath, like hope, maybe, or the ghost of it. The kiss is deep, desperate, and filled with the rage that's building inside me. Someone sent those men. Someone wanted me dead, and Sarah was here to witness it. She could have been hurt or killed. She could have become collateral damage in someone else's war against me. The thought ignites something savage in me that goes beyond anger into territory I've never explored before. When we break apart, her breathing is unsteady, and I see my own intensity reflected in her wide eyes. Yarek. They could have hurt you. My voice comes out rougher than I intend, scraped raw by emotions I don't know how to name. If they had touched you, I don't finish the sentence, but the promise hangs between us anyway. If anyone ever touches her, I'll burn their world to the ground. I don't say it aloud, but she feels it in the way I hold her, the way my hands shake, the way my entire body has gone rigid with the need to destroy whoever dared threaten what's mine. I'm okay, she whispers, her hands coming up to frame my face. We're both okay. Her touch grounds me slightly, but the fury remains, coiling in my chest like a living thing. Alex hurt her once. These men could have hurt her today. How many other threats are out there, circling, waiting for their chance? She drives us back to the estate in silence, but my mind is anything except quiet. The attack wasn't random. The men had Nikitan tattoos. I saw the double-headed eagle clearly before I killed the second one. This was a message, a test, or the opening move in something larger. They brought violence to a place where Sarah could have been hurt. They crossed a line I didn't even know existed until this moment. A line drawn around her safety that I'll defend with my life. I lean back in the passenger seat, pain from the cut mixing with a cold fury that settles deep in my bones. The Nikitins think they can manipulate me, threaten me, and use the unwanted engagement as a weapon against me. They think I'm the same man who agreed to their alliance months ago, the one willing to play their political games for the sake of peace. They have no idea what they've unleashed. I've spent years building walls, maintaining control, and playing their games because patience kept me alive and being careful protected what I had worth protecting. I've been diplomatic because diplomacy served my interests. I've been restrained because restraint was smart business. Now, something matters more than all of that. The men who attacked us today are dead, but whoever sent them isn't. Whoever ordered this thinks I'm weak, can be intimidated, and won't retaliate for fear of losing their precious alliance. They're wrong. I close my eyes and let the rage wash over me, cold and clean and absolutely certain. I know who did this, and I'll show them exactly what happens when you come for me or endanger Sarah. The world can burn, and I'm ready to light the match.
The drive back to the estate passes in silence, though the air between us crackles with electric tension. My hands still shake from tending Yarek's wound, from watching him kill 2 men without hesitation, and from seeing how close I came to losing him before I even understood what he meant to me. I park in the staff lot like always, though when I move to get out, Yarek catches my wrist. "Stay with me tonight." The words are quiet, not quite a request and not quite a demand either. I look at him, noting the way his shirt is still stained with blood, the careful way he holds his injured side, and the intensity in his blue eyes that hasn't faded since the warehouse. "Yarek." He traces his thumb across my pulse point. "I need to know you're safe." I should say no. I should go home to Nina, process what happened, and maintain the professional distance I've been clinging to since the engagement party. Instead, I nod. Okay. Relief crosses his features. We enter through the side entrance, and he leads me through corridors I've never seen before, past paintings that are surely originals and furniture that looks like museum pieces. His private suite is on the 3rd floor, accessible by a narrow staircase that ensures complete privacy. Once inside, he moves to the fireplace and starts a fire while I stand near the windows, suddenly uncertain. The adrenaline from the warehouse is fading, leaving me hyper-aware of where I am and what staying here means. "You should shower first," he says, gesturing toward an open doorway. "Wash away what happened today." I nod, grateful for the suggestion. The bathroom is larger than my entire bedroom at home, all marble and glass with a shower that looks like something from a luxury hotel. He provides me with towels and a silk robe that's far too big, though it feels like heaven against my skin. When I emerge 20 minutes later, he's clearly had a shower too, perhaps in a guest room, and has changed into dark pajama pants and nothing else. The bandage on his ribs is fresh and clean, and he's sitting on the edge of the bed, looking lost in thought. "Better?" he asks. "Much." I move closer, noting the exhaustion in his face. "How's your side?" "It'll heal." He reaches for my hand and pulls me to sit beside him. "Thank you for what you did today. I appreciate you staying calm and taking care of me." "I've had practice." The words slip out before I can stop them, and his expression darkens. "Your ex." I nod, not trusting my voice. We've touched on Alex before, and the reality of what that relationship was like sits between us now like a living thing. "Tell me about him." His voice is steady, but I see the tension in his muscular shoulders. "What do you want to know?" "Everything. You told me his name, but where is he, and how did he hurt you?" I curl up beside him and pull my knees to my chest. We dated for 2 years. He was charming at first and attentive. Then he became controlling and jealous. He didn't like me working and didn't want me going to school. When I tried to leave the first time, I touched my ribs unconsciously, remembering. He made sure I understood what happened to people who disappointed him. He hit you. Among other things. I lean into Yarek's warmth and draw comfort from his solid presence. I learned to read his moods and anticipate when he was going to explode. I got good at first aid because someone always ended up bleeding. Almost always me. I add softly, lost in the memories for a second. He stiffens, but his voice is gentle when he asks, "How did you get away?" He went out of town for business. I packed one bag, ran, and moved here with Nina. We'd been planning it for a while. I let out a harsh sigh. I thought I was free until I saw that rose. Rose? He's frowning now. I remember the red rose on the bench. Red roses were his signature apology. Every time he hurt me, he'd show up with a single rose and promises to change. I inhale and exhale before saying, "I saw a rose on a bench in your garden the other day." He freezes before shaking his head. It couldn't have been from him. He would never get past my security. I manage a small, wobbly smile. I'd like to think so, but there was also a text, and I smelled his cologne. Spoken aloud, it doesn't add up to much proof, but my gut tells me he's followed me to Greenwich, and I've learned to trust it. He's after me, I say solemnly and with finality. He clenches his hands into fists. If he ever comes near you again, I'll kill him. I swear you're safe here. I won't let anyone hurt you. It feels reassuring, but I can't entirely believe in the promise. It isn't because I lack trust in Yarek, despite his decision to go ahead with the engagement to Katya. I just know how Alex operates, so I can never feel truly safe as long as he's out there. My stomach churns with nausea as I suddenly think about what Alex will do if he finds out I'm pregnant by someone else. If I've had the baby when he catches up with me, he'll try to kill both of us. My mouth is dry. Yarek frowns. What is it? I shake my head, unable to verbalize the fear without telling him about the pregnancy. Your turn, I say softly. Tell me more about your tattoos. I know the stars mean something important. He's quiet for a long moment, and I wonder if he'll deflect like he usually does when conversations turn too personal. He unbuttons his shirt and takes my hands to guide them to the 2 stars below his left collarbone. Thieves' stars. They mark rank in the Vori Vizakon, thieves in law. His voice is matter-of-fact, but there's tension in his muscles. I earned them when I was 18. Earned them how? By killing the men who murdered my parents. The casual way he says it makes my blood run cold. Yarek. He doesn't look away from me, maintaining eye contact as he continues the story in that slightly distant tone. They were business rivals, the Kozlovs. They thought eliminating the Baranov leadership would let them take over our territory. He traces the edge of 1 star with his finger. They were wrong. I swallow a lump in my throat. How many men? 4, my father's killers and their lieutenants. I see no regret in his expression, only cold satisfaction. I did it slowly and made them suffer the way my parents suffered. I should be horrified. Any sane person would be running for the door right now. Instead, I understand the teenager who lost everything and chose vengeance over grief. It gives me a spark of hope because he's a man who can handle Alex. Do you regret it? No. His answer is immediate. They deserved worse than they got. I trace the 2nd star and note how the ink has faded slightly with age. And this one? They're given in pairs, but in total, the stars were for taking control of the family business and proving I was worthy of my father's legacy. I was really running our bratva from the time I was about 16, since my uncle Yuri was no good at the role. He would have surrendered to the Kozlovs or traded away our empire for warm women and iced vodka. His voice softened slightly. The bratva isn't just a criminal organization, Sarah. It's a brotherhood with a code of honor. The rules have changed some in the last generation or two, with wives and children being more permissive, but in the old days, being Vori meant forsaking all family. Now, all family is protected, though rivals don't always respect the unwritten rule to leave women and children out of the feud. In those cases, we protect our own. The conviction in his voice makes something twist in my stomach. This is his world, violent and dangerous and utterly foreign to everything I've known. Yet sitting here with him and seeing the vulnerability beneath the hardened exterior, I can't bring myself to condemn it. What about the others? I touch an elaborate design on his shoulder, all curves and thorns. That's a rose, for my mother, like I mentioned before. She grew them in our garden. His voice catches slightly. I was supposed to be with them that night. I stayed home sick instead. Survivor's guilt. Something like that. He captures my hand and presses it flat against his chest. I've spent 20 years building walls and keeping people at distance. It's safer that way. Safer for whom? His lips curve into a grim smile. Everyone. People close to me become targets. Leverage. Weaknesses my enemies can exploit. I understand what he's really saying. Being here, staying with him, and choosing this makes me a target too. The thought should terrify me, and all I experience is a strange sense of inevitability. I've been a target for years as Alex's possession. Breaking free from that only to be possibly enduring it again frightens me, but having Yarrick on my side is comforting. I'm not afraid. You should be. I shake my head. Maybe, but I'm more afraid of losing you than I am of whatever dangers come with loving you. The word slips out before I can stop it, hanging in the air between us like a confession. He stares at me as though looking for signs I don't mean it. Sarah. I know it's crazy. I know it's too soon and too complicated and probably impossible. Watching you today, thinking I might lose you, I shake my head. I can't pretend this is just physical. I've already told him I loved him once with no response, so I don't expect this time to get any verbal confirmation either. But after today, I need to say it again. He kisses me then. Soft, sweet, and desperate all at once. When we break apart, his forehead rests against mine. He doesn't say anything for a long moment. He just holds me with intensity, and maybe I'm fooling myself. But I hear I love you in the silence that passes between us. The possibly inferred because I really want it to be true, confession threatens to break me and loosens something that's been locked away since Alex. I pull him down for another kiss and pour all my fear, hope, and desperate need into the contact.
The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full, unedited version, please go to bellakingbooks.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you. 2 days have passed since Sarah spent the night in my bed, and we haven't had a chance to speak privately. The estate has been busy with contractors repairing damage from a water leak in the East Wing, and Mrs. Nikova has kept Sarah occupied with coordinating the work schedules and vendor payments. I've watched her from a distance, noting the careful way she moves around the workers, always keeping her distance and positioning herself near exits. She's been more cautious since our conversation about her ex and more aware of her surroundings, as though speaking about it stirred up old fears and instincts again. Part of me wants to assign security to shadow her, but she'd notice, and the questions about why I'm doing that aren't ones I'm ready to answer. Not yet. This afternoon, while she's focused on reviewing invoices at her desk, I prop a note in a wrapped box against her desk. She doesn't notice until I'm already gone, but I watch from the hallway as she opens the note first, knowing what it says since I wrote it on heavy cardstock with my silver fountain pen. Dinner tonight. Private dining room. 8 p.m. Why? She looks up and searches for me, but I've already retreated to my office. 10 minutes later, she appears in my doorway with the box under her arm. You don't have to keep buying me things. I glance up from the contracts I'm reviewing. Open the box. She hesitates but unwraps the tissue paper to reveal a dress in deep sapphire silk. The color will complement her eyes perfectly, though I don't tell her that. She holds up the dress and frowns. Yarick. I return my attention to the paperwork. Humor me. 8 o'clock. She stands there for another moment, studying my expression. Finally, she nods and disappears back to her office. The rest of the day drags. I have calls with our shipping contacts in Montreal, a tense conversation with Valentine about increased Nikitin's surveillance around our warehouse properties, and a stack of reports about shell company activity that makes my jaw clench with frustration. Someone is still probing our defenses and testing for weaknesses. The pattern is too sophisticated to be random and too precise to be anything other than a coordinated effort. Every instinct tells me the Nikitins are behind it, but we need proof before we can act. At 7:30, I dismiss the staff and make my way to the private dining room on the second floor. It's smaller than the main formal dining area, with windows overlooking the gardens and a fireplace that I light while waiting for Sarah to arrive. She appears exactly at 8, wearing the sapphire dress that fits her perfectly. The silk drapes elegantly over her curves, and she's left her hair down in soft waves around her shoulders. She looks beautiful, though there's still wariness in her eyes. I pour wine into 2 glasses and note how she accepts hers, but doesn't immediately drink. You clean up well? She smooths the silk fabric and glances around the intimate room. This feels like a date. I quirk a brow, mildly amused at the way her statement sounds like an accusation. Does that bother you? She considers the question seriously. I don't know. We haven't exactly defined what we're doing here. I gesture to the chair across from me. Let's talk about it over dinner. The meal of roasted chicken, fresh vegetables from the estate's garden, and bread that's still warm from the oven is simple but excellently prepared. I wanted comfort food, not the elaborate presentations the formal kitchen usually provides. I need something that feels like home. We eat in comfortable silence at first, and I study her in the candlelight. She seems more relaxed than she has in days, with some of the tension leaving her shoulders as the meal progresses. She hasn't touched her wine, and I suspect she wants to keep a clear head around me. I can't blame her but hate that she's in a position to feel wary of my intentions. At the midpoint of our dinner, she sets down her fork and looks at me curiously. Tell me about your parents. I know how they died, but nothing about how they lived. The request catches me unprepared. Most people avoid asking about my family, understanding instinctively it's dangerous territory. Sarah just watches me with patient curiosity and waits to see if I'll answer. I take a sip of wine and consider how much to reveal. They were happy. That's what I remember most. They laughed together and touched each other constantly. My mother would sing while she cooked, and my father would dance with her in the kitchen. Sarah smiles at that image. You were close to them. Very. My father started taking me to the office when I was 10 and taught me the legitimate side of our businesses, focusing on real estate, import, export, and restaurant chains. He wanted me to understand that we weren't just criminals. We were businessmen who happened to operate outside the law. I smile at the memory of sitting beside my father at his massive desk, learning accounting and business structures before I'd memorize the multiplication table. She leans forward slightly. What about your mother? I sigh softly, nearly overwhelmed with a wave of nostalgia that makes me ache to hug her again. She tried to keep me separate from that world as long as possible. She taught me to appreciate art, music, and literature. We spent hours in her garden, and she'd tell me stories about her childhood in Moscow. I pause, remembering the scent of roses and the sound of her voice. Sarah reaches across the table and covers my hand with hers. The gesture is simple, but it keeps me in the present. I was supposed to be with them that night. They were going to dinner and a movie, some romantic comedy my mother wanted to see. I had a fever that was nothing serious, but she insisted I stay home. Her fingers tighten around mine. You were 13? I nod. Old enough to understand the men who shot them weren't random criminals, but young enough to believe Uncle Yuri when he promised they'd pay for what they did. She traces circles on my hand with her thumb. Your uncle raised you? Technically, for a few years. Yuri was my father's younger brother, but he was never suited for leadership. He preferred gambling and women to the responsibilities of running a bratva. He kept the organization together for a few years, but barely. I take a sip of wine, remembering those chaotic days. I started taking over operations when I was 16 and officially claimed leadership at 18. She nods with understanding. You said, that's when you got the stars. I nod. After I killed the Kozlovs. They'd taken everything from me. My parents, my childhood, and my sense of safety. I wanted them to suffer. Sarah doesn't flinch from the violence in my words. She just squeezes my hand tighter as she tilts her head thoughtfully. Do you ever wonder what your life would have been like if they'd lived? I don't have to hesitate to form an answer. Every day. My father was grooming me to take over eventually, but not until I was much older. I would have gone to university, maybe traveled, and had time to figure out who I was outside of all this. She leans back in her chair. You still could. I shake my head. I'm 33 years old, Sarah. I've been responsible for hundreds of lives, thousands of jobs, and millions in revenue for half my life. This is who I am now. She studies my face in the candlelight. Is it who you want to be? The honest answer would complicate everything. So I deflect. What about you? What did your parents want for you? Her smile turns rueful. My mother wanted me to be practical. She insisted on college and a stable job, marrying a reliable man, and having children. She died when I was 19 from cancer. She lived long enough to see me enroll in a vocational program to get a landscaping certificate and chastise me for not going for something bigger. She smiles, clearly moved by the memory without bitterness. Why didn't you? I didn't want student loan debts, so I'd planned to work while pursuing a degree in botany. She frowns for a minute. The return to school never happened. I was about to re-enroll for my bachelor's when I met Alex. She trails off, signaling she didn't mean to mention him. Maybe she doesn't want to talk about him tonight. Neither do I, except to get enough information about him to track him down and kill him. I envision what I'd do to him, and it would make it seem like I was easy on the Kozlovs in comparison. I reach for her hand this time. What about your father? He left when I was 15. One day he was there, and the next, he was gone. Mom never talked about it, but I always assumed there was another woman. She shrugs. I haven't seen him since, but I haven't really looked. He was always gone more than he was there when he was supposedly with us anyway. I squeeze her fingers gently. I'm sorry. She shrugs, though I can see the old hurt in her eyes. It's fine. We managed, though I think that's part of why I stayed with Alex as long as I did. I was so grateful someone wanted me, and I didn't have to be alone, that I ignored all the red flags. The second mention of her ex makes my jaw tighten, but I keep my voice neutral. You said he was controlling. She sets down her water glass. That's putting it mildly. He monitored my phone, my email, and my bank accounts. He convinced me to quit my job and drop out of the botany program I'd been accepted to, so I could focus on building us a home. She rolls her eyes, clearly annoyed with him and the naive woman she used to be. He isolated me from my friends until Nina was the only person left in my life. I lean forward. Nina helped you leave? She nods. She saved my life. She helped me plan my escape and insisted on coming with me. Her voice grows quiet. I owe her everything. I file away every detail and build a clearer picture of the man who hurt her, who is controlling, possessive, and systematic in his abuse. He's the type of predator who sees women as property rather than people. I meet her gaze across the table. You're safe now. She holds my gaze but looks skeptical. Am I? You're still engaged to Katya. This thing between us, whatever it is, has an expiration date. The words sting because they're true. I've been avoiding the reality of my situation and living in a fantasy where I can have both Sarah and the Nikitin alliance. Choices have consequences, though, and mine are catching up with me. I set down my glass carefully. The engagement is complicated. She leans back in her chair. So you've said. I study her face, noting the tightness around her mouth. She's beautiful, but more than that, she's brave. She's sitting here having dinner with a man whose hands are stained with blood, whose world is built on violence and deception, and she's not running. I choose my words carefully. I've been thinking about the future. She tilts her head. What about it? About what I want it to look like. The kind of life I want to build. She settles back in her chair, and I see her defenses rising. What do you want? The honest answer is sitting across from me, wearing sapphire silk and looking at me like I might break her heart. I can't say that when I don't know how to make it real. I want to feel like myself again, the way I felt before my parents died, and I became responsible for everyone and everything. I pause. The way I feel when I'm with you. Something shifts in her expression, with hope warring with caution. Yarek, I know it's not fair to ask you to wait while I figure out how to untangle myself from the Nikitins. You deserve better than stolen moments and secrets. She leans forward. What are you saying? I'm saying I want to try to find a way to make this work and build something real with you. I reach across the table and take her hand. I need time, though. She stares at our joined hands for a long moment. How much time? I don't know. Months, maybe. She flinches when I say that. The Nikitins don't forgive betrayal easily, and ending the engagement will be seen as exactly that. Pain flickers across her face. In the meantime, I'm what? Your secret? Your mistress? The pain in her voice makes me want to cross the table and pull her into my arms. You're the woman I want to build a future with. The admission hangs between us, more honest than I intended to be. Sarah's eyes fill with tears, and I realize I've said both too much and not enough. She starts to rise. I should go. I catch her wrist before she can stand. Stay, please. She looks down at my hand on her wrist. Why? So we can pretend this is sustainable? So I can keep falling deeper in love with a man who belongs To someone else? I tighten my grip gently. I need you to know this matters. You matter, and I'm going to find a way to make it right. She searches my face and looks for something I hope she finds. Finally, she settles back into her chair. She nods slowly. Okay, I won't wait forever though. I can't. There's an odd inflection to her tone as she drops a hand to her lap under the table. I release her wrist and lean back. I wouldn't ask you to. We finish dinner in contemplative silence, both of us lost in our own thoughts. When the candles have burned low, I walk her to the door. I want to ask her to stay with me, but it feels selfish after everything I'm already asking for from her. I stop her before she can leave. Thank you for listening and giving me a chance. She rises on her toes and kisses me softly. Don't make me regret it. After she walks into the hallway, I sit alone in the darkened dining room, staring at the dying embers in the fireplace. I've made promises I'm not sure I can keep, and declared intentions that might get us both killed. But for the first time in 20 years, I want something more than survival. I want a future worth living, and Sarah is the only one who makes that feel possible. I just need to figure out how to make it happen while ensuring my enemies don't get an advantage, and we both live long enough to enjoy a life together. I'm contemplating my next move when Sarah suddenly reappears in the doorway. I look at her hopefully. Is there something wrong? She nods, approaching slowly. I was almost to my car when I realized I don't want to be alone tonight. I'm on my feet in seconds, lifting and carrying her to my bedroom as she makes a shocked sound and clings to me before she starts to laugh. No one has swept me off my feet before. I smile down at her as I angle us through the doorway, not letting go of her until I sit her gently on the bed. I'm happy to be the first. I want to promise I'll spend every day sweeping her off her feet and making sure she never regrets the decision to stay. But I refuse to make promises I can't keep. So I content myself with actions over words, making love to her for hours until she's exhausted and sleeping in my arms. In spite of my physical exhaustion, my brain remains wide awake, mulling over the complexities of my life and straining for a plan to be with her and keep her safe.
I wake to the sound of birds outside the windows and silk sheets against my skin. For a moment, I'm disoriented, forgetting where I am until I turn and see Yarek's face on the pillow beside me. He's still asleep, one arm draped possessively across my waist, and I take a moment to study his features in the morning light. He looks younger when he sleeps, with the hard lines of worry and responsibility smoothed away. I can almost see the boy he was before his parents died, and he had to become a man too soon. The thought makes my chest constrict with an emotion I don't want to examine too closely. I rest my hand over my belly, feeling the slight firmness that's becoming more noticeable each day. Everything feels fragile and bright this morning, like a life I never expected to live. Last night changed something between us, making some invisible barrier finally crumble. When he told me he wanted a future with me and asked for time to make things right, I almost believed we could have a real future together. Almost. Lying here in the pale morning light, reality creeps back in. He's still engaged to Katya. He's still part of a world where violence is commonplace and enemies lurk around every corner. And I'm still carrying his baby, a secret that grows heavier with each passing day. The nausea hits me suddenly, sharp and insistent. I slip carefully out of bed, trying not to wake Yarek, and hurry to his bathroom. The morning sickness has been getting worse and more unpredictable, despite the pregnancy book saying it should be easing down after 10 weeks. Apparently, baby didn't read the same book. Yesterday, it lasted until almost noon and I had to excuse myself from a meeting with Mrs. Nikova to throw up in the staff restroom. When I emerged from the bathroom after availing myself of a wrapped toothbrush and toothpaste to brush away the disgusting taste lingering in my mouth, Yarek is sitting up in bed, watching me with concern. "Are you all right?" I force a smile and return to the bed. Just tired. It was a long night, and I wanted to brush my teeth. I wink at him, trying to pull of sexy siren and hide worried, exhausted, pregnant lover, reluctant mistress. He pulls me back into his arms, and I curl against his chest, breathing in his familiar scent. For a moment, I consider telling him everything. The words form in my throat, ready to spill out. "I'm pregnant and will see the baby on ultrasound tomorrow. Want to come?" The words knot in my throat, tangled up with morning nausea, fear, and what such a confession would mean. Instead, I just kiss him softly and whisper against his lips, "I should go. Nina will worry if I don't come home." He traces his fingers along my spine, making me shiver. "Stay a little longer." "I can't. People will start arriving soon, and if they see me leaving your room..." He sighs and releases me reluctantly. "You're right. But I wish you could stay." I dress quickly in last night's clothes, hyper-aware of how the dress fits. The silk that flowed so elegantly yesterday now feels snug across my chest and hips, which is probably my imagination and fear presenting itself. I didn't pop overnight, did I? I'll need to be more careful about what I wear, how I position myself, and how I move through the world. The drive home passes in a blur of conflicted thoughts. Part of me wants to turn around, march back into his bedroom, and tell him everything. The other part whispers that I should pack my bags and disappear before this gets any more complicated. Nina is waiting for me in the kitchen when I walk through the door, coffee mug in hand and a knowing look on her face. "Good night?" I pour myself a glass of water, avoiding her eyes. "It was fine." "Just fine? You're wearing a silk dress you definitely weren't wearing yesterday, and you have that glow that women get when they've been thoroughly..." "Nina." I cut her off with a look. "It's complicated." She sets down her mug and studies my face. "How complicated?" I sink into the chair across from her and finally meet her eyes. "I think I'm falling in love with him." "Think? Okay, no. I know I'm falling in love with him." The admission feels both liberating and terrifying. He said he wants to build a future with me, but he needs time to handle the situation with his fiancée. Nina frowns. "How much time?" "Months, maybe. The engagement is business. If he backs out, there could be consequences." "What kind of consequences?" I think about the warehouse attack the men Yarek killed to protect me, and the careful way he watches our surroundings when we're together. Recalling what he told me about his past and present, I say without hesitation, "The dangerous kind." She's scowling, but not at me. "You can't keep living in limbo. You need to make a decision about what you want, and it's not fair of him to ask you to twiddle your thumbs while he plays out whatever his scheme is." I nod. "I know what I want. I want him, but I don't know if it's possible, and waiting for months won't work for me." "Then you need to find out. Have the conversation. Tell him your preggers, how you're feeling, and what you need." I bite my lip, thinking it over. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should get some air, run a few errands, and think about everything. She nods approvingly. "Good idea. Clear your head and figure out what you really want." 30 minutes later, I'm dressed in jeans and a loose sweater, making my way through the grocery store with a list of things we don't really need, wanting to distract myself before it's time to go home and get dressed to return to work. It's unusually busy for a weekday morning, full of families with young children and elderly couples moving slowly through the aisles. I'm in the cereal aisle, debating between brands, when I catch the scent that makes me shiver and causes a surge of nausea as sandalwood and spice, expensive and distinctive, assaults my senses. It's Alex's cologne and how it smells just on him. The box of cereal slips from my hands and hits the floor with a loud crash. I spin around, heart racing while scanning the faces of the other shoppers. There's an elderly man selecting oatmeal, and a woman with two toddlers arguing over sugary cereals. A teenage employee restocking shelves barely looks at me before returning to her task. No, Alex. I tell myself it's just a memory or fear playing tricks on my mind. Lots of men wear that cologne. It doesn't mean anything. The woman with the toddlers looks at me with concern. Are you okay, honey? I bend to pick up the fallen cereal box, my hands shaking. I'm fine, just clumsy. She smiles sympathetically and returns to managing her children, but I can still smell that distinctive scent that haunted my nightmares for months after I escaped. I abandon my cart and hurry toward the exit, my heart thrumming so hard I can hear it in my ears. The automatic doors seem to take forever to open, and when I finally reach my car, I fumble with the keys before locking myself inside. I sit in the parking lot for 10 minutes, breathing deeply and trying to calm down. It's nothing. It has to be nothing. Alex doesn't know where I am. He can't know because I can't go through all that again. Yet, as I drive home, the scent seems to follow me like a shadow. My phone rings as I'm pulling into my apartment complex at 7:30 a.m. It's a call from Dr. Rannick's office, according to the caller ID, so I quickly answer. Miss Clark, this is Jennifer from Dr. Rannick's office. I'm calling to confirm your ultrasound appointment tomorrow at 2 p.m. Yes, I'll be there. I make a note to speak with Mrs. Nikova to tell her I have to leave early tomorrow. Great. At 12 weeks, we might be able to determine the gender, if you'd like to know. My chest tightens with excitement and fear. Tomorrow, I'll see my baby and maybe learn whether I'm having a boy or girl. It's a milestone I've been looking forward to, but it's also another reminder of how real this pregnancy is becoming. I'd like to know. She sounds super cheerful when she says, Perfect. We'll see you tomorrow at 2. I end the call and sit in my car for another moment, resting a hand on my belly. Tomorrow, I'll know more about the baby I'm carrying. Yarek's Bay. The secret that's growing bigger every day. Nina is right. I need to decide what I want. The problem is, I already know I want Yarek, this baby, and a future that includes all of us together. I just don't know if it's possible. Back in the apartment, I find Nina getting ready for work. She takes one look at my face and immediately sits down, pulling me with her, though I should be rushing to get dressed myself. I'm going to be late if I don't hurry. What happened? I smelled his cologne again, at the store. Her face goes pale. Alex's cologne? I nod, sinking into the couch beside her. I know it sounds crazy. I know it could be anyone, but what if he really is here? What if he's been watching me? We'll go with Plan B then, she says firmly. If he's here, we'll handle it. Plan B was our mostly joking fallback plan to poison his wine and dump his body in the lake. Mostly joking. Now, it feels a little more tangible and like a real option with a baby on the way and not wanting to have to run again. I quickly dismiss the idea. I'm not a killer. I'll have to run again, start over, and with a baby... Stop. Nina grabs my hands, forcing me to look at her. You're spiraling. Take a breath. I do as she says, inhaling deeply and trying to center myself, but the fears keep multiplying in my mind like a virus. I have an ultrasound tomorrow, I say suddenly. Nina's eyes widen. You're still... you haven't told him yet? I shake my head. I don't know how. I told you he asked for months to sort things out with his fiancée, but you know I don't have months. This pregnancy will be visible in a matter of weeks. She nods. Maybe you should tell him now and give him the choice. What if he only chooses me because of the baby? What if he feels trapped into ending his engagement? She huffs out a sigh. What if he chooses you because he loves you and wants to be a father? I consider this, but doubt creeps in. He's never mentioned wanting children. His world is dangerous. He'll probably think bringing babies into it is irresponsible. I recall his words about family being protected, but I'm too conflicted and torn with fear and panic to really focus on what he might want. I can barely think straight. It's possible he'll think you and a baby are worth changing his world for. I want to believe her. I want to believe Yarek would choose me and our baby over duty and obligation, but I've learned not to trust in other people's choices when it comes to my happiness. There's something else, I say quietly. Nina waits. If I tell him about the baby, he'll never let me leave. Even if things don't work out between us, even if he chooses his fiancée, he'll never let me go if he knows I'm carrying his children. She frowns. You just said he might not want them or find having babies irresponsible, so which is it, hun? I toss my hands in the air. I don't know. I'm so confused and frightened. I just don't want him to make me stay. Nina shakes her head in confusion. Why would that be so bad? I take a few breaths and manage to restore some semblance of calm and order to my jumbled thoughts. I won't be trapped again, Nina. Not even by someone who claims to love me but won't choose me over a merger posing as a marriage. I've learned that good intentions can become prison bars just as easily as bad ones. She's quiet for a long moment. So what are you going to do? I shrug. I don't know. I have a few weeks to decide. Either I tell him and trust he'll choose us, or I leave before he figures it out. She nods slowly. And if Alex really is here? The question makes me flinch. If Alex is here, running might not be an option. I might need Yarek's protection more than I need my independence. I guess I'll have to trust that Yarek meant it when he said he'd keep me safe. She squeezes my hand. He must mean it. He obviously cares about you. I want to believe her. I want to believe love, even though he's never said the words, is enough to overcome the obstacles we're facing. But as I sit in our little apartment, with the scent of Alex's cologne still haunting my memory and the secret of my pregnancy weighing on my chest, I can't ignore the feeling that everything is about to fall apart.
I'm reviewing shipping manifests when Valentine enters my office carrying a manila folder and looking like he has something unpleasant to discuss. I glance at the clock on my desk and note it's barely 9 in the morning. Though I've been awake since Sarah left almost 4 hours ago, my bedroom felt empty after she left and too quiet without her soft breathing beside me or the sound of her moving around. I'd wanted to ask her to stay, to call in sick and spend the day talking about everything except the engagement that hangs over us like a sword. Instead, I watched her dress hurriedly in last night's silk and slip away before the staff arrived for their morning shifts. He drops down into the chair across from my desk and opens the folder. We need to talk. I set down the manifest I've been studying for the past 20 minutes. The numbers blur together anyway. My mind keeps drifting to the way Sarah looked this morning, vulnerable and uncertain as she gathered her clothes in the pre-dawn darkness. About the fact that you're distracted, making careless decisions, and apparently entertaining overnight guests. He slides a photograph across my desk with careful control. Security camera footage from this morning shows Sarah leaving through the side entrance, wearing the same sapphire dress she wore to dinner last night. The image is clear enough to identify her, despite the early morning shadows, though her face is turned away from the camera. She has her arms wrapped around herself, shoulders hunched against the morning chill. Something about her posture suggests vulnerability, like she's trying to hold herself together or protect something precious. I study the image without expression, though my jaw tightens involuntarily. Your point? My point is that Katya is planning a wedding while you're sleeping with your assistant. She and her family are volatile, Yarek. If they find out what's really going on, there will be consequences. I set aside the photograph and lean back in my chair, maintaining the neutral expression I perfected over 20 years of dangerous negotiations. What kind of consequences? The kind that end with all of us dead. He closes the folder and fixes me with a steady stare. You're playing a dangerous game. I'm aware of the risks. Are you? Because it looks like you're thinking with your heart instead of your head. The criticism makes my jaw tighten. I'm thinking clearly for the first time in years. He shakes his head slowly, the gesture carrying 20 years of friendship and shared dangers. Clearly, you're about to blow up a multi-million-dollar alliance for a woman you've known for 3 months. I stand and move to the window overlooking the estate grounds, needing space from his disapproval and the security photograph that makes Sarah look so fragile. In the distance, I see groundskeepers tending to the gardens where she used to work. She'd been invisible then, someone the organization would consider disposable, just another employee whose name wouldn't be remembered if she quit the next day. Now, she's become the most important person in my world. The alliance was built on false premises from the beginning. The Nikitins have been testing our defenses and probing for weaknesses. They're not interested in partnership. They want conquest. He nods. True, but that doesn't change the fact that breaking the engagement will be seen as a declaration of war. I watch one of the gardeners pruning roses near the pool where I first saw Sarah swimming. The memory of that night feels both recent and distant as I recall her panic when she saw a figure in the shadows, the way she calmed when she realized it was me, and the conversation that led to our first kiss. Everything changed after that moment, though neither of us understood it at the time. I turn back to face him. Then we prepare for war. He eases forward in his chair, studying my expression with careful attention. After 2 decades of working together, he can read my moods better than anyone, which makes this conversation both necessary and dangerous. What aren't you telling me? I don't intend to marry Katya, not now or ever. The words are final and irrevocable. Valentin stares at me for a long moment as he absorbs them and the potential consequences. I can almost see him mentally cataloging the fallout of the broken contract, the territorial disputes, and the inevitable violence that will follow. You're serious? I hold his gaze and speak firmly. Completely. He curses softly, which is something he only does when deeply concerned about our survival prospects or deeply annoyed. What does Sarah think about this decision? I hesitate. She doesn't know yet. Last night, I told her I wanted to build a future with her, but I didn't specify how or when. He snorts and shakes his head. So she's still in limbo while you figure out how to extract yourself from an engagement that could get her killed. The blunt assessment stings, because it's accurate. Sarah deserves better than stolen moments and vague promises of a future I'm not sure I can deliver. She deserves honesty about the dangers she'll face if she chooses to stay with me, and the choice to walk away if the price is too high. I'm working on it. His laugh is brief and harsh. Work faster. The longer this drags out, the more dangerous it becomes for everyone involved. Valentin reopens his folder and pulls out more photographs. Speaking of dangerous, we've identified 3 more shell companies with suspicious activity, all tangentially or directly tied to Nikitin networks. That's not all. They're making some big purchases too. I return to my desk and examine the documents spread before me. Bank records, shipping manifests, and corporate filings paint a picture of systematic infiltration that's been going on for months. Even more alarming are the new invoices and financial transactions Valentin has unearthed showing a trail of massive purchases by the Nikitins. They're planning something. The question is, what and when? He points to a series of transactions highlighted in yellow marker. These payments were made to companies we know are fronts for military contractors. They're arming themselves. For war with us or someone else? He shrugs. Does it matter? If they're buying weapons, we need to assume they intend to use them. If you marry her, your death gives Katya control of the Baranov Bratva. If you don't, your death gives her deep personal satisfaction. He speaks blunt truths that paint a clear picture. I'm screwed either way when it comes to my dear fiancé's intentions. I study the timeline of transactions, noting how they've accelerated dramatically since the engagement party. In the days since, there are new purchases in larger quantities of more sophisticated equipment. They're not just preparing for conflict, but conquest. They're moving faster than I expected, especially since Katya believes we're still getting married. Valentin jerks his head once in a terse nod, which brings me back to my original point. You need to decide how to handle ending the engagement if you're determined to do so, and soon. This middle ground you're trying to maintain isn't sustainable. He's right, though admitting it means accepting Sarah and I are running out of time. The fantasy I've been nurturing, that I could somehow have both her and a peaceful resolution with the Nikitins, is crumbling under the weight of reality and enemy surveillance. What do you recommend? End it. Break the engagement cleanly and quickly, then fortify our defenses for the inevitable retaliation. Valentin closes the folder and meets my gaze with the directness that's made him invaluable over the years. Or marry Katya and let Sarah go. Those are your only options if you want to keep breathing. The second might lead to a more favorable outcome, but you'd be miserable. I nod in agreement, appreciating he's realized that. The second option isn't really an option at all, not anymore. The thought of marrying Katya while Sarah disappears from my life makes my chest hurt with something approaching panic. I've spent 20 years building walls around my heart, and Sarah demolished them in 3 months. I can't go back to being the man I was before I knew her. I can't lose her. Then you better be prepared to fight for her. He stands and moves towards the door, pausing with his hand on the handle. Once you break that engagement, there's no going back. After he leaves, I sit alone in my office and stare at the security footage of Sarah walking away this morning. She looks small and vulnerable in the early light, wrapping her arms around herself like she was trying to hold something together. The image bothers me more than it should. There was something in her posture that suggested she was carrying a burden I don't understand. It has to be that I asked her to wait months for me, but what if it's something more? I should have asked her to stay. I should have made coffee and convinced her to spend the morning with me instead of sending her back to an apartment I've never seen, and to a life that doesn't fully include me except in stolen moments and secret dinners. The intercom on my desk buzzes, interrupting my thoughts. Mrs. Nikova's voice comes through the speaker with professional calm. Mr. Baranov, Miss Nikitina is here to see you. I force my expression into neutral lines. Send her in. Katya enters wearing a deceptively simple cream-colored suit that was no doubt expensive. Her platinum hair is pulled back in a severe chignon, and she carries herself with the confidence bordering on arrogance. Everything about her appearance is planned. The color makes her skin look porcelain. The cut emphasizes her figure, and the jewelry whispers old money and even older power. She settles into the chair Valentine just vacated and crosses her long legs. "Good morning, darling. I hope you don't mind the impromptu visit." I keep my tone inscrutable. "What can I do for you?" "I wanted to discuss wedding details. We need to settle on the venue, the guest list, and the timeline." She pulls out her phone and scrolls through what appears to be an extensive set of notes. "I was thinking early spring, March perhaps. The gardens will be beautiful then." "That seems rushed." "Rushed? We've been engaged for a week already. People will start to wonder if we keep delaying." She looks up from her phone with eyes that miss nothing. "Unless there's a reason you want to postpone?" The question carries an undercurrent of suspicion that makes me careful with my response. Katya isn't just beautiful and well-connected. She's intelligent, observant, and dangerous. If she suspects something about Sarah, she won't hesitate to use that information as leverage. I want to make sure we're both committed to making this work. It seems more time to figure out if we're compatible is wise before such a permanent commitment. It's pure lies I'm spinning, needing some reason to slow this down while planning my exit strategy and how to handle the fallout after breaking the merger engagement. Commitment. She sets down her phone and studies my face like a predator evaluating prey. An interesting word choice. Tell me, Yarek, what does commitment mean to you? Loyalty, trust, and mutual respect. And fidelity? The word hangs between us like a challenge, loaded with implications and threats. I maintain eye contact and keep my expression neutral, though every instinct screams that she knows more than she's revealing. Of course. Another lie. I couldn't imagine ever touching her, let alone touching only her for the rest of my life. There's only one woman I want in my bed who deserves my trust and that I prove I'm trustworthy. And it isn't Katya. Good. She smiles, though the expression doesn't reach her eyes and carries the chill of Arctic wind. I would hate for there to be any misunderstandings about what marriage means to me, or what the consequences would be for betraying that trust. The threat is subtle but unmistakable. Katya knows something or suspects it, and she's letting me know she's watching. The question is how much she actually knows versus how much she's fishing for with this carefully orchestrated visit. I appreciate your directness. I thought you might. She stands and smiles thinly. I'll have my assistant send you the preliminary guest list for approval. I do hope we understand each other. The words carry multiple layers of meaning, all of them threatening. She knows about Sarah. Maybe not everything, but enough to be dangerous. After she leaves, I pour myself a glass of vodka despite the early hour. The conversation was a chess move, a careful probe to test my reactions and gauge how much I might reveal about Sarah. Worse, it was a warning that the Nikitins are done playing games. I returned to the security photographs of Sarah walking away from me this morning, but my thoughts are preoccupied by Katya threatening me and Valentine warning me time is running out. The walls are closing in from every direction, and I need to make a choice before someone else makes it for me. I pick up my phone and dial Valentine's number. When he answers, I don't waste time with pleasantries. Set up a meeting with our security team. I want a full briefing on Nikitin capabilities and known associates. When? Tonight, and start drawing up contingency plans. I want us prepared for anything because I won't maintain this charade any longer. I'll make it happen. He's quiet for a moment before asking, what about Sarah? Does she know what's coming? Not yet. Soon. How soon? I pause, considering the options. I'll know after tomorrow. I end the call and finish my vodka, already planning the conversation I need to have with Sarah. She deserves to know what choosing her will cost and what kind of war we'll be walking into together. She also deserves the chance to walk away if the price is too high. The thought of losing her makes my heart pound with something close to panic. But I won't trap her in a life she didn't choose. She's already escaped one man who tried to control her destiny. I won't be the second.
The waiting room at Dr. Rannick's office smells like vanilla and antiseptic, a combination that makes my stomach turn more than usual. Nina sits beside me, flipping through a parenting magazine with forced casualness while I stare at the appointment card in my hands for the 12-week ultrasound, routine checkup, and possible gender results if I want them. This is my first real appointment since the initial pregnancy confirmation. I've been dreading it all week, not from fear exactly, but from the overwhelming reality of what this appointment represents. Seeing the baby will make everything undeniably real, and I'm already struggling with how to fit a child into my complicated situation with Yarrick. Sarah Clark? A nurse in cheerful scrubs calls my name, and my stomach flutters with nerves, and Nina squeezes my hand. Want me to come with you? I nod, not trusting my voice. We follow the nurse down a hallway lined with photographs of smiling families holding newborns. Each image feels like a glimpse into a future I can't quite believe might be mine. The ultrasound room is dimly lit with a large monitor mounted on the wall and medical equipment I don't recognize. Dr. Rannick enters with a warm smile that immediately puts me at ease. She's a middle-aged woman with kind eyes who came highly recommended from the clinic where I confirmed my pregnancy, and the sister of that doctor. How are we doing today, Sarah? A little nervous, I say, settling onto the examination table. The paper crinkles beneath me as I adjust my position. This is all so new to me. That's completely normal. Let's take a look at your little one and see how everything is progressing. She spreads warm gel across my stomach before pressing the ultrasound wand into place. The monitor flickers to life, showing grainy black and white images that mean nothing to me at first before Dr. Rannick pauses, adjusting the angle and pressure. She moves the wand to a different position, her expression shifting from routine to focused. This is interesting. My pulse skitters. Is something wrong? Not wrong at all. Just more than we expected. She points to the monitor with her free hand. See this here, and here, and here? 3 distinct shapes appear on the screen, each with a tiny flickering movement that must be heartbeats. I stare at the monitor in complete shock, unable to process what I'm seeing. Triplets, Dr. Rannick says gently. You're having triplets. The word lands hard. Nina gasps beside me while her magazine falls forgotten to the floor. I stare at the 3 tiny forms on the screen, unable to blink or process what I'm seeing. Are you sure? My voice comes out as a whisper. Absolutely certain. All 3 babies appear healthy and developing normally. The heartbeats are strong. She continues moving the wand, pointing out details I barely register through my shock. Would you like to know the genders? I can take a good guess today, though you won't want to count on the results until your 16 or 20-week ultrasound, so don't decorate the nursery just yet. She smiles. I nod numbly while trying to process. There are 3 babies. How does someone prepare for 3 babies when she can barely figure out how to navigate having one with a man who's engaged to another woman? The doctor moves the wand and after a moment says, I feel at least 90% confident baby A is a boy. The wand moves again, and seconds pass before she says, baby C appears to be a girl. I'm pretty certain about that. Again, the wand moves, pressing a little deeper into my stomach as the doctor says, hold on. Still looking. With more wand wiggling, she says, I think baby B is also a girl, but I'm only about 40% sure of that. We'll confirm at the next ultrasound if they're all being cooperative. The room spins slightly as I try to process this news. 2 daughters and a son, all of them Yarrick's and mine together. The magnitude of this revelation threatens to overwhelm me completely. Dr. Rannick prints several ultrasound images and hands them to me along with a folder containing detailed results. After that, we go across the hall to an exam room where she gives me a physical exam and sends in her nurse for a blood draw and urine sample. Pausing at the door, she says, "I'll want to see you again in 2 weeks. Multiple pregnancies require closer monitoring, but everything looks excellent right now." I nod, still grasping the folder with unsteady hands. I drop my gaze to stare at the ultrasound photos of 3 tiny profiles when the nurse comes in to collect samples. My children. Our children. The reality of it makes my chest tight with something between joy and terror as I pee in a cup and leave it in the window. After that, I dress again and return to the patient room, where Nina waits for me. The nurse is also waiting and beams at me. "Congratulations, Ms. Clark. This is wonderful news." I somehow manage to nod and smile, though my thoughts are too preoccupied by the bomb that just cleaved my life into before and after triplets, as I walk past her with Nina holding my arm to keep me steady. Once out of the clinic, after making my next appointment, Nina helps me to the passenger side and opens the door for me. I sit in the passenger seat, clutching the folder while she starts the engine, and both of us remain quiet as we process what just happened. "Triplets," she finally says, shaking her head in amazement. "3 babies, Sarah." I know. The words feel inadequate. I can't. How do I even begin to handle 3 babies? "You don't handle them alone. You have help. You have Yarek." "Do I?" The question comes out with a brittle laugh. "He's engaged to another woman. He made promises to someone else before he even knew I existed." Nina pulls into traffic, glancing at me with concern. "He also said he wanted to build a future with you. That has to count for something." "What kind of future?" "As his mistress, while he stays married to Katya, for business reasons, I won't do that. I won't raise our children in the shadows, while he pretends to love someone else in public." I sound angry, and I am, but not at Nina. I'm angry at myself and the choices I've made, and I'm angry at Yarek. I'm also angry at the universe or whatever deity thought me having triplets was a good idea. She shrugs off my angry tone, sounding brisk but sympathetic when she says, "Tell him about the babies and make him choose." The thought terrifies me. Using my pregnancy as leverage feels manipulative, even if the babies are his. I want him to choose me because he loves me, not because he's trapped by biology and obligation. We drive in silence until Nina pulls into the parking lot of a small shopping center. Without planning to, I ask her to stop at the baby boutique on the corner. The decision surprises both of us, but suddenly I need to touch something real and connected to the future growing inside me. The store is filled with soft pastels and gentle music. Cribs, strollers, and tiny clothes create a maze of possibilities that should feel overwhelming, but instead brings an unexpected sense of peace. For the first time since seeing those 3 heartbeats on the monitor, I allow myself to imagine this could actually happen, and the anger starts to fade away. I end up in the newborn section, running my fingers over impossibly small onesies. 3 cream-colored ones catch my attention because they're simple, soft, and perfect, while being gender-neutral in case my ultrasound today was wrong. I pick them up, one for each baby, and press my fingers together to steady them as I hold the tiny clothes. "Those are beautiful," Nina says softly behind me. Yarek would hold one of our children like this, carefully, probably too carefully at first, while learning how to be gentle in ways I know he's capable of, despite the dangerous world he inhabits. The image feels so real I have to bite my lip to keep from crying right there in the store. "I'm buying them." She doesn't question the decision. She stands beside me at the register while I purchase the onesies, along with 3 soft blankets in pale yellow. The cashier smiles warmly as she wraps everything in tissue paper. "First baby?" she asks kindly. 3, actually. Triplets. Her expression lights up with genuine excitement. "How wonderful. Congratulations." You're going to be busy, but it's such a blessing. A blessing. The word stays with me as we leave the store. And maybe that's exactly what this is, despite the timing and complications. 3 healthy babies are worth fighting for, and worth demanding more from Yarek than stolen moments and vague promises. Walking back to Nina's car, I pull out my phone and type a message to Yarek. Thank you for last night. I haven't stopped thinking about what you said. Let's talk soon. I hit send before I can second guess myself. The folder with the ultrasound results sits in my purse like evidence of the future we could have, and he deserves to know. Our children deserve a father who chooses them openly, who doesn't hide them from the world. As we cross the parking lot, movement catches my attention near the edge of the lot, where several cars are parked in shadow. A tall figure stands between 2 vehicles, too far away to identify, but close enough to make my skin crawl with sudden recognition. I stop walking abruptly. The height, the posture, and the way he holds himself create a familiar silhouette that makes me tremble, and I almost drop my shopping bag. Sarah? What's wrong? I turn my head to point out the figure to Nina, but when I look back, he's gone. The space between the cars is empty, but I still sense someone watching me. There was someone I thought I saw. I trail off, scanning the parking lot for any sign of movement. Nina follows my gaze, her expression growing concerned. Saw what? Nothing. Maybe nothing. My pulse jumps. That wasn't nothing. The figure had been too familiar, too much like the man I spent months running from. She opens her mouth to say something just as my phone rings, and Yarek's name appears on the screen. I stare at it, thumb hovering over the answer button. Suddenly, all the hope I had moments ago evaporates. How can I tell him about the babies when I might have brought danger back into both our lives? How can I ask him to leave his world behind when mine might be catching up to us? The phone continues ringing. Nina watches me with growing alarm as I make no move to answer it. Sarah, answer the phone. Fear clamps down hard. If Alex has found me, if he's really here in Greenwich, then nothing is safe. Not my future, not the babies, not even Yarek. I don't know what Alex wants, but if he finds out I'm pregnant or figures out who the father is, he'll use it against me. Or he'll kill me and the babies. I don't want to drag Yarek into that, but keeping this from him might be even worse. I'm too panicked to think clearly. An instinct kicks in. We need to go, now. I grab Nina's arm and pull her toward the car, the ultrasound folder clutched against my chest. My phone stops ringing, then immediately starts again. Yarek's name flashes on the screen, but I can't answer in my current state. Nina doesn't argue. She unlocks the car and we both get in quickly, locking the doors behind us. As she starts the engine, my phone buzzes with a text message. Where are you? Is everything okay? Another message follows immediately. Sarah, please answer me. I open the text thread and start to type something. Maybe just, I'm okay, or we'll talk later. My fingers hesitate above the screen, and the words won't come. Nothing feels right. My thoughts are jumbled, moving too fast to catch and focus on just one. I just want to get home. I need walls around me, locked doors, and all the lights on. I back out of the message, press the power button, and shut off the phone instead. Holding it in my palm feels like control, even if it is only pretend. Nina drives, and I keep glancing at the side mirrors, half expecting to see someone still there in the parking lot watching us leave. The shopping bag with the 3 onesies and blankets sits in my lap, a tangible piece of the future I want to believe is possible. The fear that Alex has found me makes everything uncertain again. I touch the folder in my purse, thinking about the ultrasound images of our 3 children. Talk to me, Nina says, as we pull into our apartment complex. What's going on? I thought I saw Alex. She goes completely still, her hands gripping the steering wheel. Are you sure? Number maybe. I don't know. I lean my head against the window, exhaustion suddenly overwhelming me. It was just a feeling, but it was so strong, like someone was watching me. We should call the police. I shake my head. And tell them what? I saw a shadow that looked like my ex-boyfriend? They'll think I'm paranoid. She shuts off the engine and turns toward me. If that really was Alex, you have to tell Yarek. I shake my head. I don't know if I can. She gives me a sharp scowl. Why not? Because he's still engaged and trying to hold his world together to avoid a war, and She watches me closely before prompting. Just what? He's never chosen me, I say in a sudden outburst. Now I'm asking him to do so because there are 3 babies in the middle of it, and maybe a man out there who used to hurt me for fun. I don't want our relationship to be on those terms or from those stressors. She looks like she wants to argue, but she doesn't. She just opens her door and comes around to stand beside me when I get out. I'm steadier than I'd expected, but limp as a dish rag. Clutching the shopping bag, I follow her up the stairs, my mind looping in every direction. Upstairs, once safely in my apartment behind the locked door, with all locks engaged, I set the shopping bag on my bed and pull out one of the tiny onesies. I hold it up by the shoulders and just stare. It's so small, designed for tiny infants. I bought preemie size almost automatically, obviously realizing they will be tiny when they are born. Tiny and completely defenseless. I can't protect them like this. I don't even know if I can protect myself. My phone buzzes with another message from Yarek, but I don't read it. Instead, I place the ultrasound folder on my nightstand and continue holding the onesie. 3 babies. His babies. The truth gradually seeps into my brain as my normal is fractured and rearranged to resemble something new. Nina appears in my doorway with 2 cups of tea, her expression neutral. You know you can't avoid him forever. I'm not avoiding him. The lie comes easily, though we both know better. I just need time to process this. Process what? That you're having his children, or that Alex might have found you? I set down the onesie and accept the tea. Both. All of it. I don't know how to separate what I want from what's safest for everyone involved. She settles on the edge of my bed, her voice gentle but firm. What you want matters, Sarah. So don't think I'm dismissing that, but what's safest for those babies matters too. It matters more than anything else right now. Hiding from Yarek doesn't protect anyone. I know. I can't argue with her logic, but I'm still not in a headspace to embrace being logical when there's a strong possibility Alex is out there, hunting me again. Best case scenario, it was just paranoia and the fear that's lived in my bones since I fled New York with nothing but a bag, a half-baked plan, and Nina. Either way, the babies growing inside me deserve more than a mother paralyzed by what-ifs and maybes. I can't do this alone, but until I can think clearly, I can't do anything, trapped in the moment of fear, spiraling into hopelessness and despair.
Sarah's apartment building sits in a quiet part of Greenwich, far from the estate in the world I usually inhabit. I've never been here before, having never needed to be, but after her silence today, I have to see her. Her last text this morning was warm, almost hopeful, and then nothing. Radio silence for hours. I climb the stairs to the 2nd floor and find her door. When I knock, I hear movement inside, then a long pause before the deadbolt turns. Sarah opens the door just wide enough to see me, and I immediately know something's wrong. She's pale, her hair is pulled back in a messy ponytail, and there's wariness in her expression that wasn't there this morning. Yarek, what are you doing here? You weren't answering my calls. I study her face, noting the tension around her mouth and the way she grips the doorframe. Can I come in? She hesitates, glancing back into the apartment, then steps aside. Nina's not here. She's working late. The space is small but warm, with mismatched furniture that somehow works together. Books are stacked on every surface, and there's a throw blanket draped over the couch that looks soft and inviting. It's nothing like the cold perfection of the estate, and somehow feels more welcome than any place I've lived in years. She closes the door behind me and leans against it, arms crossed over her chest. The defensive posture tells me everything I need to know about her state of mind. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. It was a long day. I step closer, noting how she tenses at my approach. Sarah, talk to me. You've been quiet since this morning. Did something happen? She looks away, staring at the floor instead of meeting my gaze. I saw someone today. Someone I thought I recognized. Who? Alex. The name comes out quietly but makes me jerk instinctively. I think he found me. Everything inside me goes cold and deadly calm. Are you sure? Number maybe. I don't know. She finally looks at me, and the fear in her expression makes my chest tight with rage. It was just a figure in a parking lot, but something about the way he stood, the height, and the posture all felt like him. I close the distance between us in 2 steps, reaching for her, but she flinches away from my touch. The reaction stings. Where did you see him? At the shopping center on Post Road. Nina and I were coming out of a store, and I saw someone watching from across the parking lot. When I looked again, he was gone. Did Nina see him? She saw someone, but she couldn't tell if it was him. She wraps her arms around herself more tightly. It might have been nothing, just paranoia. She seems to be hoping that's the case. It wasn't nothing. I keep my voice steady despite the fury building inside me. Not if you're this shaken. She nods, still not looking at me directly. He used to do watch from a distance and make me feel like I was going crazy, like I was imagining things. And then later, he'd tell me exactly where I'd been, what I'd done, and who I was with, all while making me sound like the bad guy out to hurt him. I'd end up feeling guilty for having any kind of life that didn't involve him. She shakes her head, clearly distraught by the memory and the present. The way she describes his casual psychological torture makes me want to find this man and end him slowly. You're not imagining anything. If you think you saw him, then we prepare for the possibility that he's here. She seems startled by the concept. I step closer again, and this time she doesn't pull away. You think I'd let you handle this alone? Something shifts in her expression, vulnerability replacing some of the fear. You're engaged to another woman. You have your own problems to deal with. Fuck the engagement. The words come out harder than I intended. You matter more than any business arrangement. She stares at me for a long moment, searching my face for something. Do I? Yes. I reach for her hands, relieved when she lets me take them. Whatever's happening with Katya and her family, or whatever political games they're playing, doesn't matter if you're in danger. She looks down at our joined hands, her voice so quiet I have to strain to hear it. I'm scared. Of Alex. Of everything. Of him finding me. What that means for you. And how complicated this is all becoming. She looks up at me with tears threatening to spill. I bring her hands to my lips, pressing a gentle kiss to her knuckles. Let me protect you. Let me help. She starts to say something, then stops, biting her lower lip like she's holding back words. There's something else she's not telling me. But before I can ask, she steps closer and slides her hands up my chest. The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full, unedited version, please go to bellakingbooks.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you.
I wake to the smell of coffee and the quiet clatter of pans from the kitchen. For a moment, I forget where I am. Then the memories of last night come flooding back, of Yarek's hands on my skin. The way he looked at me like I was something precious. And the words he whispered in the dark that felt like promises he wasn't quite ready to make. I pull on a robe and pad barefoot to the kitchen, where Yarek stands at my small stove wearing only his pants from last night. He's making eggs and moving around my cramped space with an ease that suggests this is something he's done 100 times before. Good morning. He glances over his shoulder with a small smile that transforms his usually guarded features. You didn't have to cook. I wanted to. He plates the eggs and turns to face me fully. How did you sleep? Better than I have in weeks. I accept the plate he offers, and our fingers brush in the exchange. Thank you for last night. Something flickers in his expression, an emotion I can't quite read. You don't need to thank me for wanting to be here. The front door opens before I can respond, and Nina walks in carrying grocery bags. She stops short when she sees Yarek, her eyebrows rising slightly, but she doesn't comment. Morning. She sets the bags on the counter and looks between us with barely concealed approval. Should I come back later? No, stay. I feel heat rise in my cheeks. Yarek was just leaving for a meeting. He nods, already reaching for his shirt. I'll drive you to the estate after I'm done. Should be back around 3. Nina busies herself unpacking groceries while Yarek gets dressed. But I catch her watching us with keen interest. After he leaves with a kiss that lingers longer than necessary, she turns to me with raised eyebrows. So, that happened. It's complicated. Honey, the best things usually are. She pours herself the coffee and settles at our small table. You look happier than you have since we got here. I join her, cradling my mug between my hands. I am, which terrifies me. Why? Because what if it doesn't last? What if when everything comes out, when the engagement situation gets resolved one way or another, he realizes this was just a distraction? Nina reaches across to squeeze my hand. From what I saw this morning, that man isn't treating you like a distraction. I want to believe her, but doubt gnaws at me. The ultrasound folder sits in my purse across the room, reminding me of the 3 babies I carry now. 3 tiny lives that will change everything between us, and I still don't know how to tell him. When Yarek returns a bit later, he drives me to the estate in comfortable silence. I'll be back by 6, he says as he drops me off. Try to stay in the main areas of the house. The protective undertone in his voice makes my chest warm. I will. He kisses me briefly before driving away, leaving me with a stack of paperwork to organize in his office. I settle at his desk, my work bag beside the chair, and lose myself in the familiar rhythm of filing and organizing. The afternoon passes quietly. I work through vendor contracts and shipping manifests, and everything is legitimate and above board as far as I can tell. Around 4, I realize I need supplies from the main filing room down the hall, so I leave my bag by the desk and head out to gather what I need. The filing room is larger than Yarek's office, with built-in cabinets containing what looks like decades of business records. I find the forms I need and spend nearly an hour making copies and organizing them by date. When I finally return to Yarek's office to collect my things, I'm already thinking about whether he'll want to stay at my apartment again tonight. Sarah. The voice stops me just outside Yarek's office door. I turn to find Katya approaching, looking effortlessly elegant in a cream-colored suit. Her smile is warm and friendly, but something about it makes my skin crawl. Katya. I force my own smile, hoping it doesn't look as strained as it feels. I didn't know you were here today. I had a meeting with the wedding planner. She stops just close enough to invade my personal space without being overtly aggressive. You know how these things are, with so many details to coordinate. The casual mention of her upcoming wedding to Yarek is like a slap, but I keep my expression neutral. I'm sure it will be beautiful. I think so. She studies me with unnerving intensity. You're looking well. There's something different about you lately. A certain glow. My mouth is suddenly dry, but I force myself not to react with micro expressions, or touch my still flat stomach, or step backward. Thank you, I've been sleeping better. Her gaze drops to my midsection, lingering for just a beat too long before returning to my face. That must be it. The look is sharp, knowing, and settles in my bones like a warning. She suspects or knows something, and the predatory gleam in her eyes tells me exactly how dangerous that makes her. I should get back to work. I take a step toward Yarek's office, desperate to escape this conversation. Of course, don't let me keep you. She moves aside with graceful ease. Have a lovely evening, Sarah. I slip into his office and grab my bag with shaking hands, my pulse jumping erratically. That wasn't a casual comment about my appearance, but a threat. It was delivered with a smile and wrapped in false pleasantries. But it was still a threat. The workday doesn't end for another 20 minutes, but I need to get out of here. Now, instead of going to my car, I head for the guest house, where I can have privacy to call Nina. The small building sits at the edge of the estate grounds, originally built for visiting family, but now used mainly for storage. It's quiet and isolated, which makes it perfect for a conversation I don't want overheard. I dial Nina's number with trembling fingers, pacing the small living area while it rings. Hey, how's work? Her cheerful voice only makes my panic worse. I blurt it out in a rush. Nina, I think we have a problem. A big one. She sounds alarmed. What happened? Katya knows. The words are still a jumbled mess. She made some comment about me having a glow, and the way she looked at me. She knows about the baby. Babies. She has to. She inhales sharply, but sounds calmer when she speaks again. Slow down. What exactly did she say? That I looked different and had a glow. Then she stared at my stomach like she could see right through me. I sink into an armchair covered by a dusty cloth, my legs suddenly unable to support me. Nina, if she knows, if she tells people before I tell Yarek. Okay, breathe. Maybe she was just making conversation. Lots of people comment when someone looks happy or rested. I let out a harsh sound that's mostly bitter amusement and fear. This wasn't that kind of comment. This was a warning. She's letting me know she has ammunition against me. She goes quiet for a moment, and I hear traffic in the background. What do you want to do? Panic seizes me. I don't know. Maybe I should leave. Pack up and disappear before this gets any worse. She exhales slowly. Sarah, you're spiraling. You can't run every time something scares you. Can I? It worked before. I press my free hand against my still flat stomach, thinking about the 3 lives growing inside me. What if she tries to hurt me? What if she goes after you? She's not going to hurt anyone. She's a socialite, not a hitman. I shake my head instinctively. You don't know these people like I'm starting to. They're not ordinary rich people, Nina. They're dangerous. She sounds worried again. You have to talk to Yarek and tell him what happened. The suggestion makes my chest constrict with fresh panic. Tell him what? That his fiancée might know I'm pregnant with his children? That's assuming he even wants to know about the babies, which I haven't told him yet because I'm terrified he'll choose obligation over love. Sarah, what if seeing Alex yesterday wasn't paranoia? What if he really is here, working with Katya somehow? What if they're both coming for me and I'm sitting here like a target? My voice rises with each question, the fear spiral taking hold completely. Everything that felt safe and possible last night now seems fragile and threatened. The ultrasound folder in my bag feels like evidence of a crime I haven't committed yet. You need to calm down before you make any major decisions, she says firmly. Staying calm is what gets you hurt. Staying calm is what lets dangerous people get close enough to destroy you. I tremble. Waiting to see what happens could get me and the babies killed. I think about Alex's charming smile in the early days, how he seemed so perfect and attentive before the control and manipulation started. I consider Katya's cold beauty and intelligence, certain she's probably been planning my destruction since the moment she realized Yarek cared about me. What if I can't protect them? The question comes out as a whisper. my hand moving unconsciously to my stomach again. What if I'm not strong enough to keep my children safe from these people? You are strong enough. You survived, Alex. You rebuilt your life, and you've been handling working for a man you know is dangerous because you saw something in him worth the risk. Tears scald my eyes. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe the risk is too high. Or maybe you're letting fear make decisions that love should be making. Her words hit home, but they don't diminish the terror clawing at my chest. Running might not solve anything, but the urge to pack my bags and disappear feels overwhelming. I can't think straight. Everything feels like it's closing in. This feels like life or death, like it did that last time Alex put me in the hospital for 2 days, and we started planning our escape. Her tone is soothing again. Then come home. We'll figure out what to do, but don't make any permanent decisions while you're panicking. Okay, I'll try. I end the call and sit in the dusty guest house, staring at my hands. They're shaking again, the way they used to shake constantly in the weeks after I left Alex. I thought I was past this and stronger now, but apparently the old fears run deeper than I realized. The silence in the guest house feels oppressive, broken only by the distant sound of gardeners working on the far side of the estate. I try to focus on my breathing, counting in for 4 and out for 6, like a domestic abuse hotline employee taught me a couple of years ago, but the panic keeps creeping back in waves. I pull out the ultrasound folder and stare at the images again, seeing 3 tiny forms that will be completely dependent on the choices I make. The thought should ground me in purpose, but it amplifies every fear I have about my ability to protect them. What kind of mother panics at the first sign of trouble? What kind of mother considers running instead of fighting for her children's future? Alex used to tell me I was weak, that I couldn't handle pressure, and I needed him to make the important decisions. I fought so hard to prove him wrong, but here I am, falling apart at the first real test. I close the folder and lean back in the chair, letting my head fall against the worn fabric. The guest house smells like old wood and dust, with an underlying scent of roses from the garden outside. It's peaceful here, being isolated from the main house and giving the illusion it's separate from all its complications. I let myself briefly imagine what it would be like to just stay here, hidden away from Katya and Alex and all the dangers that seem to be circling closer. But hiding isn't living, and my children deserve more than a mother who cowers or goes to ground when things get difficult. My phone buzzes again, this time with a call from an unknown number. I stare at the screen, my pulse jumping. Unknown numbers always make me nervous, being a leftover paranoia from the early months after I left Alex. He used to call from different phones, leaving voicemails that started sweet and ended threatening. I let it go to voicemail, then immediately check the message. "You have 1 new voicemail," the automated voice announces. I listen to dead air for several seconds. Then a man's voice, distorted and barely audible. "I know where you are now." The phone slips from my suddenly nerveless fingers, clattering to the floor. That voice, it could be anyone, could be a wrong number or a prank call, but every instinct I have screams, it's Alex. I scramble to pick up the phone and delete the message, as if erasing it could somehow undo the threat, but decide not to at the last moment. I might need it for evidence or something. I try to rationalize and react calmly, but the damage is done. The fear that's been building all day crystallizes into cold certainty. He's here. He's found me. I need to leave the guest house and get back to the main estate where there are people and security cameras. I grab my bag and rush for the door, but stop with my hand on the handle. What if he's watching? What if leaving the safety of these walls puts me directly in his path? The rational part of my brain knows I'm spiraling. And one creepy voicemail doesn't necessarily mean Alex has found me, but the terrified part of my brain, the part that remembers his hands around my throat and his promises that I'd never be free of him, is in full control now. I sink back into the chair and dial Yarek's number with shaking fingers. It goes straight to voicemail. which means he's still in his meeting. I try twice more with the same result. The walls of the guest house feel like they're closing in. I need to move to get somewhere safe, but my legs feel like water and my breath comes in short gasps. This is what Alex did to me. This is the lasting damage he left behind, this bone-deep terror that strips away all rational thought and leaves only the primitive need to run and hide. I won't let him win. I won't let him turn me back into the frightened woman I was when I first arrived in Greenwich. The ultrasound folder sits in my bag like a ticking bomb, reminding me of the 3 babies who deserve better than a mother who runs when things get complicated. They also deserve a father who chooses them freely, not because he's trapped by circumstance, but I might have to reveal their existence to keep them safe and never know how he truly feels about me or them. I force myself to stand on unsteady legs and take deep breaths until my heart rate slows to something resembling normal. The panic attack leaves me drained but clear-headed enough to know I can't stay here. I need to get home to Nina, the safety of familiar walls, and someone who understands my history. The drive back to the apartment passes in a blur. Red light, green light, turn signal, and check mirrors. I undertake small, manageable actions that keep my mind from spiraling back into terror. Nina takes one look at me when I walk through the door and immediately guides me to the couch, wrapping a soft blanket around my shoulders without asking questions. She brings me tea with extra honey to help counter some of the shock and after effects of the attack, and sits beside me, her presence steady and calming. "Better?" she asks after I've had several sips of the warm liquid. "A little." My voice sounds hoarse, like I've been screaming, though I don't remember making any sound during the panic attack. After we talked, I got a voicemail from an unknown number. I play the message for her, watching her expression grow serious as the distorted voice delivers its threat. "That could be anyone," she says carefully, but I hear the worry she's trying to hide. Could be, probably isn't. Terse replies are about all I can manage for the moment. We sit in silence for several minutes, both of us processing what this might mean. If Alex really has found me, if he's here in Greenwich, the safety I've built here, and the tentative hope I've allowed myself to feel about a future with Yarrick becomes fragile and threatened. "What do you want to do?" she asks gently. "I'm in, no matter what." I pull the blanket tighter around my shoulders, staring at the ultrasound folder I've placed on the coffee table. I don't know. I honestly don't know anymore.
I returned to the estate just after 5, still thinking about last night with Sarah. The meeting with our port authority contacts went better than expected, opening new possibilities for legitimate shipping routes that could help distance us from some of the shadier aspects of our operations. For the first time in years, I can see a path toward something cleaner that Sarah wouldn't have to be ashamed of. The drive back to the estate gave me time to think about the conversation I need to have with Sarah about our future. Last night changed everything between us, shifted us from stolen moments to something that feels permanent and real. I want to tell her about the plans forming in my mind, the legitimate businesses we could build together, and the life we could have away from the constant threat of violence. My office is empty when I arrive, which surprises me until I check the time. Sarah must have left right at 5, which isn't unusual, but I'd hoped to catch her before she went home. The space feels different without her presence, smaller somehow, like all the air has been sucked out of the room. I settle at my desk and review the notes from today's meeting, but my mind keeps drifting to the way she looked this morning in her kitchen. She was soft, rumpled, and completely unguarded in a way I've rarely seen. There was something different about her that made me want to stay in that small apartment forever and forget about the rest of the world. The paperwork blurs together as I replay moments from the night before. The way she moved beneath me, the sound she made, and the vulnerability in her eyes when she let me see past all her carefully constructed walls linger with me. I've never felt anything like what I felt with her last night, and never wanted to protect someone so fiercely while simultaneously wanting to possess them completely. Valentine enters without knocking, carrying a folder and looking grimly focused. I gesture to the chair across from my desk, already knowing this conversation will pull me back into the reality I was hoping to leave behind. He settles into the chair and opens the folder immediately, his movements precise and businesslike. We need to talk about your exit strategy. I lean back in my chair, studying his face and noting the tension around his eyes. Meaning? He spreads documents across my desk, each page organized and highlighted. Meaning, if you're serious about ending the engagement, we need to approach it strategically. The Nikitins don't handle rejection well, and Katya especially won't appreciate being cast aside for your assistant. The clinical way he describes Sarah makes my jaw tighten, but I keep my expression neutral. I pick up one of the documents, scanning the financial projections. What do you recommend? He points to specific entries on the shipping manifests, tracing transaction patterns with his finger that tell the story of our intertwined businesses. I propose a series of business-based negotiations designed to make the dissolution look mutual. We set up trade route disputes and territorial disagreements, something that gives both families a face-saving reason to step back from the alliance. He pulls out additional pages, spreading them across my desk like pieces of a complex puzzle. You should request a meeting with Leonid and his sons. Frame it as discussing expansion into new markets, but you'll really be laying groundwork for the separation. I study the paperwork, noting the complexity of untangling our business relationships. Every shipping route, every shared contact, and every joint account represents another thread that needs to be carefully severed without triggering retaliation. That makes sense. I lean forward, recognizing the strategic brilliance of his plan. How long until I can call off the engagement? His shoulders sag slightly as he meets my gaze. If you want to avoid all-out war, these machinations will take 3 months, minimum, maybe longer if they resist, which they're bound to do to start with. I groan. 3 months of pretending to plan a wedding with Katya while building a life with Sarah in secret sounds miserable. 3 months of maintaining the lie while hoping nothing explodes in our faces sounds unfeasible. The timeline feels impossible, especially when I think about Sarah waiting for me to put her first. I close the folder and meet his gaze, noting the concern etched in the lines around his eyes. Set up the meeting. Tell them I want to discuss expanding our Port Authority relationships. I guess we'll start there. I leave the planning to you. I'll handle it. He stands, gathering the documents with efficient movements, but pauses before heading toward the door. What about Sarah? Does she know what you're planning? I shake my head, already dreading that conversation and the questions she'll ask about timelines and guarantees I can't give. Not yet. I want to have a concrete timeline before I make promises I might not be able to keep. My last estimate of months almost pushed her away entirely, and I'm not sure her reaction will be any different this time. Valentine stops at the door, resting his hand on the frame as he turns back to study my expression. What if she can't wait? The question touches on fears I've been trying to ignore. I turn toward the window, watching shadows lengthen across the estate grounds as evening settles over Greenwich. She'll wait. I try to sound confident, but there's a wobble of doubt. His footsteps retreat down the hallway, but his doubt, along with my own, lingers in the air like smoke. The confidence in my voice doesn't match my uncertainty. Sarah has already waited months for me to figure out how to navigate my engagement to Katya. How much longer can I reasonably ask her to stay in the shadows? After he leaves, I try calling Sarah, needing to hear her voice and reassure myself last night wasn't a dream. The call goes straight to voicemail, her recorded message playing in my ear with professional politeness that gives away nothing. I pace to the window and back, checking my phone every few minutes for a response that doesn't come. The silence bothers me more than it should. After everything we shared last night, pulling away feels like a step backward into the careful distance we maintained for weeks. I spend the evening reviewing contracts and planning the conversation with the Nikitins, but part of my attention stays focused on my phone. Every notification makes me hope it's Sarah, but they're all business messages or spam. By 10 o'clock, I can't stand the silence anymore and send another message, my thumb hovering over the screen as I choose my words carefully. Please let me know you're safe. If Alex, I just need to hear that you're okay. Her response comes moments later. I'm safe at home. Long day. We'll talk later. I read it 3 times before accepting what it doesn't say. Those 9 words tell me nothing and everything. She's alive, she's not ready to talk. And something has shifted since this morning. I can tell by her terse tone and feel the distance in her reply. I pour myself a glass of vodka and stand at the window, looking out at the grounds where I first saw Sarah working in the gardens. She seemed so small then, so focused on her task, and I was completely unaware watching her would change the entire trajectory of my life. I ache to have her with me, but I have to content myself with the text she sent, knowing I can't race back to her home like a madman again when she's made it clear she doesn't want to talk tonight. What changed? What happened between breakfast this morning and tonight to make her put up walls between us? And can I breach them again? The not knowing is perhaps worse than if she just told me to fuck off and leave her alone. The next morning, I arrive at the office early, hoping to catch Sarah before the day gets complicated. She's already at her desk when I walk in, but something about her rigid posture tells me this isn't going to be the conversation for which I was hoping. Her back is straight and her shoulders are set, like she's armoring herself for battle. I close the door behind me and move toward her desk, noting how she doesn't look up from the papers she's sorting. Sarah. She stands, her legs wobbling a bit. When she finally meets my gaze, her expression is neutral, but I catch the exhaustion in her eyes. I need to talk to you. I stop a few feet away, noting the careful distance she's maintaining between us and the way she's positioned herself near the door like she's planning an escape route. Of course. What's on your mind? She takes a breath, squaring her shoulders and lifting her chin in a gesture of forced courage that reminds me of the day I first reassigned her to my office. I'm quitting, effective immediately. My world tilts sideways at the words. I clench my hands involuntarily at my sides as I try to process what she's saying. What? Her face remains blank, but I catch the slight tremor in her voice and the way her fingers worry at the hem of her blouse. This isn't working, any of it. I think it's best if I find something else. I step closer, trying to read her expression, but she takes a corresponding step back until her hip hits the edge of the desk. Sarah, if this is about last night or the night before, she shakes her head firmly. It's not about last night. It's about everything. The situation we're in isn't sustainable. I reach toward her, but she moves away, putting the desk between us as a physical barrier. The rejection stings. We can make it work. I told you I was going to end things with Katya, and I meant it. Something flickers across her face. Hope, or pain, or both, before she locks it down again. Her knuckles go white where she grips the edge of the desk. When? The single word carries everything she's not saying and all the doubts and fears she's been harboring while I've been lost in planning our future in the murky someday months from now. I suddenly feel cornered by the intensity of her stare. Soon, Valentine is setting up meetings, working out the details. Her laugh is bitter and broken, the sound cutting through me like glass. How soon? Her voice is steady, but her eyes are bright with unshed tears. A month? 6 months? A year? I hesitate, knowing whatever number I give won't be what she wants to hear. The timeline Valentine laid out yesterday seems reasonable for business purposes, but impossible when I'm looking at the woman I love asking me to choose her. That moment of silence tells her everything she needs to know. She nods once, a sharp jerk of her head that speaks of disappointment and resignation. I see. She moves forward, but I step into her path, hands raised in a gesture of supplication. It's not that simple. There are political considerations, business relationships. I spread my hands, trying to make her understand the complexity of what I'm trying to accomplish. She stops just out of reach, her whole body vibrating with suppressed emotion. There are always going to be political considerations. She looks up at me with heartbreak written across her features, tears threatening to spill over. There's always going to be something more important than us. I can't be the other woman, and I won't let them. This destroy who I am, or make me someone I'm not. I take another step closer, desperate to make her understand she's wrong. That's not true. Her smile is sad and knowing, the expression of someone who's heard empty promises before. Isn't it? I'm asking you to choose me right now, today, and you can't do it. I spread my hands, trying to find words that will bridge the gap between us, but everything I think to say sounds like another excuse. I'm trying to do this the right way, the safe way. She laughs again, the sound sharp enough to cut, and I see something break behind her eyes. For whom? Safe for your business interests? Safe for your reputation? Because it's not safe for me. The raw pain in her voice stops my protests. Something has happened that's made her feel threatened in a way I don't understand. I search her face for clues, but she's already closing herself off, rebuilding the walls I thought we'd torn down 2 nights ago. I soften my voice, trying to reach the woman who trusted me enough to share her bed and her body. Talk to me. Tell me what this is really about. She shakes her head, reaching for the door handle with a finality that makes my chest ache. It doesn't matter anymore. I can't do this, Yarek. I can't be the other woman waiting for you to figure out how to fit me into your life. I reach for her arm, but she's already moving, her hand closing around the door handle. Sarah, wait. She's already gone, the door closing behind her with quiet finality. I stand in my empty office, staring at the space where she was, the scent of her perfume still lingering in the air like a ghost. She asked me to choose her today, and I couldn't do it. Not because I don't want to, but because I need time to do it right, to minimize the damage to everyone involved. From her perspective, my hesitation looked like rejection, like proof that she'll never be my priority. I understand suddenly I failed her when she needed me to be decisive. Valentine appears in my doorway, his expression grim, interrupting my plans to chase after Sarah. "We have a problem." I look up from the contract I've been staring at without reading, my mind still replaying Sarah's final words. What kind of problem? He settles into the chair across from my desk with a solemn air, clutching a thick folder in his hands. The kind that involves Roman Sokolov and several $1 million in unauthorized transactions. He opens the folder. Remember that mid-level player who wanted to do business with us a few weeks ago? I lean forward, forcing myself to focus on business when all I want to do is think about Sarah, the arrogant one. What about him? Valentine slides documents across my desk, pointing to highlighted sections. He's been busy. We found 3 more shell companies with suspicious activity, all connected to accounts that trace back to him, but he's been operating under multiple aliases. I study the bank records and corporate filings, noting dates and amounts that paint a disturbing picture. Roman Sokolov, Alexander Petrov, and Alexei Kozlov. Same man, different names, and all tied to the same financial networks. Valentine nods grimly, pulling out additional pages. The timeline is recent, with most within the last 2 months, which means this has been happening right under our noses. I spread the documents across my desk, looking for patterns. How did he get access to our systems? Valentine leans forward, dropping his voice. That's where it gets complicated. The authorization codes match legitimate Baranov accounts, but they're being used for transactions we never approved. Someone with inside access is feeding him information. I look up sharply, meeting his gaze. Inside our organization? He shakes his head slowly, his expression troubled. Or inside the Nikitin organization, with access to our joint accounts. He points to a series of highlighted entries. Katya's name keeps appearing in the transaction logs. It could be coincidence, but the pattern is too clean and too deliberate. I scowl at the page. If Katya is working with Roman to undermine our operations, the engagement was never about alliance. It was about infiltration, an eventual takeover. I've known that for a while, but having proof confirming it makes me want to handle this separation quickly and messily, instead of taking my time for the appearance of a mutually agreed end to our joint deals. I close the folder and meet his gaze. What's our exposure? Exhaustion is evident in every line of his face, indicating he's been working on this for hours, if not days. Manageable if we move quickly, but if this continues, they could drain our operational accounts and leave us vulnerable to federal investigation. I stand and move to the window, processing the scope of the threat. Recommendations? He joins me at the window, his voice quiet but firm. We need to be careful. If we move too aggressively, we tip them off and lose any chance of catching them in the act. But if we wait too long, they might disappear with enough evidence to destroy us. I turn to face him, noting the concern in his expression. So we watch and wait? Valentine nods slowly, his hands clasped behind his back. We watch, we gather evidence, and we strike when they make a mistake. He pauses, meeting my gaze directly. If Katya is involved in this, ending the engagement becomes more complicated. She's not just going to walk away quietly. After he leaves, I sit alone with the knowledge that my world is unraveling from multiple directions. Sarah is gone, convinced I'll never choose her over business considerations. The Nikitins are possibly stealing from us while planning a wedding that's supposed to cement our alliance. And somewhere in the middle of all this, a man named Roman Sokolov is playing games with my money and my future. I think about Sarah's final words, her accusation that there would always be something more important than us. She's wrong about one thing. She's not less important than the business. She's the reason I want to clean up the business, and the reason I'm willing to risk everything to build something better. I just need to prove it to her before it's too late.
The next 5 days blur together in a haze of regret and sleepless nights, with each morning bringing the same hollow ache where hope used to live. Nina brings me tea and forces me to eat toast, but everything is tasteless. I can't stop replaying that final conversation with Yarek and how his face went blank when I asked him to choose me immediately. The silence that stretched between us like a chasm, confirming what I've known all along. I'll always be secondary to his obligations, his business, and his world. If I stayed with him, I'd be his mistress, and our children would be his dirty secret. I won't do that to them or me. We deserve better. My phone sits on the coffee table, turned face down because I can't bear to see his name when he calls. He's tried 4 times in the days since I walked out of his office, leaving voicemails I delete without listening to. What could he possibly say that would change anything? Nina settles beside me on the couch with her own cup of tea, watching me with the careful attention she's maintained since I came home broken and empty 5 days ago. You need to eat something substantial. I shake my head, pulling the throw blanket tighter around my shoulders. I'm not hungry. You're wasting away. This isn't healthy, especially not now. She doesn't say the word pregnant, but it hangs in the air between us anyway. I press my hand to my still flat stomach, thinking about the 3 lives growing inside me who deserve better than a mother who can't function. I keep thinking about what you said, I say, my voice hoarse from lack of use. About how I'm letting fear make decisions that love should be making. Nina shifts closer, her expression softening. And what if love isn't enough? What if wanting something desperately doesn't mean you should have it? What if it does? I turn to look at her, noting the worry lines around her eyes and the way she's been tiptoeing around me like I might shatter. You think I'm being stupid? She shakes her head. I think you're scared. There's a difference. I also think you deserve to be his wife, or at least his number one, instead of someone he hides in a corner of his life. She sounds intense when she adds, I'm on their side. I always have been and always will be. My phone vibrates against the table, and we both freeze. I reach for it slowly, expecting another call from Yarek that I won't answer. Instead, I see an unknown number and a text message that makes me shiver. Still thinking about you. You can't hide forever. I away, toss the phone like it burned me, and Nina lunges to grab it before it hits the floor. She reads the message, her face going pale. That's the 3rd one this week, I whisper, wrapping my arms around me. They're different numbers every time, but I know it's him. Nina screenshots, then deletes the message with sharp, angry movements. We should call the police. And tell them what? I'm getting texts from unknown numbers? They'll ask if the messages are directly threatening, and technically, they're not. Sarah, he's playing games, just like he used to. He's making me feel crazy and paranoid while staying just on the right side of legal. I stand and pace to the window, looking out at the parking lot below. The apartment that felt safe a week ago now feels like a trap. We could leave, she says quietly, tonight. Let's pack everything and disappear. The suggestion makes my chest tight with relief and terror. Running feels like the smart choice, the safe choice, but it also feels like admitting defeat. Where would we go? Anywhere. Maybe the West Coast or somewhere in the middle of the country. I have some money saved, and you must have something put aside from working for Yarrick. She hesitates. This time, I think we need to figure out how to get new names and new identities, so we can start over entirely and make it harder for him to find you. I turn back to face her, noting the forced casualness in her voice. What about your job? Your life here? She shrugs, but I catch the way her shoulders tense. It's just a job. Nina? I settle back on the couch, studying her face. What aren't you telling me? She looks down at her hands, twisting her ring around her finger in the nervous gesture I've known since college. Emile offered me a promotion to head of catering operations for their corporate clients. The words make me flinch. Nina has been working towards something like this for years, building her reputation and proving herself in an industry that doesn't make room for mistakes. She left behind that clout a year ago to come with me to Greenwich and has now rebuilt it. Giving it up would be starting all over again. When? Yesterday. I haven't given him an answer yet. She meets my gaze reluctantly. The thought of her sacrifice makes me shake my head. This is everything you've worked for. She reaches for my hands, holding them firmly between both of hers. So is our friendship and keeping you safe. The generosity of her offer brings me to tears that I blink back. She's willing to sacrifice her dreams to run away with me, to start over somewhere new, yet again with fake identities and the constant fear Alex might find us anyway. The least I can do is be honest about how impossible that scenario really is. I squeeze her hands, memorizing the warmth of her touch. I can't ask you to do that. Her voice grows fierce with determination. You're not asking, I'm offering. I pull my hands free and stand, pacing to the kitchen as I work through the implications. What about the babies? How do I raise 3 children while looking over my shoulder for the rest of my life? How do I explain to them why we have to keep moving, why they can't make friends or put down roots? Nina follows me, leaning against the counter with crossed arms. We'll figure it out. I turn to face her, letting my frustration show. Will we? I've been thinking about it for days, and I can't see how this ends well. Either I keep running forever, or I stay and fight for the life I want. Nina studies my face with careful attention, her expression growing more hopeful. Which one feels right? My phone buzzes again before I can answer. This time, it's an unknown number calling, and I make the mistake of answering without thinking. Hello? Silence, then heavy breathing that makes my skin crawl. I hang up immediately, but the damage is done. Alex knows this number, knows I'm here, and knows exactly how to make me feel hunted. Nina moves closer, her voice soft but insistent. We should call Yarrick. I shake my head violently, backing away from her suggestion. Number I can't go running back to him every time I get scared. That's not fair to me or the babies. I have to consider him a closed option. He's marrying someone else, and I'm not okay with that. She spreads her hands in frustration, her voice rising slightly. So, what's the plan? Hide in this apartment until Alex gets bored and finds someone else to terrorize? The question stings since it's exactly what I've been doing. Hiding, hoping, and pretending that ignoring the problem will make it disappear. Alex doesn't give up easily, and the text messages prove he's not going anywhere. I think about the ultrasound images tucked away in my purse showing 3 little ones depending on the choices I make. They deserve a mother who fights for their future, not one who runs at the first sign of trouble. I reach for my jacket, suddenly needing space to think clearly. I need some air. Maybe a drive will help me think. She stands immediately, already reaching for her own coat. I'll come with you. I hold up a hand to stop her. No, stay here. I need to be alone for a while. She looks like she wants to argue, but something in my expression stops her protest. Promise me you'll be careful. I promise. I drive aimlessly through Greenwich, trying to sort through the mess of emotions and fears that have consumed me since I walked away from Yarrick. The town looks different now, being less like a refuge and more like a stage where my life has been playing out in acts I don't control. When I finally return to the apartment 2 hours later, Nina is cooking dinner and humming under her breath. The normality of it makes my chest squeeze, with longing for a life where my biggest worry is what to make for dinner. She glances over her shoulder as I hang up my jacket. Feel better? I settle at our small table, watching her move around the kitchen. A little. Nina? She continues stirring the pasta sauce, her voice casual. Yeah? Take the promotion. She turns to face me, wooden spoons still in hand, her expression guarded. What? I meet her gaze directly, wanting her to understand how serious I am. Take the promotion and build the career you've always wanted. Stop putting your life on hold because mine is complicated. She sets down the spoon and turns fully toward me, her voice careful. Sarah, I mean it. Whatever I decide to do about Alex, Yarek, and everything, I want to know you're building something good for yourself. She studies my face for a long moment, then nods slowly with growing acceptance. Okay, that doesn't mean I'm abandoning you. I know. We eat dinner in comfortable silence, both of us lost in our own thoughts. I'm picking at my pasta when my phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number. My stomach clenches, expecting another threatening message from Alex. Instead, I find a message that makes me freeze. You left behind an important folder in Mr. Baranoff's office. I have them in my car and can meet you this evening to return them. Warehouse 17 on Industrial Drive. I'm in the area handling some business. Valentin. The words sink in and I start to tremble. That must mean he found the ultrasound folder. But how? Did I drop it when I stormed out of Yarek's office? I leave the table to frantically check my purse, realizing I haven't opened my work bag since coming home 5 days ago. The folder isn't there. Nina looks up from her plate, noting my suddenly frantic movements. What's wrong? I think I left the ultrasound results at Yarek's office. Valentin has them. Her fork clatters against her plate. Valentin knows? I read the message again, looking for any sign that Valentin understands what he's found. The text is neutral and professional, which suggests he either doesn't know what's in the folder or he's being discreet. I stand and pace to the window, trying to consider the consequences. The message doesn't say, but if he looked at them? She joins me at the window, her voice tight with concern. He's sure to tell his boss. Yarek will know about the babies. The thought sends panic through my system. I wanted to tell Yarek myself, to control how and when he learned about the pregnancy, if I ever told him at all, which I don't plan to do if he's marrying someone else. If Valentin tells him, it becomes a complication for Yarek to manage and gives him leverage over me to force me to whatever role he might want me to play. I try to tell myself Yarek isn't Alex and would never do such a thing. But I can't bring myself to believe it. Yarek will use this information to control me, and by extension, my babies. I'll be safe from Alex, but imprisoned by another man. I can't endure that. I grab my keys from the counter, already planning my route. I have to get those documents back before he says anything to Yarek. Nina frowns, reading the message over my shoulder again. Why would he want to meet at a warehouse? That seems weird. I pull on my jacket, checking my pockets for my phone and wallet. It says he's in the area on business. Yarek owns a lot of properties. Nina crosses her arms, her expression skeptical. This still feels strange. Why not just bring them to your apartment or drop them off tomorrow? I consider her concerns, but the urgency of retrieving the documents before Valentin can examine them more closely overrides my caution. I'll be quick. I'm just going to grab the folder and leave. Nina reaches for her coat with determined movements. I'm coming with you. I shake my head firmly, already moving toward the door. Number. If this is about keeping the pregnancy secret, I need to handle it myself. She doesn't look happy, but she doesn't argue further. I pause at the door to look back at her, suddenly needing the reassurance of a backup plan. If I'm not back in 2 hours, call Yarek. Her expression grows alarmed. Sarah, promise me. She nods reluctantly, worry evident in every line of her body. I promise. The drive to Industrial Drive takes 15 minutes through parts of Greenwich I've never seen before. The warehouse district is quiet and isolated, being nothing like the busy commercial areas where Nina and I usually spend our time. Warehouse 17 sits at the end of a dead-end street surrounded by other industrial buildings that look abandoned in the gathering dusk. I park outside and check my phone, but there's no message from Valentin with more specific instructions. The main door is slightly ajar, which strikes me as odd, but maybe Valentin is already inside waiting. I push the open door and step into the cavernous space, noting how my footsteps echo in the emptiness. I call out into the vast space, my voice swallowed by the darkness. Valentin? No response. The warehouse is darker than I expected, with only a few security lights. A prickle of unease hits me, and I start to move back to the entrance. This feels off, and I was stupidly rushing into... What? I don't know, but the voice of reason is shouting at me to get out, so I turn toward the door, but freeze after a couple of steps. The air around me smells like dust and motor oil, with a sudden scent that makes my skin crawl. Sandalwood and spice. Alex's cologne. Every instinct screams at me to run, but before I can move, a voice speaks from the shadows behind me. Hello, Sarah. I turn slowly, my pulse jumping as Alex steps into the light. He looks exactly the same as he did 12 months ago, when he left his apartment for a business trip, and I was there. He surely expected me to be there when he returned, but I was gone when he got back. He's still tall, lean, and darkly handsome in a way that used to make my pulse quicken for entirely different reasons. But he also radiates fury. I've seen this side of him many times, but never to this extreme. His name comes out as a whisper, as the hair on my arm stands up. Alex. He smiles, flashing the same charming expression that once made me feel special, and now makes me want to vomit. You look good. Different, but good. Another figure emerges from behind a shipping container as a man I don't recognize, who moves with the easy confidence of someone accustomed to violence, steps into a small pool of light created by one of the overhead lights. Alex gestures casually toward me, like he's asking someone to pass the salt. Grab her! My paralysis ends, and I bolt, but I'm not fast enough. Strong hands close around my arms, dragging me back into the warehouse despite my struggles. I scream as loudly as I can, hoping someone might hear and call for help. Let me go! Alex laughs with cruel amusement. Scream all you want. Nobody's coming. The man holding me smells like cigarettes and cheap aftershave, and his grip is bruising as he forces me toward a small office space built into one corner of the warehouse. The stranger speaks with a thick accent I don't recognize. You want her in the office, Roman? That'll work, Demetrios. Roman. The name means nothing to me, but Alex doesn't correct him, which sends a chill down my spine. How many identities has he been living under? How long has he been planning this? When Demetrios jerks hard on my arm, nearly tripping me, I scream again, hoping the revelation might make them hesitate. I'm pregnant. If you hurt me, you're hurting an innocent baby. Alex stops walking and turns to face me, his smile widening into something predatory. I know. The casual way he says it makes my blood freeze. He knows about the pregnancy, which means he's been watching me more closely than I realized. Was he spying on me when I went to my doctor's appointment? I'm now sure I saw him at the parking lot of the baby boutique. Did he somehow get the folder, using it to lure me here under the pretext of being Valentin? He adds with conversational ease, his tone chilling in how even it is. You're pregnant, for now. I nearly freeze again, but Demetrios keeps pushing me along, shoving me into a small room despite my efforts to escape. He sends me halfway across the room with a big push, and by the time I get to my feet again, Alex is standing in the doorway instead of Demetrios. The room is windowless and claustrophobic, containing nothing but a metal chair, a wobbly desk, and a bare light bulb hanging from the ceiling. Alex follows me in, closing the door behind him. In the enclosed space, his cologne is overwhelming, triggering memories of other small spaces where he made me feel trapped and helpless. I remember the time he locked me in the blanket trunk at the foot of the massive bed, keeping me there for 3 hours. I was gasping and lightheaded from lack of oxygen by the time he finally let me out, not doing so until my frantic fists pounding against the wood faded to light taps every few minutes as I depleted the oxygen in the trunk. I blocked the memory for the moment, needing to be here and in the present, to deal with the current monstrous version of Alex instead of trapped in the past. If anything has changed about him in the past year, he's probably gotten crueler. The thought makes me quiver, but I try to hide that. He settles into the chair like he has all the time in the world, studying me with cold interest. We have so much to catch up on, starting with why you thought you could disappear without consequences. I press myself against the far wall, as far from him as the small space allows. How did you find me? He leans back in the chair, which shrieks with protest at the new position, as his voice takes on that intimate tone I remember from our relationship. Does it matter? What matters is that you're here now, and we can finally have the conversation you've been avoiding. There's nothing to talk about. I left you, Alex. I moved on. His smile grows wider, more predatory. Did you? It looks like you've been hiding in someone else's bed and are now carrying someone else's baby. That's none of your business. Alex's voice drops to that intimate tone he used to use in bed, and I shudder with revulsion. Everything about you is my business. It always has been. The lock clicks shut from outside, and I realize the other man has left us alone. Alex and I are trapped together in this windowless room with no escape and no witnesses. I try to keep my voice steady despite the terror clawing at my throat. What do you want? He smiles again, and this time there's nothing charming about it as he removes a syringe from his pocket. I want what's mine.
The past 5 days without Sarah have been hell. I've called her 4 times, left voicemails that go unanswered, and sent texts that disappear into silence. Each day feels longer than the last, filled with the constant ache of knowing I failed her when she needed me most. I sit in my office, staring at the same contract I've been pretending to read for the past hour, when Valentin enters. He settles into the chair across from my desk, noting the stack of untouched paperwork and the glass of vodka that's been sitting untouched since noon. "You look like hell," he says with characteristic bluntness. I set down the contract and lean back in my chair, not bothering to deny the obvious. I need to see her. Valentin's expression grows cautious. "Yarek, don't." I stand and move to the window, looking out at the grounds where I first saw Sarah working in the gardens. I know what you're going to say. I can't promise her anything until the Nikitin situation is resolved, and showing up at her apartment makes me look desperate. He joins me at the window, his voice slow and careful. Those are legitimate concerns. Are they? Because sitting here doing nothing while the woman I love thinks I don't want her seems like a bigger problem. He turns to study my profile, probably noting I haven't slept properly in days. What exactly are you planning to tell her? I face him directly, my decision crystallizing as I speak. The truth. I'm ending the engagement regardless of the consequences. I'll buy my freedom with blood if I have to. But I'm choosing her. His eyebrows rise at the vehemence in my voice. You're talking about starting a war with the Nikitins. Then we start a war. I move to my desk and begin gathering the files we've compiled on Roman Sokolov and the financial irregularities. I'm done playing politics with my life. Sarah asked me to choose her, and I hesitated because I was trying to be strategic. That hesitation cost me the woman I love. Valentin watches me stuff the documents into a briefcase with growing concern. "Where are you going?" "To her apartment, to tell her I was wrong, and she's more important than any business arrangement or political alliance." I grab my jacket and keys, already planning what I'll say to convince her to give me another chance. She thinks I'll always put the business first, and I need to prove she's wrong. He steps into my path, his expression serious. What if she doesn't believe you? If she's already decided to move on? The question stops me for a second, touching on the fear that's been eating at me for days. What if I waited too long? What if my hesitation wasn't just a missed opportunity, but the final proof she needed that I'm not worth the risk? I push past him, unwilling to entertain that possibility. I'll keep trying until she does believe me. "Yarick," Valentine's voice carries a warning that makes me pause. "You can't build a relationship on desperation. If you go to her now, while you're emotional and desperate, you might say things you can't take back." I turn to face him, letting him see the resolve that's been building in me since the moment Sarah walked out of this office. I might also say things that save us both. I'll speak the raw, honest truth in my current state, and she deserves that. She needs to hear I love her. I've been a fool, and I want her back the right way as my fiancée and eventual wife, with Katya displaced and my future focused on what Sarah and I build together. Before he can argue further, my phone rings. The caller ID shows Nina's name, which surprises me since I've never given Sarah's friend my direct number. I answer immediately. "Nina?" Her voice is tight with worry and speaking faster than normal. "Yarick, I'm sorry to bother you, but is Valentine with you?" I glance at Valentine, who's watching me with growing alertness. "Yes, he's right here." "Why?" She curses softly before speaking, her voice tight with worry. "Sarah got a text from him about meeting to return something she left at your office. She went to meet him 45 minutes ago, and I have a bad feeling about this." I glance at Valentine, who's watching me with growing alertness. "From whom?" "From Valentine, supposedly. She made me promise to wait 2 hours before calling if she didn't come back. I'm breaking that promise because something feels really wrong about this whole situation." A chill spreads through me at her words. I look at Valentine, who's already shaking his head before I can ask the question. I put the call on speaker. "Nina, Valentine didn't send any text. He's been with me all afternoon." Her sharp intake of breath tells me she's reached the same terrifying conclusion I have. Oh God, Sarah said she was going to some warehouse. Industrial Drive, I think. "Which warehouse?" I'm already moving toward the door with Valentine close behind me. "Warehouse 17. Yarick, if Valentine didn't send that message..." Her voice breaks slightly. My heart clenches, but I have to stay focused. "How long ago did she leave?" 45 minutes. Something felt wrong about the whole thing. The meeting location? The timing? I asked her not to go, but she was adamant about getting back the fold thing from Valentine. I'm in the hallway now, my mind already working through the logistics of getting to the warehouse district. "You did the right thing calling early. Stay at the apartment in case she comes back." "Yarick, if something happens to her..." Nina's voice carries a sister's fierce protectiveness despite not being related to Sarah. "Nothing is going to happen to her." I end the call and turn to Valentine, who's already pulling out his phone. "How many men can we get to Warehouse 17 in the next 10 minutes? He's scrolling through contacts, his usual calmness taking over. 6, maybe 8, if we pull them from the estate. You think it's the ex? Who else would impersonate you to lure her out? I'm moving towards the garage, checking my weapon and mentally cataloging what other equipment we might need. Valentine falls into step beside me, coordinating with our security team through rapid-fire text messages. If he's had her for 45 minutes, he doesn't finish the sentence, but he doesn't need to. 45 minutes is enough time to move her somewhere else, to hurt her, or to disappear entirely. The thought makes my chest tight with panic, though I force it down. Sarah needs me focused, not emotional. We reach my car, and I'm behind the wheel before Valentine finishes buckling his seatbelt, not bothering to send for Luco and the SUV. The drive to Industrial Drive should take 15 minutes, but I plan to make it in 10. I wish I'd followed my instincts and dug into this guy, I say aloud before slamming my fist on the wheel. I was so damn busy focusing on all the wrong things. You have responsibilities that predate Miss Clark, says Valentine. I fix him with a glare. Let me be clear. There's nothing more important to me than her. Nothing. He nods. His expression is still impassive, but I'm sure he finally accepts the depths of my feelings for her and understands I'll risk everything to bring her back to me safely. I don't care if it obliterates my empire or costs my life to ensure she's safe. My phone buzzes with updates from the security team. 3 men are already en route to Warehouse 17, with 2 more following 5 minutes behind. It's not an army, but it's enough to handle one obsessive ex-boyfriend and whatever backup he might have brought. At least, I hope it's enough. The warehouse district comes into view, a maze of industrial buildings and empty lots that looks abandoned in the dusk. Warehouse 17 sits at the end of a dead-end street, surrounded by other buildings that could provide cover for an ambush or escape routes for someone who planned this carefully. Sarah's car sits in front of the warehouse, driver's door still open like she left in a hurry. The sight of it makes something cold and deadly settle inside me. She's here, or at least she was here, which means we're not too late. I park behind her car and check my weapon one more time. Valentine does the same, his movements precise and professional, despite the unusual circumstances. We've handled hostage situation before, but never when the hostage was someone who mattered to me personally. The warehouse door stands slightly ajar, which immediately puts me on alert. Either Alex is careless, or this is an invitation. Given that he went to the trouble of impersonating Valentine to lure Sarah here, I doubt he's careless. I signal Valentine to take the side entrance while I approach from the front. The first rule of tactical rescue is to avoid giving the hostage taker a single point of defense. If Alex is watching the front door, he won't see Valentine coming from the side. I push open the warehouse door slowly, letting my vision adjust to the dim interior. The space is cavernous and filled with shipping containers and wooden crates that create a maze of potential hiding spots. Security lights cast pools of harsh illumination, but most of the warehouse remains in shadow. "Sarah," I call out, my voice echoing off the high ceiling. No response. The silence feels wrong and too complete for a space that should contain at least 2 people. I move deeper into the warehouse, weapon drawn while checking each potential hiding spot methodically. That's when I see a small object sitting in a circle of light near the center of the warehouse, placed deliberately where it would be visible from the entrance. It's Sarah's phone. I approach it carefully, scanning for any signs of a trap or additional clues. The phone sits undamaged on the concrete floor, its screen dark and silent. There's no blood, no signs of a struggle, and no indication of what happened to the woman who owns it. The careful placement tells me this was intentional. Alex wanted me to find the phone and wanted me to know Sarah was here, but is now gone. It's a message, a taunt, and proof that he has something I want, while I can't do anything about it. Valentine appears from the side entrance, his expression grim as he takes in the empty warehouse and the phone, sitting like an artfully arranged piece of art in a gallery, lit just so. Anything? I shake my head, cold fury building with each second that passes without finding Sarah. He was here, but took her somewhere else. The phone could be a distraction. Maybe they're still in the building. We spend the next 10 minutes searching every corner of the warehouse, our later arrivals joining in as they walk through the door. We check the small office spaces and storage areas, looking for any sign that Sarah might still be here. But the building is empty, except for dust and shadows. When our backup arrives, I'm standing in the center of the warehouse holding Sarah's phone and trying not to let the rage consume my ability to think strategically. She's been taken by a man who has a history of psychological and physical abuse, and I have no idea where they've gone. Mikhail, one of my most experienced men, approaches with urgency to deliver bad news. We check the surrounding buildings. There are no signs of additional vehicles or foot traffic. Just Miss Clark's car in the parking lot. Security cameras? He shakes his head. Most of them are broken or haven't been operational in years. This area is basically abandoned after 5 p.m., which explains why Alex chose it and a meeting time of 7 p.m. The warehouse district provides privacy for whatever he's planning to do to Sarah, while the isolated location means no witnesses and no immediate help if she manages to escape. I close my hand around Sarah's phone, the plastic case warming under my grip. Somewhere in this city, the woman I love is being held by a man who has already proven he's willing to hurt her. Every minute that passes gives him more time to escalate and more time to do permanent damage. I turn to Valentin, my voice carrying all the deadly certainty I've learned in 20 years of violence. I want every man we have. I want every contact, every favor, and every piece of information we can gather. I want to know every property Alex has access to, every associate he's worked with, and every place he might take her. Valentin nods, already pulling out his phone to start making calls. What about the Nikitins? If we pull all our resources for this, let them come. I pocket Sarah's phone and head toward the warehouse exit, my mind already shifting into the focused calm I need for what's coming. I'm going to find her, and I'm going to end him. If the Nikitins want to use that as an excuse to start a war, then we'll fight that war too. The next few minutes pass in a blur of phone calls and strategic planning. Valentin coordinates with our security team to deploy our drones to search the surrounding area while I mentally catalog every resource we have available, including money, weapons, manpower, and information networks. I want all of it focused on the objective of finding Sarah before Alex can do whatever he's planning. In less than 20 minutes, I have 12 men mobilizing and 3 different information sources working to track down Alex's possible locations. It's not nearly enough, but it's a start. The war with the Nikitins will have to wait. Right now, there's only one battle that matters, and I refuse to lose it.
I wake to the taste of copper in my mouth and a sharp ache in my skull. My wrists burn where rope binds them in front of me, tight enough to restrict circulation, but loose enough to avoid permanent damage. Someone who knows what they're doing tied these knots. The room around me is different from the cramped office where Alex trapped me before. This space feels larger, with concrete walls stained by years of moisture and neglect. A single window sits high near the ceiling, its glass so grimy that barely any light makes it through. Industrial fluorescent lights buzz overhead like cicadas, casting everything in harsh white that makes my head throb worse. Alex sits in a metal folding chair a few feet away, watching me with that same unsettling calm he used to display after one of his rages. The storm has passed, and now comes the aftermath. He's changed clothes since the warehouse and is now wearing dark jeans and a black sweater that makes him look like he's dressed for a funeral. "You're awake." He leans forward slightly, elbows resting on his knees while studying my face like he's memorizing every detail. "Good. We have a lot to discuss." I struggle to sit up straighter against the wall where I've been propped, testing the bonds around my wrists. The rope is rough against my skin, already chafing from my unconscious struggles, but there's some give if I work at it carefully. "Where are we?" "Somewhere private where we won't be interrupted while we sort this out." He gestures around the space like he's showing off a luxury hotel suite instead of what looks like another abandoned warehouse. "I've been planning this reunion for a year, Sarah. Ever since you disappeared like a coward in the night." The familiar accusation makes anger flare, momentarily overriding the fear. "I left because you were suffocating me, emotionally and literally. I left when you locked me in that trunk until I nearly passed out." Alex's expression darkens, and for a moment, I see the flash of rage I remember so well. He clenches his hands before he forces them to relax. Then the storm passes, replaced by that cold calm that's somehow worse than his explosive temper. "That was a misunderstanding. You were hysterical, and I was trying to help you calm down." He stands and begins pacing in front of me. The way he moves is almost vulturine. "You left because you were confused. Other people filled your head with lies about us and what we had together." I shake my head. "No one except you ever tried to confuse me. What we had wasn't love. It was control. It was protection." He stops pacing and crouches down to my level, close enough that I smell that cologne that still makes my stomach turn. The scent brings back memories of being trapped in small spaces, of his hands around my throat, and grim promises he'd find me no matter where I ran. "I know you've been hiding with that Russian gangster, letting him use you while he plans to marry someone else. Is that really what you call freedom?" The mention of Yarek makes my chest constrict with longing and regret. By now, he must know I'm missing. Nina would have called him when I didn't return home. The thought of him searching for me brings both hope and terror. Hope that he might find me, terror that Alex might hurt him too. "Yarek isn't using me." The words come out fiercely, despite my bound state. Alex's laugh is bitter and sharp. "Isn't he? Where's his protection now, Sarah? Where is he while you're tied up in a warehouse, completely at my mercy?" I turn my face away from him, refusing to let him see how his words affect me. He's right about one thing. I am currently at his mercy, and Yarek has no idea where to find me. He reaches out to touch my face, and I jerk away from his fingers. "Don't touch me. I'm going to do a lot more than touch you." His voice drops to that intimate tone he used to use in bed, and I shudder with revulsion. "But first, we need to discuss your condition." The words make me shudder. I force my expression to remain neutral, though my heart starts to race. He knows. I suddenly remember his earlier words before he drugged me, blaming that on the brief memory lapse, and I want to whimper, but I just glare at him. His smile is sharp and knowing, the expression of a cat who's cornered a mouse. "The pregnancy, Sarah. Did you really think you could hide that from me? I've been watching you for weeks, noticing the doctor's appointments, the morning sickness, and the way you started wearing looser clothes." He pauses before delivering another blow. "Triplets, 2 girls and a boy, according to the ultrasound results I intercepted." Quite a surprise, even for me. The betrayal cuts deeply. He somehow got hold of my medical records, violating even that private space where I allowed myself to hope for the future. How? Alex stands and pulls a manila folder from a nearby table, waving it like evidence in a trial. Amazing what people will sell for the right price. Your doctor's office has surprisingly lax security protocols. The sight of my stolen medical files makes nausea rise in my throat. You had no right. I had every right. You're mine, Sarah, which makes those babies mine too. He tosses the folder back onto the table with casual disregard. It doesn't matter how. What matters is what we do about it. I stiffen. There's nothing to do about it. He resumes his pacing, his energy building as he warms to his subject. I've given this considerable thought, and I've decided we can work with the situation. Work with it? He turns to face me, his expression taking on the reasonable tone he used to use when explaining why his controlling behavior was actually for my own good. We'll leave the country together. Start fresh somewhere new, somewhere that Russian can't follow. I've already made arrangements for new identities and a house in a country without extradition treaties. We can be anyone we want to be. I shake my head emphatically. I'm not going anywhere with you. Oh, but you are. He crouches down again, this time close enough that I can see the madness lurking behind his calm facade. See, I know you, Sarah. You'll do anything to protect those babies, even sacrifice yourself. You're insane if you think I'd ever choose you. You won't be choosing me. You'll be choosing them. His hand moves toward my stomach, and I try to twist away, but there's nowhere to go. Of course, the current situation is inconvenient. 3 babies from another man, especially that man, complicates things. The cold way he discusses my children makes nausea rise in my throat. Don't you dare, but I'm willing to make accommodations. He continues as if I haven't spoken, his voice taking on the tone of someone discussing weekend plans. We'll deal with the current inconvenience once we're settled somewhere safe, and then I'll give you a brat if you really want one. My child. Our child. The threat to my babies unleashes something primal and fierce inside me. I lunge forward as far as my bonds allow, fury overriding caution. If you touch them, I'll kill you myself. He laughs, clearly genuinely amused by my reaction. He claps his hands together slowly, like I've just performed a particularly entertaining trick. There's the fire I fell in love with. I was starting to worry you'd become completely docile during your little adventure in domesticity. He reaches for my jacket, his fingers working at the zipper with familiar possessiveness. But first, we need to reestablish our connection and remind you of what you've been missing. I haven't been missing anything. I struggle against his touch, trying to twist away, but the wall behind me provides no escape. He moves to my shirt, pulling at the fabric with increasing urgency. You say that now, but your body remembers me. It always responds to me, no matter how much your mind tries to resist. My body remembers being afraid of you, too afraid to say no, but that was then. I glare at him. I always faked it. That doesn't seem to insult him. He just ignores my words and says, fear and desire are closely related. He works the buttons of my shirt, sending chills through my body. You'll remember that too, once we have some privacy. You do have to pay for the year you stole from me, after all. He's trying to strip me, and I jerk away, making my jacket tear slightly near the seam. I gasp and instinctively curl inward, protecting myself. And that's when my fingers graze the torn fabric and find the small blade Nina had given to me to stitch into the lining 3 weeks ago. Hope flares, bright and sudden. Nina's gift, her quiet way of making sure I could protect myself, might be exactly what I need. I don't move or let my expression change, but I'm not helpless. I have options. Alex continues pawing at my clothes, too focused on his own desires to notice the change in my posture. You're going to remember why you loved me, Sarah, and why we're meant to be together. The sound of footsteps outside the room makes him pause. He looks toward the door with irritation clearly not expecting to be interrupted during what he considers an intimate reunion. "Expecting someone?" I ask, hoping to buy time while I try to work the blade free from its hiding spot. It's impossible at the moment with my hands bound and in front of him. My partner should be here soon. We have business to conclude before we leave the country. He straightens his clothes and steps back from me, instantly transforming from predator to professional. She's been quite helpful in arranging our escape. The door opens and a woman enters. I recognize Katya Nikitina immediately. Yarek's fiancé looks as perfectly composed as ever, in an expensive cream-colored coat and black heels that clack with each step across the concrete floor like a countdown. Alex stands and turns toward her with a polite smile that doesn't reach his eyes. "Katya, you're early." He sounds faintly sullen, but his expression is warm. She surveys the room with cool detachment, gaze lingering on me for a moment before returning to Alex. When she looks at me, there's no recognition or acknowledgement of our previous encounters at the estate. I'm just an object to be disposed of. "Roman, I see you've retrieved our mutual problem." Roman. The name catches my attention, reminding me Demetrios called him that too. Alex, Roman, moves toward her with the easy confidence of an equal partner. She's more stubborn than I expected, but nothing we can't handle. Are the travel arrangements finalized? There's been a change of plans. Katya reaches into her coat, her fingers trembling ever so slightly. "What kind of change?" His voice carries a note of suspicion, and I see his posture shift slightly, becoming more defensive. Instead of answering, she pulls out a gun and points it directly at his chest. The weapon looks enormous in her delicate hands, but she holds it with the steady confidence of someone who knows how to use it. Alex stares at the weapon, confusion replacing confidence. "What are you doing? We're partners. We agreed you would help me eliminate obstacles to my marriage. You were useful for gathering information and creating problems for Yarek, but I never promised you a happy ending." Her voice is conversational, like she's discussing the weather rather than pointing a gun at someone's chest. The pieces click together in my mind. Katya has been using Alex all along, manipulating his obsession with me to serve her own purposes. She never intended to help him get me back. She just needed a convenient scapegoat. Alex takes a step backward, his face flushing with anger and growing fear. "You can't be serious. We had a deal." Her laugh is cold. "Did we? I remember offering you resources to pursue your little stalking hobby, not promising you a future. You were always going to be a liability, Roman. You're too unstable, too obsessed, and too obvious. I gave you everything. Access to Sarah, information about Yarek's operations, and you left enough digital breadcrumbs to bury yourself." She tilts her head slightly, studying him like a scientist examining a particularly interesting specimen. Photos, fake accounts, and threatening messages from multiple phone numbers easily tied back to burner phones purchased with your credit cards. All I had to do was watch you spiral and document your descent into madness. The gun remains steady in her grip, pointed at his center mass. Alex's face goes pale as he realizes the scope of her betrayal. "You're going to kill me. I'm going to tie up loose ends." Katya's finger moves to the trigger. "You served your purpose, but now you're just a complication I can't afford." "Wait." Alex raises his hands, desperation creeping into his voice for the first time since I've known him. The gunshot is deafeningly loud in the enclosed space. He crumples to the floor, clutching his chest as blood spreads across his black sweater in an expanding stain. He tries to speak, but only blood comes out of his mouth, dark and thick. I watch him die with relief that the man who terrorized me is finally gone, and a tuff of horror at witnessing such casual violence. Katya doesn't even look at the body as Alex's breathing becomes shallow and then stops entirely. She turns toward the door and calls out in the same tone she might use to summon a waiter. "We're done here. Take her to the compound." Two men enter the room, both wearing expensive suits that suggest they're more than simple hired muscle. They approach me with professional efficiency, one cutting my bonds while the other keeps watch for any signs of resistance. When they're shifting me, I'm finally able to grasp the blade and remove it from my jacket. As they help me to my feet, I slip the blade Nina gave me into my palm, concealing it as best I can. My wrists are raw and bleeding slightly from the rough rope, but my hands still work. Katya watches the process with detached interest, like she's overseeing the loading of cargo. Be careful with her. She's valuable. Where are you taking me? I ask, though I'm not sure I want to know the answer. Her smile is sharp and predatory, transforming her beautiful features into something vaguely reptilian. Somewhere Yarrick will never think to look, so we can have a proper conversation about your future, or lack thereof. As they escort me from the room, I catch a glimpse through the high window and realize we're still in the warehouse district. Alex only moved me a few buildings away from where he first grabbed me. If Yarrick is searching the area, he might still be close. Katya clearly plans to take me somewhere else remote enough that any screams won't be heard. I think about the blade hidden in my palm and the 3 lives inside me. Alex is dead, which eliminates one threat, but Katya represents something far more dangerous. She's a woman with resources, connections, and a plan that apparently includes my death. The cool night air hits my face as we step outside the warehouse, and I take what might be my last breath of freedom. Whatever Katya has planned for me, wherever she's taking me, I have to find a way to survive it for my babies, the future I want to build, and the love I walked away from, but still hope to reclaim. I have to survive this.
The drone footage streams across my phone screen in grainy black and white, showing the warehouse district from above like a tactical map. Valentine operates the controls with steady hands, while I scan each building for any sign of movement or vehicles that shouldn't be there. The device hovers silently above the industrial complex, its camera capturing details that would be impossible to see from ground level. I point to a dark sedan parked behind a warehouse 3 buildings east of where we found Sarah's phone. There, run the plates on that vehicle. Valentine adjusts the drone's camera angle, zooming in on the license plate until the numbers become clear against the metal bumper. He relays them to our contact at the DMV, speaking in rapid Russian to ensure privacy, and within minutes, we have our answer. He looks up from his phone, meeting my gaze with grim certainty. The vehicle is registered to Roman Sokolov, which is the same alias we've been tracking in connection with the financial irregularities. The pieces click together in my mind with sudden, terrible clarity. Roman Sokolov, the man who approached me weeks ago wanting to do business in that neutral cafe with his practiced charm and barely concealed ambition, is also Alex, Sarah's abusive ex-boyfriend, who terrorized her for years before she fled to Greenwich. He's the same person, operating under multiple identities and using my organization to locate the woman he lost. I check my weapon and signal to the 12 men positioned around us in strategic formation. He's been inside our network for months, but not to get to me. Sarah wasn't a random target. This was always about getting her back, and he used me to find her. Valentine nods grimly as he pockets his phone and checks his own gear. If Roman is Alex, he's been using our business connections to track Sarah's movements. He probably never cared about the financial operations. That was just his way of getting close to her. I start moving toward the target warehouse, my team falling into formation behind me. Now he has the woman he's been obsessing over, but that can't stand. We approach the building using shadows cast by abandoned vehicles and industrial equipment for cover. The warehouse sits in darkness, except for a single light visible through a high window. No guards are posted outside, and I see no signs of movement in the surrounding area. It's too quiet and too easy. Every instinct I have screams this is a setup. I signal Valentin to take 4 men around to the back entrance while I lead the frontal assault. If this is a trap, we'll hit them from multiple directions and minimize their advantages. If Roman has prepared an ambush, we'll turn his preparations against him. The warehouse door stands slightly ajar, just like at the first location. I push it open slowly, weapon raised and scanning for threats in the dim interior. The unpleasant scent of blood and cordite hits me immediately. It's recent and sharp, mixing with the industrial odors of rust and motor oil. Inside, my boots echo against concrete as I move deeper into the space, each footstep announcing my presence despite my attempts at stealth. A single overhead light creates a maze of potential hiding spots. The metallic scent grows stronger as I approach a small office area built into one corner of the warehouse. That's where I find him. Roman Sokolov lies on the floor in a pool of blood that's still spreading slowly across the concrete, his chest torn open by what looks like a close-range gunshot. His face, now slack in death, is the same one as the man who sat across me from weeks ago, offering something that sounded too good to be true. He's the scumbag who tried to negotiate a business partnership while trying to use me to hunt down the woman who escaped him. I kneel beside the body, noting the single bullet wound and lack of any defensive injuries on his hands or arms. Someone he trusted shot him at close range, execution style. I hope it was Sarah, but if it were, she'd likely still be here. With a grimace, I dip my pinky into a splotch of blood, finding it still fresh and warm, which means Sarah was here recently, but now she's gone again. I wipe my finger on a clean spot on his sweater before standing. Valentin appears from the back entrance, weapon drawn, his team spreading out to secure the perimeter of the warehouse. He takes in the scene with professional detachment, cataloging details that might prove important later before meeting my gaze. He holsters his weapon and gestures toward the exit. There's no sign of Sarah or any other occupants except for some dead guy by the back door. He looked Greek, maybe, and his identification said he was Georgi Dimitrios. Best guess is he was working with Roman and was another loose end to tie up. There are tire tracks outside leading away from the building from what looks like a heavy vehicle, possibly an SUV. I stand working through everything we found. Someone killed Roman and took Sarah. The question is who and where did they go? Valentin examines the blood spatter on the nearby wall, noting the angle and distribution. It could be Roman's associates, cutting their losses when they realized we were closing in. I examined the blood spatter pattern on the wall behind the body more carefully, noting how the droplet spread in a tight cone from the impact point, or someone else entirely. This was an execution, not a struggle. Roman knew his killer and trusted them enough to let them get close. Before Valentin can respond, shouts erupt from outside the warehouse. My men have found something, or someone. We rush toward the sound, weapons ready, our boots slipping slightly on the oil-stained concrete. Near the back of the building, 2 of my men have cornered a figure in dark clothing, who was attempting to pour gasoline around the foundation. The acrid smell of accelerant fills the air, making my eyes water, and I see additional containers stacked nearby in preparation for a major fire. I approach the would-be arsonist, noting the expensive suit beneath the dark jacket and the Nikitin family crest on his cufflinks that catches the light from our flashlights. This is a professional cleaner with direct ties to the family. The man looks up at me with defiant fear, clearly recognizing who I am despite never having met me personally. His hand moves toward something in his jacket, but one of my men grabs his wrist before he can complete the motion. I step closer, keeping my voice deadly calm despite my growing rage. Search him thoroughly before you bring him inside where we can talk privately. I turn and walk back toward the warehouse, using the closest door, with Valentine on my heels. Moments later, they drag him into the warehouse and force him to his knees beside me. Sweat beads on his forehead despite the cool night air. He knows what's coming. I crouch down to his level, keeping my voice calm and conversational despite wanting to tear him apart with my bare hands. You're going to tell me where they took Sarah Clark. He shakes his head frantically, words tumbling out in accented English that betrays his nervousness. I don't know what you're talking about. I was just supposed to clean up the mess and burn everything down. I gesture toward Roman's corpse with deliberate casualness, letting him see the pool of blood still spreading slowly across the floor. What mess? This mess? Or the mess of taking an innocent woman? He grits his teeth, seeming to be trying to retain control. I don't know about any woman. I was told to burn the building and destroy any evidence of what happened here. I pull out my knife, testing the blade's sharpness against my thumb with slow deliberation. A thin line of blood appears, bright red against my skin, and the man's eyes widen with terror as he realizes I'm not bluffing. Let me explain something to you, I continue in the same reasonable tone, wiping the blood from my thumb onto his jacket. The woman who was here is important to me. If something happens to her because you're being uncooperative, I'm going to take my time making you pay for it. His resolve cracks immediately, fear overriding whatever loyalty he might have felt to his employers. That must be why he's a cleaner and not a foot soldier. He doesn't have the temperament to fight. Katya Nikitina ordered the cleanup. She said there would be 2 bodies and evidence that needed to disappear before morning. Hearing her name just confirms my worst suspicions about the woman I'm supposed to marry. Where did she take Sarah? He's dripping sweat now and pauses for a moment as though evaluating who poses the bigger risk to his ability to keep breathing. Me now or Katya in the future? He chooses wisely. The old Nikitin compound upstate. She said she was taking care of loose ends before the wedding to make sure nothing could interfere with her plans. Katya, my supposed fiancée, orchestrated this entire scenario from the beginning. It wouldn't surprise me if she helped Roman too, using his obsession with Sarah to eliminate threats to her plans, then killed him and his henchmen when he was no longer useful to her scheme. I lean closer, letting him see the fury I've been holding back throughout this conversation. What does she plan to do with Sarah? The man's voice drops to a whisper, as if speaking quietly might somehow protect him from retaliation, and the acrid scent of urine fills the air around us as he urinates on himself. She said it was a tight timeline, and she had to handle something before you found out. I don't know what, but she said it represented a threat to everything she's worked for. She has to marry you for her plan to work. That's all I know, I swear. Her plan, of course. Katya isn't just planning to marry me. She's planning to inherit everything after my convenient death. It's what I've suspected, but her actions and determination to remove whatever besides Sarah she perceives as a threat to her plan gives me all the proof I need and eliminates even the tiniest shadow of doubt that remained. I stand, my decision made with crystalline clarity. How many men does she have at the compound? I don't know. I run the knife across his cheek, making him flinch. Don't you? I was going to say, I don't know exactly. His voice is trembling. I'm just guessing she has maybe 10 or 12. It's a guest house at the family compound, where she can handle sensitive business without interference. I turn to Valentine, who's been listening to every word with growing alarm. Get me the layout of the Nikitin compound with satellite imagery, building plans, and security protocols. I want anything you can find, but pay special attention to the guest house. Valentine pulls out his phone to start making calls to our intelligence contacts. Yarek, if Katya has that many men defending the compound, and if she's had time to prepare, we'll go through them. I check my weapon and signal my team to prepare for immediate departure. I'm not leaving the woman I love in the hands of someone who wants her dead. The man on his knees looks up at me with desperate hope, probably thinking cooperation might save his life. If I helped you, told you about the compound's defenses, the guard rotations, I consider his offer briefly, weighing the potential value of his information against the time we've already lost. Then I shake my head. You were going to burn evidence that could have helped me find her faster. That makes you complicit in whatever happens to her. One quick motion ends his pleading. I don't have time for witnesses or complications, and leaving him alive would only create more problems later. Valentine studies his phone screen, scrolling through satellite images and architectural plans. The compound is 40 minutes north of here. It's a private estate with multiple buildings in heavily wooded area. There's the main house, the guest house, a security building, a vehicle garage, and various other smaller buildings that probably aren't relevant. They're likely for storage or other purposes, like a pool house, but we can't afford not to search them. We'll need at least 4 men for the perimeter search to ensure those buildings don't house nasty surprises. Find me 4 more men. Pull them from the docks or wherever. Get Luco, the gardener, and the chef from the estate if you have to, but get them there. I head toward our vehicles, my team falling into step behind me. We're leave now, so bring everything we have. The drive through the Connecticut countryside passes in tense silence, broken only by radio chatter as my men coordinate with additional teams. I sit in the passenger seat while Valentine drives, my mind focused on what we'll face at the compound. Katya has had months to prepare for our retaliation and position her men. She's also had hours to hurt Sarah in ways I don't want to imagine. She made one critical mistake. She assumed Sarah was just another obstacle to be eliminated, not understanding that touching her means declaring war on everything I am and everything I'm willing to do to protect what matters to me. The Nikitin compound comes into view as we crest a hill. It's a sprawling estate with multiple buildings connected by covered walkways, surrounded by thick woods that provide both concealment and tactical challenges. I count at least 6 guards visible on the perimeter, which means more inside. They're professionals using proper positioning, maintaining overlapping fields of fire, and surely have secure communication lines. Katya has prepared for a siege, but she's also made herself a target by concentrating her forces. I turn to address my team, keeping my voice low but clear enough for everyone to hear. Sarah is somewhere in that compound, probably in the guest house. Our objective is to get her out alive. Everything else is secondary. One of my men checks his weapon and adjusts his gear, his face grim with determination. What about the guards? Neutralize any threats, but remember that some of them might be regular security who don't know what Katya is really planning. Use judgment, But don't hesitate if they're shooting at you. We approach the compound from 3 directions, using the wooded terrain for cover and the darkness to mask our movements. The perimeter guards are well trained, but not expecting a coordinated assault from multiple vectors. We take them down quickly and quietly, advancing toward the guest house. Our backup team, clearing the buildings around us, check in periodically to announce another building cleared. Suddenly, the shooting starts. Muzzle flashes erupt from windows on the 2nd floor of the main house as Leonid's men open fire on our positions. We dive for cover behind trees and outbuildings, returning fire while pushing steadily forward through the gardens. I leave half my team to deal with the main house guards and take Valentine and the rest toward the guest house, where 4 guards wait. I work my way around to the side of the guest house, using the ornamental gardens and decorative fountains for concealment. A guard appears at the corner of the building, weapon raised and scanning for targets. But I'm faster. He drops silently, and I continue toward the back entrance. Inside, the guest house is dark except for emergency lighting that casts everything in red shadows. It's larger than it looked from the outside, but still a smaller space to search than the main house. I move through corridors lined with expensive artwork, my weapon ready for any threat that might emerge from the shadows. The sound of gunfire outside is muffled by the thick walls, but I hear my team advancing through the compound. Each exchange of shots brings them closer to the main house or the guest house, while each step I take brings me closer to Sarah and ending this nightmare. The guest house has 2 stories, and I reach a staircase leading to the upper floor and start climbing, testing each step for creaks that might give away my position. The house feels empty despite the guards we encountered outside, like most of the defending force is concentrated in specific areas. That's when the attack comes. A figure lunges at me from the shadows at the top of the stairs. He's a Nikitan guard who's been waiting in ambush. We crash into the wall, both fighting for control of our weapons in a deadly dance of violence and desperation. He's younger than me and strong, with the desperate energy of someone fighting for his life. He slams his fist into my ribs, driving the air from my lungs, and I taste blood where my teeth cut the inside of my cheek. I've been fighting longer, and I know how to use desperation as a weapon. I drive my knee into his solar plexus, then bring my elbow down on the back of his neck when he doubles over. He collapses, unconscious but alive. I continue down the hallway, noting the expensive carpet that muffles my footsteps and the oil paintings that watch my progress with painted eyes. At the end of the corridor, light spills from beneath a heavy wooden door. Sarah is behind that door. I can feel it with absolute certainty. I have to save the woman I love or lose her forever.
The bedroom where Katya has imprisoned me feels like a medical facility, stripped of all warmth. White walls stretch up to a coffered ceiling. White furniture is arranged with geometric precision, and there are white sheets on the bed I haven't been allowed to use. Even the single window has been covered with white plantation blinds onto the white wooden floor. I sit tied to a hard-backed chair, white, of course, in the center of the room, my wrists bound tightly behind me with the same rough rope Alex used when I was unconscious that's already rubbed my skin raw. Each small movement sends sharp pains up my arms, and my shoulders ache from being pulled back at an unnatural angle for what feels like hours. There's a dull throb in my skull that feels like a hangover and is probably from whatever sedation Alex used on me. She paces in front of me like a caged predator, heels creating a steady rhythm that sounds like a metronome counting down to my execution. She's changed into a different outfit since I last saw her, or just removed the cream coat. Maybe she was always wearing a sleek black dress that hugs her figure and makes her look like she's attending a funeral. Mine, probably. Each step she takes is precise, with her hands clasped behind her back in a pose that would look elegant if not for the cold fury in her pale blue eyes. She moves like a dancer, all controlled grace and deadly purpose, and I track her movements with the desperate attention of prey watching a hunter. She stops pacing and turns to face me, her expression shifting to something that might pass for conversational if you didn't look too closely at the pure rage lurking behind her composed facade. I suppose you're wondering why I went to all this trouble. I don't respond. The duct tape across my mouth makes speech impossible anyway, but I wouldn't give her the satisfaction of showing fear even if I could talk. Instead, I meet her gaze steadily, trying to project confidence I don't feel. Katya resumes her pacing, her voice taking on the tone of a professor delivering a lecture to a particularly slow student. Roman was so easy to manipulate due to his obsession with you, and all that desperate need to possess what he'd lost. I barely had to suggest ways he could get close to Yarek's organization. She moves to a small antique desk near the window, running her fingers along its polished surface with casual familiarity. He thought he was so clever, approaching Yarek with business proposals and financial opportunities. I was feeding him every detail and every weakness in the Baronoff network that he could exploit. I worked carefully at the blade Nina hid in my jacket seam, trying to position it properly while keeping my movements minimal. The angle is awkward with my hands tied behind my back, and I can only make tiny sawing motions against the rope without drawing Katya's attention. The blade is small and sharp, designed more for cutting thread than rope, but it's the only weapon I have. She pauses by the window, adjusting the blinds to peer out at something in the distance. The financial irregularities, the shell companies, and the unauthorized transactions were all designed to create chaos within Yarek's operations. Roman thought he was helping himself get access to you while weakening Yarek, but really, he was helping me identify every weakness and vulnerability I could exploit later. The rope fibers part slowly under the blade's edge, strand by strand. My fingers are cramping from the awkward position, and there are small cuts on my skin where the knife has slipped, but I force myself to keep working through each fiber. She turns back to me, noting my stillness with approval. You're a good listener. Roman never was. He kept asking questions, wanting to know details about the larger plan, and demanding reassurances about his precious reunion with you, as if his obsession with one woman could possibly matter in the scope of what I'm building. She moves closer and crouches down so she's at my eye level, close enough that I can smell her expensive, overly sweet perfume and see the tiny lines around her eyes that makeup can't quite hide. Yarek was never supposed to survive much past our wedding, she continues, her voice dropping to an intimate whisper. It was only going to be a few months of marriage, just long enough to consolidate the business relationships and transfer key assets to joint accounts, while perhaps getting pregnant to make sure Yuri Baronoff didn't try to challenge me, if that pathetic old drunk could, followed by a tragic accident, perhaps a car crash, or maybe something that looked like retaliation from a rival family. There are still a few Kozlovs around who could be framed for his murder, and that would give me a reason to take what they retain too, but that's hardly worth the bother. She reaches out and traces a finger along my cheek, and I jerk my head away from her touch. The motion causes her to smile, but it's a cold expression that doesn't look genuine. I was going to be widowed so young, inheriting everything, with the perfect position to rebuild the organization according to my vision. The Nikitin network combined with Baronoff resources, all under my control. It would have been beautiful. The blade bites deeper into the rope fibers, and they're starting to give way more readily. Blood from the small cuts on my wrists makes the handle slippery, but I maintain my grip and continue the careful sawing motion. She stands and resumes pacing, her voice growing more animated as she warms to her subject. The timeline was perfect. Roman would eliminate you as a distraction, clearing the path for a smooth engagement period. I would marry Yarrick and gradually assume control of his operations through perfectly legal means, joint bank accounts, shared business interests, and powers of attorney for when he traveled. Katya stops abruptly, whirling around to face me with sudden fury. Then you ruined everything. Your little affair with my fiancé and your obvious emotional hold over him complicated everything I'd worked for. I could tell her he didn't want to marry her even before he met me, but the tape and that voice of reason at the back of my mind advising I don't further enrage the woman who wants me dead keeps me from doing so. She moves to a small table near the window and picks up her gun, the same one she used to kill Alex, to check the magazine. The metal gleams dully from the can lights overhead, and her finger rests along the trigger guard. She turns back to me, resuming her story as if she isn't holding a gun. Yarrick started questioning the engagement and looking for ways to extract himself from our arrangement. He began asking uncomfortable questions about the business merger, demanding more favorable terms, and stalling on signing important documents. She turns the weapon over in her hands, examining it from different angles. He was supposed to be compliant and grateful for the alliance. Instead, he became suspicious and difficult. The rope around my wrists loosens significantly as more fibers part under the blade's edge. The bindings are starting to give way completely, but I force myself to keep my hands in position behind the chair. If Katya realizes I'm almost free, she'll shoot me before I have a chance to act. She returns to her pacing, gun held casually at her side like it's a natural extension of her hand. Now I have to clean up the mess you created. Roman first. That was actually quite satisfying. He was becoming increasingly unstable, demanding things I never promised, and threatening to expose our arrangement if I didn't give him immediate access to you, as if I could do that. Katya pauses, a genuine smile crossing her face for the first time since I've known her. You should have seen his face when I pulled the trigger. All that arrogance and entitlement gone in an instant. He never saw it coming. I'm sorry you missed that part since you weren't able to see his face. Truly. After the hell he put you through, you deserve that satisfaction. She moves closer to me again, the gun now pointed in my general direction, though not directly at me. Your death will be next, of course. I'll frame Roman for your murder. Obsessed ex-boyfriend kills the woman who rejected him. Cops will find him burned to death in that warehouse fire and wonder why he went that way. It's all very tidy and believable. I'd poke holes in her idea, including why Roman would murder me wherever she plans to leave me, and then go to an old warehouse and choose to set it on fire with himself inside and a gunshot in his chest, if she wants them to believe suicide. But again, the tape keeps me from speaking. It's probably for the best that I don't challenge her plan, but she's not the chess master she thinks she is. The sounds of gunfire erupt from somewhere outside the building, muffled by the walls, but clearly audible. It sounds like multiple weapons, coordinated return fire, and maybe the unmistakable sounds of a tactical assault. Car doors slam, men shout orders, and I hear the distinctive crack of rifle fire mixed with the rapid chatter of automatic weapons. Katya's head snaps toward the window, her composed facade cracking for the first time. Earlier than expected. I know with absolute certainty Yarrick has found me. The relief is so intense, it makes my vision blur for a moment, but I force myself to focus on working the blade against the remaining rope fibers. If he's fighting his way through Katya's security, I need to be ready to help when he reaches this room. Glass shatters somewhere downstairs, followed by the rapid footsteps of multiple people moving through the house. Voices shout in Russian and English, coordinating the assault with military precision. I hear Valentin's voice among them, calm and professional, as he directs the operation. She turns back to me, her expression shifting from annoyance to cold determination. The madness I glimpsed earlier is now fully visible, transforming her beautiful features into something reptilian and inhuman. This actually works better. Yarrick can watch you die before I kill him. That's much more dramatic than my original plan. The rope gives way completely just as heavy footsteps pound up the stairs outside the room. I keep my hands behind my back, pretending to still be bound while gripping the small blade in my palm. My wrists are raw and bleeding, but I ignore the pain and focus on the weapon in my hand. Katya raises the gun and aims it at the door, her body positioned so she can cover both me and whoever enters. Her breathing has gotten faster, but her hands remain steady as she sights down the barrel. "That's impossible," she mutters, checking her watch with a frown. "My men should hold them for at least another few minutes." The footsteps pause just outside the door, and I realize there's only one person out there. Yarek came ahead of his team, probably slipping past the main fighting to reach me faster. Katya doesn't know this yet. She's expecting a coordinated assault with multiple operatives. This is it. Yarek is just beyond that door, walking into what might be a trap. I need to time this perfectly and create enough chaos for him to gain the upper hand without getting either of us killed in the process. The door handle turns slowly, metal clicking against metal in the sudden silence. The door flies open with explosive force, and Yarek bursts into the room like an avenging angel. He looks like he's been through hell. Blood soaks through his shirt that seems to belong to others, since I see no wounds. Dust and debris coat his hair and clothes, and there's a fresh cut across his left cheek that's still bleeding. His weapon is raised and ready. Katya spins toward him, clearly caught unprepared by his sudden appearance. "You're early." She swings the gun away from me to target him. I let out the loudest scream I can manage, the sound muffled by the tape but still piercing enough to shatter the tension in the room as I saw through the last section of rope. The blade slips from my palm and clatters to the floor, but I don't need it anymore since my hands are free. That split second of distraction is all Yarek needs. He moves with the fluid grace of a trained killer, diving to his right as Katya's gun tracks toward him. The shot is deafeningly loud in the enclosed space, the muzzle flash temporarily blinding. Yarek stumbles as the bullet catches his shoulder, spinning him around and sending him crashing into the antique desk near the window. Blood sprays across the white wall behind him in a crimson arc, but he doesn't go down. His weapon remains in his hand, and he keeps moving with grim determination, rolling behind the bed for cover as he returns fire. The sound of his gunshot is even louder than Katya's, and she ducks behind the chair where I was sitting as plaster explodes from the wall beside her head. She's no longer in complete control of the situation, and the panic in her movements shows it. "You bastard!" Katya screams, her composure completely shattered. She tries to track him with the gun, firing blindly around the edge of the chair. The bullets punch holes in the expensive furniture and shatter the window behind me, sending glass cascading to the floor. That's when I surge up from the chair, no longer pretending to be bound. The sudden movement catches her attention, and she starts to turn the weapon toward me, her face contorted with rage and desperation. I throw myself at her from the side, using the momentum from standing to drive her away from her cover. We crash into the wall beside the shattered window, both struggling for control of the weapon. The gun barrel waves wildly as we fight, and I'm terrified it might go off accidentally and hit Yarek or me in the stomach. I shouldn't be fighting like this in my condition, but there's no choice. She's stronger than she looks, full of lean muscle and desperate fury, wrapped in an expensive dress that's now torn and disheveled. Her elbow catches me in the ribs when I twist at the last minute to keep it from hitting my abdomen, where she was aiming. The blow drives the air from my lungs and making stars explode across my vision. I taste blood where I bite my tongue, but I don't let go of her gun hand. "You stupid little whore!" Katya spats the words at me while trying to twist the weapon toward my face. Her perfectly manicured nails rake across my cheek, leaving burning scratches in their wake. "You've ruined everything." I drive my knee into her kidney with all the force I can muster, and she gasps in pain, her grip on the gun loosening slightly. That gives me the leverage I need to slam her gun hand against the wall repeatedly until her fingers spasm open. The weapon clatters to the floor between us, and we both lunge for it simultaneously. Katya's longer reach gives her an advantage, but I'm more desperate. I grab the barrel while she grasps the grip, and we roll across the floor in a deadly tug of war. Glass from the broken window cuts into my arms and legs as we struggle, and I hear Yarek moving behind the bed, trying to get a clear shot without risking hitting me. Blood from both our injuries makes everything slippery and hard to grip. "I should have killed you the first day you walked onto that estate," she says, her face inches from mine as we fight. Spittle flies from her lips, and her pale eyes are wide with wrath. "You're nothing and nobody, but you destroyed my perfect plan." I manage to wrench the gun away from her, but she immediately lunges for it again, digging her fingernails into my wrists as she tries to pry it from my hands. The weapon feels impossibly heavy and alien, and like nothing I'm used to. "Sarah?" Yarek's voice cuts through the chaos, urgent and commanding. "Get clear!" I roll away from Katya, clutching the gun to my chest as she scrambles after me. She's like a woman possessed, her beautiful face twisted into something ugly as she claws at me with desperate fury. I can't get clear of her to let Yarek take the shot because she won't let me. The gun feels wrong in my hands, too big and unwieldy, but I manage to wrap my fingers around the grip and find the trigger. Katya realizes what's happening and throws herself at me one final time, reaching for my throat. I pull the trigger. The gunshot seems even louder than before, the recoil jerking my arms upward and nearly sending the weapon flying from my grip. The bullet catches Katya's center mass, and she stops mid-lunge as if she's run into an invisible wall. She looks down at the spreading red stain on her black dress, pressing her hands against the wound as if she can somehow stop what's happening. Blood seeps between her fingers, bright and shocking against the dark fabric and her pale skin. This wasn't, she starts to say, then coughs up blood that spatters across the white floor. Her legs give way, and she crumples to the hardwood in a rapidly expanding pool of crimson that looks obscenely bright against the sterile surfaces. Her breathing becomes shallow and irregular, then stops altogether. The gun slips from my trembling fingers, clattering against the floor with a sound that seems to echo forever. I stare at what I've done, at the woman who was going to kill me and Yarek now lying motionless at my feet, her blood spreading across the perfect white floor like spilled paint. I had no choice. I had to protect my babies, Yarek, and myself. I'm almost numb, but also shaking so hard I might shatter into pieces and blow away. Strong arms encircle me from behind, and I nearly scream again before I recognize Yarek's scent, his touch, and the way he holds me like I'm something precious that might break. His blood soaks through my clothes, where he presses against me, but I don't care about anything except that he's alive and here with me. "It's over," he murmurs against my hair, his voice rough with pain and relief. "You're safe now. We're both safe." I turn in his arms and see the blood soaking through his shirt, the way he's favoring his wounded shoulder, the exhaustion and pain etched in every line of his face. "You're hurt badly. I'm alive. We're both alive." He cups my face in his uninjured hand, his thumb brushing away tears I didn't realize I was shedding. "That's all that matters right now." I collapse against him, letting him support my weight as the adrenaline finally fades and leaves me shaking like a leaf. The room feels impossibly quiet after the gunshots and screaming, broken only by the sound of our breathing and the distant voices of Yarek's men finally reaching the upper floors. Katya's blood continues to spread across the white floor, a stark crimson lake that's a violent splash of color against the sterile perfection of the room. And I find I can't look away from it. Yarek holds me tighter, and I let myself believe that finally, we're free.
The silence after the gunshot feels deafening. Katya lies motionless on the white floor, her blood spreading across the pristine surface like spilled wine. Sarah trembles in my arms, the gun having fallen from her hands moments after she pulled the trigger. "It's over," I whisper against her hair, though my shoulder throbs where Katya's bullet found its mark. "You're safe now." Footsteps pound up the stairs as my men finally reach the upper floor. Valentine appears in the doorway, weapon drawn, and takes in the scene with professional assessment. He sweeps the room systematically before holstering his gun, noting Katya's body, the blood on my shirt, and Sarah's shocked stillness. "Status?" he asks, pulling out his radio to coordinate with the teams below. "Threat neutralized." I help Sarah to the chair she vacated during the fight, noting how she can't stop staring at Katya's still form. "What's the situation downstairs?" Valentine speaks rapidly into his radio in Russian, then turns back to me. "All Nikitin operatives have been neutralized, and we're wrapping up at the warehouse where we found Roman and his Greek associate. The cleanup crew has been handled." He shows me photos on his phone displaying the accelerant containers still stacked around the warehouse where Roman and Georgi died. "We're going to finish what the Nikitin cleaner started and torch the warehouse. Roman and his associate, along with the cleaner, ostensibly died in the fire, and any evidence burns with them." I nod my approval. "What about connecting it back to us?" "Nothing traces to us," and Roman was using multiple aliases with connections to various criminal enterprises. "The authorities will assume it was a deal gone wrong or retaliation from one of his other ventures." Valentine pockets his phone and checks his watch. Katya's gun was unregistered, so when the warehouse burns, any forensic evidence, like the bullet in Roman, disappears with it. I nod, understanding the elegance of the solution. The Nikitin family values business over sentiment, so they'll accept that Roman went rogue and paid the price for his unauthorized operations. "How long do we have?" "Perhaps 20 minutes before the fire department arrives, which gives us enough time to extract you both and complete the scene staging. Fortunately, the Nikitin family, save for Katya, is in the city apartment, so there were no casualties among them. That will make it easier to come to a resolution with them about this situation, since one could argue Katya brought it on herself with scheming." I snort. "I'm sure that old bastard Leonid was in on it, but this will let him place all the blame on Katya." He nods and glances at Sarah, who hasn't spoken since the shooting. "Does she need medical attention?" I study Sarah's pale face and the scratches on her cheek from the fight. She's in shock, but physically she's fine. "Then we leave now." I help Sarah stand, wrapping my jacket around her shoulders to cover the tears in her shirt. She moves like someone sleepwalking, following my guidance without question or resistance. We exit through the back entrance, avoiding the main areas where Valentine's men are staging the crime scene. The cool night air hits us as we reach the vehicles, and Sarah finally seems to come back to herself. "Where are we going?" she asks, her voice hoarse from screaming. "Somewhere safe where we can talk." The drive takes 40 minutes through winding back roads to a property I own under a shell company, while Luco drives, one of our medical staff, on retainer, cleans, stitches, and bandages my shoulder. It was a clean through and through that will only require bandage changes and antibiotics for the next couple of weeks. I accept the first antibiotics and a couple of NSAIDs, but nothing stronger. I want a clear head when I'm going to be the only guard at our safe house, though I don't expect any trouble. We arrive at the property, which is a small cabin surrounded by woods, completely off the grid and unknown to anyone except Valentine. It's the perfect place to disappear until the immediate crisis passes. Drive, Doctor, Abshi, back to the city and send a vehicle back for our use, I say to Luco, who nods. Once we're clear of the SUV, he flips a U-turn in the long driveway and drives away. There's no key, but the biometric panel is secured behind the mailbox mounted to the exterior, so I flip it up and press my palm to it. The door opens smoothly, and I enter first, ensuring the cabin is as I left it. It's deserted, so I return for Sarah standing in the doorway. It's safe to come in. I hold out a hand, and she takes it. Inside, I guide her to the couch and start a fire in the stone fireplace. The flames create an atmosphere of warmth and security that's completely at odds with the violence we just escaped. I need to clean your wounds, I say, noting the cuts on her wrists from the rope and the scratches on her face. I should have had Dr. Abshi do it, but he'd barely finished treating me when we arrived, and I wanted to get her inside. They're superficial, and I can handle the task. She nods mutely, still processing everything that's happened. I retrieve a first aid kit from the bathroom and return to find her staring into the fire with a vacant expression. Sarah. I kneel in front of her, gently taking her hands in mine. You're safe now. Since Katya is dead, Roman is dead, and the threat is over. I killed her. The words come out flat and emotionless. I looked her in the eyes and pulled the trigger. You defended yourself and saved both our lives. Does that make it easier? She sounds almost academic when she asks, but there's a brittle note to her tone that indicates she might break at any moment. I consider the question while cleaning the cuts on her wrists with antiseptic. No, taking a life is never easy, no matter the circumstances, but you did what you had to do. She winces as I apply bandages but doesn't pull away. What do we do now? I like how she says we. We're going to figure out what our future looks like without having to look over our shoulder, worrying about the past. I set aside the first aid supplies and take her hands again. I'm done with the Nikitins, done with political marriages, and done with putting business before what matters. What matters? Her voice wobbles slightly. You. I lift her hands to my lips, ignoring the twinge in my shoulder, to press gentle kisses to her knuckles. You matter more than any alliance or business arrangement. She searches my face with desperate hope. You're sure about this? I can't do this again, Yarek, and I can't be with someone who puts me second. You'll never be second, not to business, not to family obligations, and not to anything. I move from the floor to sit beside her on the couch. There's something I need to tell you that I should have said weeks ago. Before I can continue, she interrupts. There's something I need to tell you too, something I've been afraid to say. Tell me. She takes a shaky breath, her hands trembling in mine. I'm pregnant. I jerk like she actually struck me. What? She swallows, looking nervous. Almost 13 weeks now. She looks down at our joined hands. I know the timing is terrible, and this complicates everything. I stare at her, trying to absorb this revelation. Sarah is carrying my child, and the woman I love, the woman I almost lost tonight, is pregnant with my baby. How long have you known? I found out about 3 weeks ago. She looks up at me with tears threatening to spill. I didn't want you to force yourself into feeling obligated, and I wanted you to choose me because you loved me, not because I was carrying your child. I cup her face in my hands, forcing her to meet my direct stare. Do you think that would have changed how I feel about you if I had known? She shrugs, which makes my shoulder ache since our hands are still joined. I don't know. But maybe people say things change when there's a baby involved. You're right that things do change. I lean forward until our foreheads touch. They become more important, more precious, and more worth protecting. She closes her eyes, leaning into my touch. I was so scared, you'd think I was trying to trap you. I immediately reject the idea. How could you trap me when I was the one who forgot a condom a few times in the heat of the moment? The only thing that scares me is the thought of losing you again. I pull back to look into her eyes. Sarah, I love you. It's not because you're pregnant or because of any obligation or duty, but because you're the first person who's ever made me want to be better than I am. She blinks, looking like she doesn't really believe me. You love me? I squeeze her hands a bit harder, needing her to believe me. Earnestly, I say, I've loved you since that night by the pool, when you trusted me enough to let me comfort you. And I've loved you through every stolen moment and every conversation we've shared. I trace my thumb along her cheekbone. I should have told you sooner and should have ended the engagement with Katya the moment I understood how I was feeling. Her expression is difficult to decipher. Yes, you should have, so why didn't you? I could say it was to prevent a war with the Nikitins, which is part of it. But the main reason is, I paused to breathe in and out before making a difficult admission. I was afraid of what loving someone would cost me, how it would make me vulnerable, and what it would mean for everything I'd built. I kiss her softly, pouring all my emotion into the contact. I understand now that none of it matters without you. She kisses me back with desperate fervor, gripping my shirt as she holds me close. The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full, unedited version, please go to bellakingbooks.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you.
The first contraction hits me while I'm standing in the kitchen of the house by the water, where we moved 3 months ago, stirring honey into my morning tea. The pain starts as a dull ache in my lower back, then wraps around my swollen belly like a vice. I grip the counter, breathing through it until it passes. False alarm, I mutter to myself, though my hand instinctively moves to my stomach, where the 3 little ones have been growing for the past 32 weeks. My scheduled C-section is in 3 days, so it can't be them announcing their arrival yet. Unless they don't care about schedules and appointments. Yarek looks up from his laptop at the kitchen table, noting my stillness with sharp awareness. Everything all right? Just Braxton Hicks. I say it firmly, as though that will make it true. Dr. Rannick said they'd get stronger as we get closer. I take a sip of tea, trying to project calm despite the lingering ache in my back. I return to plans for an omelet, but I'm on edge, waiting for another one. While I'm fussing with slicing mushrooms, he closes the laptop and moves to stand behind me, settling his hands on my shoulders with gentle pressure. You've been restless all morning. Maybe we should call the doctor. I'm fine, really. It's probably just... Another contraction cuts off my words. This one's stronger and more insistent than the first. I slouch forward against the counter, focusing on my breathing as Yarek supports my weight. That's 2 in under 10 minutes. He sounds calm, for which I'm thankful. I'm calling Dr. Rannick. Yarek, it's probably nothing. The third contraction doubles me over, and this time, there's no denying what's happening. Warm liquid runs down my legs, soaking through my pajama pants and pooling on the kitchen floor. My water just broke. I look up at Yarek, who's already reaching for his phone. I think this is really happening. He dials Dr. Rannick's emergency line while helping me to a chair, his movements efficient despite the worry I see in his dark eyes. We've been preparing for this moment for months, but the reality of labor starting before the planned C-section is scary, even if it's only by 3 days. Dr. Ranik, it's Yarek Baranov. Sarah's water broke and she's having contractions every few minutes. He listens intently, then nods. We'll be there in 20 minutes. I try to stand and immediately regret it as another contraction hits with brutal force. This one feels more purposeful, as if my body has decided it's time whether I'm ready or not. The babies are coming, I gasp, gripping Yarek's hand as the pain peaks. They're really coming. I know, love. We're going to the hospital right now. He helps me to my feet, supporting most of my weight as we make our way to the bedroom. Can you get dressed, or should I help you? Help me. I'm already breathing hard, the contractions coming faster than I expected. Call Nina too. She wanted to be there. Yarek helps me into a loose dress and comfortable shoes, while simultaneously coordinating with his security team and calling Nina. The man who once ran a criminal empire now focuses all that organizational skill on getting his pregnant girlfriend to the hospital safely. The drive to Greenwich Hospital takes 15 minutes that feel like hours. Each contraction makes me grip the door handle tighter, and by the time we arrive, I'm breathing through them with the focused intensity I saw on YouTube. It doesn't help much, but maybe I'm doing it wrong. I didn't take a birthing class because triplets are always delivered via C-section, unless these 3 decide to arrive while we're still in the parking lot. I can't believe they're coming early, I say, as Yarek helps me out of the car. I didn't get the second steroid shot to develop their lungs. Breathe, Sarah. Everything we need is already here or on its way. He keeps one arm around my waist as we walk toward the maternity ward entrance. The only thing that matters is getting you and the babies safely through this. They'll be fine even if they have to stay in the NICU a little longer. I nod, clinging to his arm as we walk into the birthing center. Dr. Ranik meets us at the elevator, already wearing scrubs and moving with brisk efficiency. How are we doing, Sarah? The contractions are about 3 minutes apart, and they're getting stronger. I pause to breathe through another one, noting how everyone around me stops and waits until it passes. How long do we have? Let's get you into a room and see what we're working with. She guides us down a hallway lined with soft lighting and reassuring artwork. With triplets, we'll be doing a C-section as planned. The question is how much time we have to prepare. The examination room feels both sterile and comfortable, decorated in soothing blues and greens that remind me of the ocean view from our new bedroom window. Yarek helps me onto the bed while Dr. Ranik checks me out. These babies have definitely decided today is the day. She strips off her gloves and makes notes on my chart. You're already 6 centimeters dilated, which means we need to get you into surgery within the hour. An hour? I look at Yarek, who's gone slightly pale despite his composed expression. That's so fast. Triplet pregnancies often move quickly once labor starts. Dr. Ranik presses a call button to summon the surgical team. The good news is all 3 babies are in excellent position, and their heart rates are strong. We're going to take very good care of all of you. The next 40 minutes pass in a blur of preparation and escalating pain. Nurses start an IV, check my blood pressure, and ask questions about my pain level while I breathe through contractions that are now coming every 2 minutes. Nina arrives just as they're wheeling me toward the operating room, her face flushed from running through the hospital corridors. I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic was insane, and I couldn't find parking. You made it, and that's all that matters. I reach for her hand as another contraction peaks. I'm so glad you're here. Like I would miss this. She squeezes my fingers gently. I've been waiting 9 months to meet these babies. I'll be in the waiting room, but with you in spirit. She grimaces slightly. Minus the contractions. With a wink, she waves and moves down the hall. Yarek appears beside the gurney, wearing surgical scrubs that make him look younger and more vulnerable than I've ever seen him. His dark hair is covered by a blue cap, and his hands are already gloved and sanitized. Ready for this? He asks, taking my other hand as we enter the operating room. As ready as anyone can be for major abdominal surgery while conscious. I try to joke, but my voice shakes with nerves and excitement. Are you ready to be a father to 3 babies at once? I've been ready since you told me you were pregnant with triplets. He lifts my hand to his lips, pressing a gentle kiss to my knuckles despite the surgical gloves. We're going to be amazing parents. The operating room is bright and bustling with activity as the surgical team prepares for the procedure. Dr. Ranick explains each step as they position me on the table and insert the spinal block that will numb me from the chest down. You'll feel pressure, but no pain, she assures me, as the anesthesia takes effect. Yarek, you can sit right here by Sarah's head and talk to her throughout the procedure. I can't feel anything below my ribs, but I can hear everything, including the quiet conversations between the surgical team, the steady beeping of monitors, and Yarek's voice as he describes what he can see over the surgical drape. Dr. Ranick is making the incision now, he says, his voice calm and reassuring. Everything looks perfect from here. How are you doing, Sarah? Asked Dr. Ranick from behind the drape. Any nausea or dizziness? Just excited and terrified in equal measure. I focus on Yarek's face, using his steady presence to anchor myself as our children are about to enter the world. How much longer? Not long now. I can see the first baby. The next few minutes feel like hours as Dr. Ranick works to safely deliver our children. I can't see anything, but I feel the tugging and pressure as she maneuvers each baby free. Then I hear a sharp, indignant cry that fills the operating room with the sound of new life. Baby A is here, Dr. Ranick announces. It's a boy, and he's got quite a set of lungs on him. I start crying before I can help myself, overwhelmed by the realization our son is finally here and breathing and making his displeasure known to everyone in the room. He's beautiful, Yarek whispers, his voice thick with emotion. Sarah, he's absolutely perfect. A minute later, a softer cry joins the first as Dr. Ranick delivers our second child. Baby B is a girl, and she seems much calmer than her brother. 2 down, 1 to go, I say through my tears. Come on, little one. The third cry is the loudest of all, startled and strong, as our youngest daughter makes her entrance. And baby C is here. Another girl, and she's definitely got a temper. All 3 babies are healthy and breathing well, she says a moment later. APGAR scores are excellent across the board. I hear our children crying, but I can't see them yet as the nurses clean and examine each baby. Yarek keeps hold of my hand, describing everything he can see, while tears stream down his cheeks. They're so small, he says, sounding somewhere between shocked and in awe, but they're perfect. All 3 of them are absolutely perfect. Finally, the nurses bring our children to us, each baby swaddled in soft blankets and wearing tiny knit caps. Yarek holds our son and 1 daughter, while a nurse helps me cradle the other daughter against my chest. Are you crying? I ask Yarek, noting the tears on his face as he looks down at our children. He doesn't even try to deny it. This is the only legacy I'll ever care about. It's okay to cry. I'm crying too, overwhelmed by love for these tiny humans we created together. They're so beautiful. Our son has dark hair, like Yarek, and serious eyes that seem to take in everything around him. 1 daughter has lighter hair and delicate features, while the other looks like a perfect blend of both of us. What should we call them? He asks softly, adjusting his hold on the babies so they're both comfortable. We discussed names for months, but never made final decisions. Now, looking at our children for the first time, the choices feel obvious. Mikhail, I say, looking at our son, after your father. Yarek's eyes fill with fresh tears at the suggestion. Are you sure? I'm sure, and Elena for your mother. I touch the cheek of the daughter in my arms. This little one can be Katrina, after my mother, Catherine. Mikhail, Elena, and Katrina Barinov. Yarek tests the names, his voice full of wonder. Our family. Sorry to interrupt, but they need to go to the NICU now, says the doctor, looking regretful. If they continue to do as well as they are at the moment, I don't anticipate they'll be with us more than 2 or 3 weeks. I sniffle as 2 nurses collect the babies and a third positions each in an incubator. Yarek goes with them to the NICU, while Dr. Rannick returns to the afterwork following birth. 3 weeks in the NICU sounds like a lot, but it's better than the 6 weeks we'd been preparing ourselves to endure. Hold on, little ones, I whisper, longing to hold them again already. Hours later, after my own stint in recovery, Yarek wheels me in a wheelchair into the NICU. We go through the stages to sterilize ourselves before finally entering a NICU room with soft lighting and comfortable chairs for visitors. All the babies are inside this room, arranged in a loose triangle. We already have visitors, and they seem like they've been here for a while. Nina sits in the corner, holding Elena while Valentin stands awkwardly by the window, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else, but somehow unable to leave. You can hold her, you know, I tell Valentin, noting how his gaze keeps drifting to the baby in Nina's arms. She won't break. I don't know anything about babies. He clasps his hands behind his back, maintaining his professional distance even in this intimate moment. None of us knew anything about babies 6 hours ago, Yarek says as he gently takes Mikhail from the incubator, ensuring he's still attached to his monitors and oxygen before carefully placing him in my arms. But we're all learning. He pulls down my gown somewhat so the baby can nuzzle against me. Skin to skin is best. I grin up at him. Look at you, already a NICU nurse. He flushes but grins. I like to know everything about a situation. I chuckle as Nina convinces Valentin to hold Elena. After all, you went through all the process to get into the NICU, so why waste that gorgeous blue gown? She teases, making him frown at her. But he sits down in the chair by Elena's incubator and takes the baby, though without skin-to-skin contact. That would probably push him too far. I watch in amazement as the man who spent his entire adult life managing violence and criminal enterprises becomes completely entranced by a 4-pound baby girl. She's so small, he says, his voice softer than I've ever heard it. How does something this small survive? Very carefully, with lots of help. I pause as Mikhail shifts slightly, letting out a small sigh. You're going to be Uncle Valentin, whether you like it or not. Yarek takes the seat by Katrina's incubator and calls for a nurse to help hold her. She has more monitoring, wires, and an extra IV, since she's our smallest at 3 pounds 2 ounces, and is showing some difficulty her siblings aren't. I worry about her, but she settles comfortably against him and seems content. After an hour, the nurse returns with the reminder the babies need rest, and I need to pump, since they can't nurse yet. Valentin pales at that and hastily departs, having returned Elena to Nina a while ago. Elena follows him a bit later, and the nurse wheels in a hospital pump for me so I can remain with the babies while pumping. Just don't overdo it, she says kindly to me. You're recovering too, Mama. When the nurse leaves, we're alone with our children. The pump whooshes rhythmically in the background, along with the quiet symphony of the machines monitoring and supporting our babies. I can't believe they're really here, I whisper, afraid to speak too loudly and wake them. After everything we've been through, after all the fear and uncertainty, we actually made it. We made it. Yarek leans over to kiss me gently, careful not to disturb the babies. We have everything we could possibly want. I love you, I say, meaning it with every fiber of my being. I love you too, all of you. He looks around at our children in their incubators, his expression full of wonder. This is just the beginning. As if on cue, Mikhail opens his eyes and looks directly at his father with the serious expression he's maintained since birth. Yarek smiles, and for just a moment, our son's face relaxes into what might be the beginning of a smile behind the plastic separating him from us. He knows you, I say, watching the connection form between father and son. We all know each other because we're family. The word fills me with warmth and contentment I've never experienced before. Family. After years of running and hiding, after months of uncertainty and fear, I finally have the thing I've wanted most, which is a home built on love rather than obligation, children who will grow up safe and cherished, and a man who chose us over everything else he could have had.
Epilogue. 18 months later, I stand on a cliff overlooking the Atlantic Ocean, watching Sarah walk toward me across the sand. She wears a simple white dress that moves with the ocean breeze, with her hair loose around her shoulders and a fascinator instead of a veil. She's never looked more beautiful. There is no cathedral, hundreds of guests, or political alliances disguised as celebration. We have just the 5 people who matter most to us gathered on a beach in Maine, where the only witnesses are seagulls and the endless rhythm of waves against stone. Nina walks beside Sarah, carrying Elena and Katrina in her arms. Both girls wear matching white dresses with tiny flower crowns they keep trying to pull off their heads. Elena, true to her calm nature, tolerates the attention with patient dignity. Katrina, who inherited my stubborn streak, has already managed to grab a handful of flowers and is attempting to eat them. Valentin stands beside me as my best man, holding Mikhail with the careful precision he once reserved for handling explosives. Our son wears a miniature linen suit that matches mine and has been fascinated by Valentin's tie for the past 10 minutes, gripping it with both tiny fists like he's afraid his uncle might disappear. The officiant, a retired minister Nina found through her catering connections, stands between us with a kind smile and a weathered Bible. He's performed hundreds of weddings over 40 years, but he seems genuinely moved by the intimacy of this moment. Sarah reaches me just as a gust of wind carries the salt-sweet scent of the ocean across the beach. I take her hand, brushing my thumb across the solitaire she's already wearing on her left hand that I gave her 3 months ago when I asked her to marry me properly. "Ready?" she asks, her eyes bright with happiness and unshed tears. I nod. I've been ready since maybe the moment I first saw you. The ceremony is brief and perfect. We exchange vows we wrote ourselves, speaking truths about love and partnership and the family we've built together. We don't mention the past or acknowledge the violence that brought us together. We just make promises to build forward, to choose each other every day, and to give our children all the love they'll need and more. When the minister pronounces us husband and wife, the kiss tastes like sea air. Our children provide commentary in the form of baby babbles and the occasional shriek from Katrina, who has decided she's hungry and wants everyone to know about it. "I love you, Mrs. Baranov," I murmur against Sarah's lips. "I love you too, husband." After the ceremony, we walk along the shoreline while Nina takes pictures with an old camera she found at an antique shop. The photos will be imperfect, slightly blurred by wind and motion, but they'll capture something real that no professional photographer could replicate. Valentin has relaxed enough to let Mikhail grab his sunglasses, though he draws the line at letting our son put them in his mouth. "These cost more than your college fund," he tells Mikhail seriously, as if a 1-year-old could possibly understand the economics of designer eyewear. Sarah lifts Katrina from Nina's arms and immediately begins the complex dance of soothing our most dramatic daughter. She's hungry, but she's also tired, which means she can't decide whether to eat or sleep. "She gets that from you," I say, Sarah, taking Elena so Nina can focus on her photography. She huffs at me. "I do not get cranky when I'm tired." "You threw a pillow at me last week because I asked if you wanted coffee." I can't stop grinning at the memory. "That was different. You asked at 6 in the morning, and you know I don't function before 7. Even when the babies want to nurse that early, I'm in automom mode. Elena watches this exchange with the serious attention she applies to everything, as if she's taking notes on her parents' relationship dynamics for future reference. She's going to be the peacemaker, I can already tell. Mikhail will be the leader, Katrina will be the rebel, and Elena will be the one who keeps them all from killing each other. The sun begins to set as we make our way back to the small inn where we're staying tonight. Tomorrow, we'll drive home to the house by the water in Connecticut, where we live a peaceful life. I sold most of my business interests 6 months ago, keeping only the legitimate enterprises and leaving the rest to associates who understood my decision to step back. The money means nothing compared to the freedom to wake up every morning without wondering who might try to kill me that day. Do you ever miss it? Sarah asks, as we settle the babies in their car seats for the drive back to the inn. Miss what? The excitement, the power, the feeling of controlling everything around you. I consider the question while buckling Mikhail's complicated harness system. I control everything that matters now. Whether my children grow up feeling safe and loved, and my wife knows she's the most important thing in my world, if we have dinner together every night, and what bedtime stories get read. She smiles but shakes her head. That's a different kind of control. It's the only kind that matters. Later, after the babies are asleep in their portable cribs, Sarah and I sit on the small balcony overlooking the ocean. She curls against my side, her head on my shoulder, and we listen to the waves in comfortable silence. I have something to tell you, she says, eventually, her voice soft in the darkness. What's that? I might be pregnant again. I go very still, processing this information. Might be? I'm a week late, and I've been nauseated in the mornings. I was going to take a test when we get home, but I wanted you to know I was thinking about it. The possibility of another child should terrify me. 3 babies under 18 months old is already a logistical challenge that requires military-level planning, a part-time nanny, and more coffee than should be humanly possible to consume. Adding a 4th seems like madness. Instead, I find myself smiling. How do you feel about that? Terrified and excited and slightly overwhelmed by the thought of managing 4 children under 3 years old. She lifts her head to look at me. How do you feel about it? The same way I felt when you told me about the triplets, like the luckiest man alive. She grins but arches an eyebrow with a hint of skepticism. Even though it means more sleepless nights, more diapers, and more chaos than we already have? Especially because of that. I cup her face in my hands, memorizing her features in the moonlight. I spent 33 years living in carefully controlled environments. Now, I live in beautiful chaos, where my biggest crisis is running out of diapers at 2 in the morning or trying to figure out why Katrina is crying when she's been fed and changed and should theoretically be happy. Her eyes are soft. And you prefer the chaos? I prefer the love. The chaos just comes with it. She kisses me. It's soft, sweet, and full of promise for whatever comes next. Whether it's another baby, or just the 3 we already have, easy days or difficult ones, or it's the simple pleasure of Sunday mornings, or the challenge of navigating 3 teenage personalities, we're all in and partners in the happy madness. I'm finally completely free.